Welcome everybody to Conference 1 Esports. We got the last day of play for this tournament, this third tournament, I believe this last tournament of the year here for some collegiate Valorant. My name is Possible. Alongside me is Door, and we got some baller teams rounding out the semifinals and the final.
Yeah, we do, man. The Scarlet Knights are coming for their big double whammy. Waterloo stacking up against them. We've got upsets in the lower bracket as well. These guys are coming into play. And honestly, I can't think of a better way to kick it off. Yesterday had some really solid action, but we're getting into the semis and the finals, and we're expecting these matches to be close. Nothing like the 50-round match quite yet, but we've seen a lot of close matches, to say the least, overtimes as well, and they're playing for some real dough. You see the first prize up there, 2,000 bones. Second, 500. Third and fourth aren't going away with anything either, Paul. These guys are playing for some real ones.
Did you call dollars bones? I have never once heard that in my life. Let's take a look at how things are shaping up, though. This isn't the full bracket, but it's the most recent stuff. Scarlet Knights, UW Gold, Western U, and OSU Valorant all advancing. I'm especially impressed by the win over the Shorty Kings there, the Ryerson guys, as well as the win over UH Premier. So real quick shout out to Western U and UH Gold. But obviously, Scarlet Knights, we know how good they are. They won the last tournament, and I believe the first one for Conference 1 earlier this year. If anything, Oregon is actually kind of the wild card, the dark horse out of our four remaining teams. But all four of them, I'm excited to see.
Yeah, well, OSU, I mean, we don't want to sleep on them either. They won the second tournament, and then they were just kind of gone AFK for a little bit. Now they've come back to seek their revenge, and
they're back.
I mean, they haven't dropped a map yet, so I can't say that they're not looking too good to do it. What I need now, and you know, caster bias, boohoo, this, that, I would love to see a Scarlet Knights versus OSU final to really figure out who here's the top dog.
That would be good. That would be good. Of course, I mean, also, if either of those teams lost, I think they would probably temporarily cede their top dog title. I mean, because that is how a bracket works for. So, you know, I think regardless of how these semifinals shape up, if I understand how, you know, esports works in general, we're gonna figure out who is top dog. First up is going to be UW Gold versus the Scarlet Knights coming out of Rutgers. This is gonna be a spicy one.
Yeah, and UW Gold hasn't had an easy route to get here either, right? They beat University of Houston Premier, who insane team in their own right. Scarlet Knights, they're kind of making their own, I don't want to say underdog run, but they're definitely one of the lower seeded teams in this Final Four, and the one that we don't expect to win this particular matchup. But with that comes some interesting things, and I think we should go ahead and start talking about map pick and ban in particular, because it's ended up being relatively vanilla for the most part. We're going Haven into Ascent. Absolutely no surprises with this one, but I don't think Scarlet Knights are too unfamiliar with any of this. Scarlet Knights, in fact, we know they're pretty comfortable even all the way up to split, so their map pool is wide. I'm trying to find holes here for UW Gold to try and take advantage of, but it's tough with that difficult of a team.
Yeah, well, I do want to shout out UW Gold, though, especially one player in particular. This is just this is completely tangential, but we're waiting on a player to get in lobby, so I have time to make this reference. There's one player I specifically recognize. His name is Vexinus, it seems. Now, Dor, we've casted some other games. I recognize this guy from ye olden days of Tier 2 Overwatch on Tea Party. The dude had some nutty aim. That being said, that's pretty much the only thing that transfers to Valorant, so I don't know how he's going to play today. But I'm keeping my eye on him because that guy, once upon a time, was a phenomenal shot. I'm hoping he can pop off today, because they're going to need it. Scarlet Knights, there's a reason they've won this tournament not once, but twice.
Yeah, well, I mean, you look at just esports in general, and it's past just individual mechanics. So you've got good aim in this game, you're going to have good aim in this game, right? It carries over how well you're able to learn a game, how well you're able to pick it up. Remember, a lot of those Overwatch people came from CSGO in the beginning. That's how I came into Overwatch to begin with as well. That's how I got to know of Vexinus. So, like, these guys have experience with tactical shooters. They know what they're doing in this regard, and a lot of times it can lead to more creative play, in particular with different agents, be that Viper, Sky being the two bigger additions to compositions that we can see really mix things up. I know you and I have seen throughout CF1 a weird amount of Viper played on Haven and winning a weird amount of rounds with it as well.
Viper on Haven, underrated. You can quote me on that until the end of time. I'm not convinced at this point, I should say, that we're going to be actually seeing Viper on Haven. We will be going to Haven first for this match. And later on, we will get to Split as well. Once upon a time, teams like to run Viper on Split. That has fallen out of favor, but I would love to see it again. We're not going to Icebox, which is pretty much the place where Viper is most run today. So as much as I like to see Viper play, I don't think we're going to see much Viper today.
But there is a potential use for Viper being in the form of Split coming later in the series, like you mentioned, which is honestly a really interesting place for Split to end up being. As two teams in pick and ban, I'll pick and ban nerd out all day, you know this. When you're picking and banning, oftentimes if you think you're playing from an underdog position, you want to try and force Split into that second map position. That way it acts as effectively a backup map and insurance policy, if you will. That way, you lose, you just pick that defensive side. But given this form of pick ban, where you pick a map, then side, and then the final map's sidedness is decided by, I believe, the winner, or the loser, rather, of that secondary match, then you put an interesting spot where the third map ends up being the insurance policy. So you lose the second map, and then you get side pick on the third, which being Split is extremely important. You then take up the defender's side. So leaving that open at all, and it was Rutgers who left it open, kind of tells you that maybe they're not as confident coming into this match against UW Gold as they might have been.
Or maybe they just really don't like Bind. It's also very possible.
Also
right?
valid. I mean,
the map that they banned first, right?
You gotta give benefit of the doubt here. I want them to be pulling some really big brain strats, Paul. And you know me. Sure. I want every pick and pick ban to be super intentional. And it's Rutgers, for Pete's sake. We know these guys know how to play Split extremely well. It was the final map of their previous win in the tournament, so they clearly know that they can win tournaments on it. I think their map pool is wide enough that we give them benefit of the doubt, and we can say that, okay, these guys are confident on all these maps, which leaves their pick ban to be that open.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. And I mean, last time, that last Split game is burned into my memory. I remember, I think the player's name was Relaxed Potato, just flying in from heaven on one site and just like spraying while landing on a guy to take him down. It was an amazing shot. We're actually, I believe, heading on into the game pretty soon here, if I'm getting this audio correct. Oh, I think we actually have a technical issue, so I baited all of you. Haha, haha.
It's online broadcast, no problem, man. It happens. We fix it up, we get in. First map, though, is going to be Haven, like you said, which leaves itself to a relatively standard composition. I mean, there's a few things that we can talk about that are particularly strong here. One, Sova play pretty good. Cypher becomes especially valuable on Ascent on Haven, because of all the openings in the map that he can take advantage of. Being able to play those sites solo is extremely powerful. I think you were leaving out a lot of value on the table to ignore Reyna just due to her flexibility. Being able to entry for yourself as well as support your teammates is just so strong on a map that is this wide, right? You can throw out Leers to support yourself if it's your site being pushed. If you're looking to retake those Leers, become even more powerful than that. We see both teams immediately locking it in. Jet as well, being able to utilize all of the high ground, whether that's Heaven, whether it's being on top of any of the containers around the map. Super great. Omen on such a large map as well, being able to smoke the entire thing is a key pick. Overall, it looks like standard compositions, but you have to remember, these picks are very intentional to the map.
Oh, and I'm so excited. Vex is on the Reyna, and so is Relaxed Potato. That is a 1v1 I am stoked for, Dora. Those are going to be two players fragging out all day long, I have to imagine. Those are the compositions. Exact mirror compositions heading on into Haven. Our first map of the day, our first map of this semifinal. Winner will go to the finals, get themselves a chance at that $2,000 first place prize, and the loser, unfortunately, will have to head on home and just watch with envy. On to Haven we go.
Now, one important thing to notice when we're talking about these compositions is their distinct lack of a dedicated flash, right? We've got the Reyna that's super duper flexible. We've got an Omen with the Paranoia. Yeah, it's relatively usable, but it's nothing like a Phoenix or a Breach. And you're sacrificing a Phoenix or a Breach specifically to play this Jet. So these teams are banking on being able to get an operator in their hands and playing off the back of that. But otherwise, executing these sites with flashes is going to be especially difficult for these guys. So expect some slower, more controlled play from these teams as they try to find picks early on, as well as advantages in map control early on into their rounds. Let's take a look at what we've got set up in round number 1 right now, though. I think that's pretty interesting in and of itself, because we've got a solo C, a solo Garage, nothing too crazy there, but 3 players stacked up around A, and this Reyna and Jet look like they want to do something a little bit interesting. Out A long, peek up, get a little bit of information, see nothing, which means Sova gets to rotate back in towards B, where he's going to find the bulk of this team. Now, it's a full retake setup for Scarlet Knights, so they're not too worried about this spike going down, but they are very concerned with what happens after.
Great push out here into A-Link. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but they get control of A-Link. Now UW Gold have somewhere to stage themselves, and they've planted for this side as well. It's in the corner. It's not actually perfectly placed in that middle, but you can actually see the Jet going all the way around. So the longer this takes the Scarlet Knights, the dicier it gets. The Paranoia will let him move forward. But they're getting tagged up and taken down all the while. Rax Potato also on a flank, though. Look at him come around here, devouring everything to keep him going. Him versus Vex. Rax Potato takes the first 1v1 of this series. But now he's in a 1 versus 2. Has both the Jet and the Omen to contend with. Not a lot of time. Doesn't have time to stick the defuse, even if he was able to get these kills, which he will not be able to. That'll be the Ghost stolen away in round 1 by UW Gold.
That was beautifully played by them as well, right? Pushing through the site, making effectively an impromptu little cell area outside an A-Link to cower all their members towards. And then the second they got pushed from behind, yes, you lose 2 people, but there was an immediate call to rotate across the site, recognizing that's the final person. And then you get to set it up again in the opposite direction, making it just as hard to push for Relaxed Potato, despite the Reyna's best efforts. Now, Scarlet Knights clearly aren't out of things yet. In fact, they're going for a force buy here. So the economy is still far from certain. There's a huge lean towards C, though, which, if UW Gold end up going that way, could spell disaster for them.
Scarlet Knights certainly liking to stack in these early rounds. We'll see if that keeps going. I do always like the idea of a Jet supported by a flashing agent. The Reyna is a little bit harder than something like a Breach necessarily to allow that Jet to push on forward, but if anyone can make it work, it is the Scarlet Knights. UW Gold just playing slow right now, playing very passive, considering the gun advantage that they do have. It's minor, as there has been a force from the Scarlet Knights. They have bought into this round, stingers and the like. And now it's just a creep towards A. There's not going to be a ton of information for Scarlet Knights until UW Gold actually get to the site. I don't believe that Owl Drone is going to be heard either until it gets pretty close up that ramp. And now with the smoke, you can be fairly confident, especially as the Paranoia hits Lamp, that there is a heavy push. Got a Bucky. It's the perfect range coming around that cyber cage, and he's ready for a second. Off on his right will get taken down as well. Lamp has done so much work already. Just needs to take down the Reyna for a third. 4 out of this Bucky right now. Just 3 health remaining. Not going to be the ace. Jonah will steal that away, but Scarlet Knights flip the second round.
I gotta say, that's rude by Jonah, but Lamp, 4 is more than enough, bud. I honestly watched him get in there, get flashed, pulls out a shotgun. I'm like, okay, he's got a decent chance of getting 1 or 2 here, but 4! I think at some point, as the attackers, you've got to cut your losses here. Wait for those cyber cages to clear, and then try and take some degree of site control using those flashes and mirrors that you've got left, but they try to force through the smoke, and they paid the price for it. Lamp, instead of being in an awful position, was in a fantastic one, able to play off the back of his utility and shut down that play in its entirety. I can guarantee you, UW Gold have no intention of heading anywhere near A, at least for the first little bit of this round, and that force eventually does pay off. Of course, they can't full buy in this round for it, but neither can UW Gold, who are stuck on a pretty low eco here. Just sheriffs to their name. Maybe you pop an Empress, but you want to get that spike down and a couple weapons out of their hands, if nothing else.
Well, 1 Bulldog will hit the floor. Relaxed Potato still pretty confident with this other one. Does get actually shot. That's the second for Damo in the round. Good shooting from him so far with that Sheriff. The Bulldog will be recovered by Lamp. Trading that out, not using the Bucky anymore. And honestly, probably a good idea, as this Bulldog is going to be far more effective for a retake. It's also effective is this flank coming out from Jonah. Excellent work thus far, but it is a 2v2. Make it 2v1. Last player on Gong. Not expected to be there either. Gets good value. Now it's a Cypher 1v1. But Lamp does have the far superior firepower. Just has to wait for Razi to show himself. Razi trying to play slow, play for time, but it's not going to matter. Almost got Lamp. A couple more shots to the body would have gotten it done, but unfortunately the Bulldog's superiority will come through and give Scarlet Knights the lead.
There is a bright side there for UW Gold. I mean, you took 4 of the weapons away. You got your own plant down. There's a lot of cash behind this round for them now. Scarlet Knights also don't get to bonus this upcoming round for that fact. So it's going to be guns versus guns with no one having a fully bolstered economy, no one having the dough to chuck in behind this for another round. The winner of this round is going to find themselves pretty far ahead, but I want to point out UW Gold's willingness to go B here. Scarlet Knights have left it open for the retake, and yeah, it's worked out for them pretty well, but UW Gold have almost always managed to find a foothold and frags, even on the thrifty round there. We're going back to another standard for UW Gold as well, seemingly their real comfort zone until they decide to sight, but that leaves open this left side here. The Reyna and the Jet lurking behind. There's a Lear and a whole lot of Bladestorm coming for him, Paul.
They just decided to early clear that trap wire too. Put the pressure onto UW Gold. Now UW Gold has to consider, hey, are we getting flanked from C? Well, while they're considering that, they're actually just going to push straight onto A. No Bucky this time around for Lamp, but he does have a trap wire. Nearly catches the timing on that enemy site for a second time around. It will work out. Lamp will take down Rodzi. Not the most valuable player for a post plant, obviously, so UW Gold aren't hurting too much. That Knight for Bladestorm will miss, and Vex actually pushes a little bit too far forward compared to the rest of his team as well. Jonah caught by the paranoia, I believe, of his own team there. A little bit rough stuff for Scarlet Knights on this retake, but they're still making it work. They're still in a great position to do so. Drop down just as a distraction for the swing, but Damo's still good for 2, almost 3. At least delays the defuse, but the round will still go to Rutgers.
Yeah, it was well played by Scarlet Knights. They're going to maintain their economic advantage for that as well, but I want to point out just kind of the general theme of these past couple of rounds, because it has been slow play from both these teams. UW Gold taking their sweet time playing whatever standard setup they feel like playing, leaning towards the site that they feel is the least secured, but Scarlet Knights, that's kind of exactly what they want. This is a team that is very, very excited to play retakes, whether that's on B or on A. They're comfortable playing around Cypher utility or around multiple angles on the site. What I'm really curious to see is actually how Scarlet Knights respond if this play ends up going C, but they've got other plans of their own. They're going to push out mid here. Keep an eye out for this Jet to get a lot of value if anybody peeks it.
Jonah and Relaxed Potato keep pushing different lanes. I love this. It gives them so much map control and such a threat. Jonah knows that there's one there. Can't quite find the timing on it. Relaxed Potato will once again take down Vex in that Reyna 1v1. Jonah propped forward by the Lear, but not able to commit on that swing. Doesn't know how many players are there. Now caught by a paranoia. Just has to try and spray through his own smoke to stay alive there and not get pushed. Very heavy commitment. Very heavy fight here over the window. UW Gold eventually decide we've spent too much time. We have to just move towards the A site. But Jonah still coming around from behind him. Still on a powerful position to make them suffer. Now 3v5, much in favor of the Scarlet Knights. Sure, the spike is planted, but their control of the site is tenuous at best. Jonah's still coming around on that flank too. Still pressuring A lobby. They have to send Rodzi back to consider that the Jet is coming that way. But Jonah instead gonna pivot to long. Go over and take out the enemy Jet. Easy peasy. Does get caught by Rodzi, but honestly, that is worthwhile. Now, 2v4, no sight control. The spike can just get defused. Damo trying to go forward, trying to stop the spike from being defused entirely. He'll get one, but one's all he's allotted. Now, can he just make it out with a gun?
I mean, you'll manage to get out with the gun. I want to kind of point out a similarity, though, that's happened in the past 2 rounds in particular on this A site is they have managed to push on to a free site, but that's it. They push onto the free site. They lose 2 people on the way. That's the second time in a row. Last time, it was one before they got to the site, and then they lost one to the tripwire initially. And you can't afford to be giving up those kind of frags on free sites. Yes, it looks free, but the Scarlet Knights are laying all kinds of traps for you before you get there. Like you said, the number of sets that this team's putting out, right? Initially, it was, oh, okay, how many different angles can we see this Jet push? Now it's how many different places can we really screw with them by mixing this Cypher around and rotating our arena. This time, it'll be the rotation from B Link. It appears that Scarlet Knights have a much more forward position in A than they might be used to having. The Cypher this time playing on the site, no chance of evacuation. It's about getting as much value before you go down as possible. With the Reyna rotating as well, you know they know what's coming.
This is a great read, too. Already the Lear ready. Double trap wires there. Both will be cleared by that dash, but that's all Top's going to get out of their life. Black Potato easily taking down Vexinus, too. Damo coming around the side will at least find Lamp. But Relaxed Potato is locking this down. The rest of the rotates are here from the Scarlet Knights, and the spike has been dropped on site. Crown going to be pretty lucky if he even gets one out of this one, and he won't. That's a 5-1 lead now for UW Gold.
Beautifully played by the Scarlet Knights again. I mean, I'm looking at UW Gold and thinking about ways I can pop this, and most of them involve their ultimates. They've got a lot of ways of pushing these really, really funkily placed characters out of position, but when it comes to just trading people out on site, you need to be able to utilize your utility appropriately. They threw a lot of bodies at the problem, but they didn't throw too many abilities at it, and UW Gold, instead of staging their pushes, is pushing in, relying on raw gunpowder, and Scarlet Knights is laughing at them while they just walk through trap wires and cyber cages over and over again. It'll be a shift across the map this time, though. As now they've got the spike down and back. UW Gold slow things down. As much as they want to bash their head against this A site, Scarlet Knights have continued to take space on different sides of the map, looking for more and more positions to take advantage of. This time it'll be the A site. There was no show there. And you'll see, the Reyna will likely shift all the way over to the opposing side of the map because they know they've squeezed him over there. They've taken all the map control they could ever want. Cypher can rotate quickly. In fact, it'll be another retake for Scarlet. These guys are so comfortable with it. You know, you can go for value there, try and take one out on the way, but I mean, you haven't lost a retake yet, so I don't see too much reason to not go for this.
And look at Jonah and Relaxed Potato. They are clearing out inch by inch of this map and making it so that Scarlet Knights know for a fact nobody is coming from anywhere other than sight or C long. This take through the garage can now be very powerful. That recon dart is going to get destroyed. Damo, I don't believe gives away his position. No, still on a very strong spot on top of the box. Only going to be able to get one from there, though. Top of the Blade Storm out. Spots the Hunter's Fury, just trying to avoid it at the moment. Dashes out of it after that kill from the right click. There's not enough time for Cram to go for the defuse, unfortunately. Gonna try to stick it regardless, but undoubtedly gonna be swung on, and Crown will put him down. 2 now for UW Gold. Still a ways to go before they tie us up.
Yeah, I think that may have been a little bit of overconfidence from Scarlet Knights and their ability to retake these sites. There was plenty of time. They had so heavy of a rotation over towards C that, I mean, I don't think there is really too much reason for them not to stab in, try and find a couple frags, try and stop that spike before it even goes down. You already had 3 players locked and loaded on site, especially if the Cypher got there early. But instead, backing off, trying to play what's just comfortable for them with the rotation was maybe a little bit too heavy. And I think we'll see them be a little bit more proactive in stopping these pushes from here on. This time it'll be a Blade Storm. Out towards the headshot hit just barely. I believe that was the last blade as well from Jonah. That's not going to dissuade UW Gold, though, yet. They've got plans, and they're going to make them work.
No, you say that. They are not committing to A very heavily here. They are still very concerned as to where players of Scarlet Knights could be, and little do they know, out mid, once again, go Jonah and Relaxed Potato. This time backed up by the Omen as well. Oh, that knife will be heard, and that kind of gives Jonah's position away. He'll take a nasty tag through the wall, spots the hat of the Cypher. Can't quite get the headshot off that. Now the Owl Drone just to clear out mid, make sure that nobody's actually scaled that one. I don't believe it spotted the Omen due to a leer, actually, from Relaxed Potato. Good flank here from Jonah, but not enough knives to make it happen. Frenzy's all that Jonah's left with, and while he wants to creep out, wants to get a little spicy with it, he's not really going to find much of anything.
I mean, Jonah just doesn't stop pushing. Defender is put in quotation marks when this guy's playing on that side of the map. Oh no, the stance down. Oh, awful timing for Damo. And that A push, it will inevitably come in, but they're walking straight into a wall of gunfire.
That timing could not have been worse. He just wanted to smoke heaven for his buddies, but instead, they're getting torn to bits. Razi now has to go for this challenge back site. There's not enough time for him to plant the spike safely. He's going to try to go for it regardless. I believe the cyber cage was popped there, so at least get it down, but only that will go right for the for UW Gold in round number 8.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing I can hand over to UW Gold, it's the fact that they're maximizing the output of these rounds, even though they're losing them. They're taking a lot of the weapons away from Scarlet Knights. They're ensuring that they get their spike plants. They're getting a lot of frags along the way. You can see Lamp's the only one with any, noticeable bank backed up behind him. Yeah, there's probably a buy on the back of this regardless for the team, but this could have been way more out of hand, especially for a 6-2 scoreline. They got 5 rounds in a row. Most other teams would be, sitting at 7, 8, 9K a player, but because UW Gold have been doing such a good job of keeping them in check, they don't really have that same amount backing them. But you have to admit, at some point, you've got to start putting some periods on these rounds, some exclamation points, a little bit of something. And Vex will open one up. Shut down immediately up on top of the high ground. Justin's getting a little bit more value. 3v2 now. As UW Gold push in, they're going to lose one more. And that hurts for the remaining Cypher. He'll push out, try and find anything he can, but Relax Potato shuts it down. 7-2. Scarlet Knights continue to look fantastic here on Haven.
And I really want to call back to what you've been saying time and time again. The map control and information that Scarlet Knights get just off pushing. Like, you can see even in this clip, over on A long, Jonah knows, hey, there's no way that this is a fake toward B. There's no way this is going to be a pivot toward A. They just are so willing to send Jonah and Relax Potato out as a team or even individually. And they're not dying most of the time. They're not losing 1v1s or 1v2s. If they spot a fight they can't take, most of the time, they're just out of there, right? It's great stuff right now from the Scarlet Knights, and it's why they're one of the tournament favorites.
Yeah, I mean, you can just smell the confidence exuding from this team. They're willing to push anything. They find all the little cracks and holes in the back of your composition, in the back of your setup. And that's even crazier when you take into account the fact that UW Gold has played standards on a lot of these rounds. Now the Jet continues to push up mid. It'll be Jet v Jet. They walk through the smoke, be shut down. That'll at least be one kill. Onto Jonah. UW Gold pushing on A site with a man advantage for the first time in what feels like forever. Let's see if they can capitalize, Paul.
They'll at least be able to plant the spike. Paranoia kept the supporting members of Scarlet Knights out, but now it's not here for when the full retake comes through, and that Owl Drone is going to spot Rodzi over here in Graffiti. Actually, it doesn't. It doesn't spot him. He's still on the flank, and Damo with the crossfire 180 degrees is good. Rodzi does swing a little bit too far, though. Cram will trade 1-for-1, and now it's just down to Justin. Should have information that the Omen is in hell, but beyond that, it is fickle stuff right now for Justin. Doesn't have much to go on, and won't even be able to take down Damo. UW Gold, they put a third on the round, but they're going to need more to feel comfortable walking away from this half.
Yeah, I mean, Haven's one of those 50-50 maps where you're expecting 6-6 halves at the very least. And to put a period on all of this, to put the ending to the sentence, Jonah's got an operator, which I think is terrifying, right? We've seen him work with the Blade Storm. We've seen him work, I believe, a little bit with the operator not too long ago, but really making it count here would be catching UW Gold off guard by playing an angle that they haven't in a while. It's a shame that this isn't going out too long, but they might still catch a Cypher yet. He's just throwing down a trap wire. Now, this is the big question, right? Scarlet Knights got pushed onto C earlier, and they evacuated it, and they lost the round for it. Will Lamp hold his ground this time?
Lamp trying to hold his ground, but Toph's not going to let him. Caught by the Paranoia and just absolutely dumpstered. Now the Hunter's Fury is coming out. Wants to get some early information on this site, but nobody's here for the retake yet, and there's no frags coming out of this either. This is a difficult retake for the Scarlet Knights, but they know they're going to have to clear C long. Get Jonah a nice sight line on to the actual site there. Good Paranoia, but Justin's not able to make it work. Actually gets taken down despite the advantage in sight that he had. Black Potato trying to clear up now, not ready for the Sova, just hiding in Cubby. And Jonah has the op, can just look for exit frags, look to come on out of this. Will get Vex, but a defuse is pretty much out of the realm of possibility. A second one will elude him, and UW Gold now feeling much more comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, if you end up pulling out 5, you're pretty okay with that as a half. I gotta say, UW Gold's made the most out of whatever you want to call this half. For as uncertain as they may look, for as confident as Scarlet Knights may look, it hasn't been quite as down as we expect. I mean, you and I saw this yesterday in another grand finals match. It was just pure dominance from one side, fully in control of the game. But if you can eke out the rounds, regardless of your KDAs, if you can eke out those rounds, it doesn't matter how you get them, they still go up on the scoreboard. They still count. For UW Gold, putting a 5th out, even eking it out, is going to be extremely valuable to them. We're taking up a little bit of a tech pause, though, as Scarlet Knights, I think, are taking time to, A, allow their Jet to reconnect, and B, just get a breather in general, because I feel like they've lost a lot of the control that they had earlier, and that confidence is going to be waning as we head into the second half.
It certainly felt like UW Gold have had some good adjustments, right? Despite Scarlet Knights getting a lot of map control, despite Jonah and Relaxed Potato applying a lot of pressure, UW Gold, rather than fighting it head on, have sort of just bended like a river, right? When they come to the pass, they just are trying to push around these push around the aggression from Jonah and Relaxed Potato. They're trying to avoid it and funnel themselves to a part of the map where they know there won't be that many players. And when they get good utility like that Paranoia onto Lamp, it can work out for them. The problem is when that utility doesn't go so well. Good news for them, though. Pretty nice trade there on a Relaxed Potato. Takes a lot of damage. Heavy B lane. This is always risky, especially this early in the round. Is it really going to be that aggressive of a push? Yep, UW Gold just going for it. They'll catch Relaxed Potato, finish off that Reyna, but now Shock Darts are going to keep him from planting. Or not, actually. That second one doesn't quite hit the mark. Unfortunately, the retake's still pretty damn good. And yeah, the Hunter's Fury is out. It'll be able to stall this defuse for a moment, but now they know exactly where Crown is. It would be pretty difficult to win even one of those trades, much less 4. And that'll be an 8-4 half in favor of the Scarlet Knights.
Yeah, that's the risk of going B on rifles, re-rifles. I like the call for UW Gold, especially since they've been playing the entirety of the half purely based on their standard, then playing wherever Scarlet Knights ended up pushing them towards. There, they tried to take the steering wheel, and I'll tell you what, Scarlet Knights were a lot better with their grip strength. Let's see what happens on the attacking side, though, right? Scarlet Knights, clearly very controlling, very aggressive. UW Gold have been much more willing to do whatever Scarlet Knights tell them to, and then reactively playing based on that. On the defense side, I think there's a lot less space to do that. Yeah, you can play a retake-based game like the Scarlet Knights were doing on a lot of those rounds, but I don't think it's something that UW Gold are exactly going to be comfortable doing, especially against a team as star-studded, as stacked as the Scarlet Knights, who already are leaning pretty hard towards one side of the map, willing to play pretty heavy-handed game in their own right.
Oof, nasty tag there. Onto, I believe it was Jonah. Good shots from Damo, but complete silence. Just going to wait until any sort of noise is heard before throwing out that Paranoia. Doesn't want to use it early because that would be a huge waste, especially in a pistol round. Relaxed Potato all alone. There's the noise needed. What a flick from Vex, and then a dismiss to get out of danger. Damo just challenging down C long, making sure that Vex can come over here and give him another angle to worry about. Unfortunately, Vex overcommits and didn't have enough ammo to make that happen. Just 5 health on Lamp, but that's more than enough for him to be alive and plant the spike.
Yeah, Relaxed Potato as well is in a really interesting position. He's going to hear all these people cross. That's free damage. 1 headshot. Make it 2 for the Reyna. Going to gobble up those souls. Turn into a 1v3 now for the remaining defensive player. Sova, Crown's going to check Garage. He's only got a Frenzy, though. You can only effectively kill 1 to 2 people max at a time with this, especially with the range that's going to be shown out in C long. Finishing this round off is damn near impossible. Relaxed Potato caps it off with a 3rd as the score goes up to 9-4.
Relaxed Potato is 100% the player that makes that happen. Not only with this flank out mid that catches everyone, but also in that very last frag too. Knew once he threw the Leer, the only angle that the Sova could be challenging from, and was absolutely prepared. And I mean, look at this, right? I mean, what a beautiful flank, what a beautiful lurk. And it's risky to do that as Relaxed Potato, right? Because your team then doesn't have any flashes to get them on a site. But in a round like a pistol round, you can sort of afford to do that. You can just use your team's Paranoia if you have it, and take space with the dash from Jonah. Now, I mean, Jonah's once again going to be taking space here, but it's much easier to do so, especially in a round that's an anti-eco.
You can tell the difference between the confidence right now, especially just through the fact that UW Gold didn't force this one up the same way that Scarlet Knights did. Scarlet Knights knew they could win a force. It paid off big time. UW Gold have very little to work with here. Scarlet Knights know this. They're going to just push in for a really easy peasy beat take. Crown will take at least one of the weapons away, but it's not worth all that much. This might be able to land a shot here. Look pretty cool for the camera, but absolutely not. Says Relaxed Potato. 10-4. The weapon advantage now going to Scarlet Knights. They're going to get the bonus this next round as well, which is pretty key.
Yeah, huge bonus coming out from them. I mean, Relaxed Potato did so much in that first round, was able to get a Phantom on round 2, and now we'll just be able to use that in the bonus, and even if you lose this Phantom, Relaxed Potato's going to have enough money for another one. So, I mean, we say quote-unquote bonus, but honestly, if Scarlet Knights play this round properly, there's no reason they couldn't win this. They have the Empress available too. Empress Phantom is absurdly powerful. This is rough stuff right now for UW Gold. They're in a heavy round deficit. They really need to be making some sort of play to come back from this. And right now, it's more passive from them. There was a little bit of a challenge out A long there, but didn't want to overcommit Toph. Knew they could get swung from that cyber cage. And now just has to play back on site.
Are they ready for the swing? The Cypher's there. Oh, he lost complete control of the spray. The gentle push past here. Scarlet Knight's looking good right now for taking this side. His top is completely pinned down, but still gets two. Oh. Shut down eventually by Lamp, but it's a huge opening now for UW Gold to come back in. They'll go for the spray. They'll dismiss out. One more shot onto the Cypher. Shuts him down. Relaxed Potato has to clutch out again. It's 1v1. Only ammo on the Classic. Still trying to peek it against all better odds. Throw that Alir to make sure you can cross the angle. There's so little damage to get thrown out. Finally manages to reload this Phantom. The 100 HP and perfect aim. Relaxed Potato, though, is going to end Damo taking away the round.
Bro, what did I say about the Empress, dude? It's so absurdly good, and I mean, shout out to Toph. Sometimes you're good, sometimes you're lucky, sometimes you're both. Unfortunately, Rodzi not having the ability to really get either of those things done there. Missed the very critical spray. I think if he catches either the Reyna or the Omen there, I mean, this round goes entirely different. Especially if he got Relaxed Potato. Literally, that round doesn't happen because Relaxed Potato just fragged like a madman. Look at that. We're 15 rounds in. He's got 20 kills. And still plenty of money in the bank. Early recon dart. This is a pretty heavy lean towards C already. And with that Lear, you can't head straight on out. Damo is going to be able to spot the Jet, but unfortunately the dash takes Jonah far away from where that Judge was going to be able to do any damage. Toph still has a good amount of work. That can be done. Pulls out the Blade Storm at the wrong time, unfortunately. Ozzy able to get one with the Spectre, and suddenly this round is winnable. 1v1. Empress has been used. But the timing just not there for Vex. Unfortunate. And now map point, rather, for Scarlet Knight.
There's just so much clutch potential within this team. They know what it's like to be under this kind of pressure. They've played here before. They've been in these finals. They've been in these semifinals. And it goes to show there. 2 in a row, big rounds won by Scarlet Knights. And honestly, opportunities dropped for UW Gold, if we're being completely honest. They've had a lot of openings, a lot of chances, but haven't managed to capitalize on them yet. You know, if there is one thing that I'd love to highlight, it's the play of Jonah and Toph, who both very high up on their kill feeds, but they're not playing a Wardell-esque, right, fully supported Jet with an operator that's there to frag out. These guys are playing hard entry, dashing in, and managing to make something of it. It's going to be Jonah doing it this time.
Oh, I'm getting deja vu, Dor. Oh, I'm getting deja vu. Poor Damo with the Judge. That's 2 times in a row now on that same angle. Vex caught through the smoke. Absolutely no info for Justin, but excellent crosshair placement. Hunter's Fury not going to do anything except delay the plant momentarily. And while Rodzi will be able to pick up Relaxed Potato, still a difficult retake. Cypher and Asova now have to try and clear out C Long somehow. Smoke for Garage. There's a recon dart. Won't get much info, but now the Hunter's Fury's out. Have to be able to clutch this UW Gold if you don't want to lose map number 1. A little bit of damage onto his buddies there, but that's not enough to really hurt them too much. Oh, I don't believe the half was even stuck there, and Lamp from Garage. Complete flank. Scarlet Knights, a dominant showing on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, what a ridiculous game for Scarlet Knights. These guys are looking clean, clear, a well-oiled machine. The in-game leading has been perfect from them. The shot calling has been great. They've been reacting on a whim. They've been pushing confidence, taking map control. The shots have been perfect. I think there's a lot of really good individual stuff to point out so far from what we've seen out of UW, but it hasn't formed a cohesive team unit yet. A lot of the calls mid-late round, where we're going for sites, how we're rotating on the defensive side, haven't really been as cohesive as tonight. So that's where it feels like it really starts to split for these two teams.
I mean, Rutgers just feel like they are so disciplined, so practiced, so prepared for what they want to do. Even on their attack, as brief as it was, you could tell they came into every round with a plan. There weren't any rounds where they were like, I don't know what we want to do here, guys. I think maybe we just like look for a pick. No, they came into every single round and like, all right, we're going C. All right, we're going A. All right, here's what we're doing. Here's what the plan is. Here's everything we're going to use in this round and how we're going to take the post plan. Excellent work from the Scarlet Knights thus far. They'll take their own map pick of Haven. Let's take a look back at the highlights. Yeah, I mean, this was absurd. How many people get a 4K with a Bucky anywhere, much less in a place that, on paper, is actually pretty open?
Well, I mean, the cyber cages, the trap wires, everything was perfect for the Scarlet Knights. I think you can kind of eventually see here that UW Gold does have a fair few highlight plays throughout this
Certainly.
game, if not just fragging individually well, but it's the little differences for these teams that really make up the match. It's the in-game leading, the rotations, flicks like that from Vex, my lord. But Relaxed Potato being able to comfortably wrap behind the opposing side. Same thing with the Jets. I believe it was Jonah, who basically acted like the entire map was his oyster. Rodzi going for a big play there. Didn't end up with it. But just as easily, I mean, you see UW Gold individually, they've got a lot of pieces here. If they can bring those together in the next map over on Ascent, there's a lot of room to it. It's a great map to try and highlight that. Then I think they can find more success.
I think I would just like to see UW Gold take that next step, right? Do things like Rutgers where come out, have a plan, try and execute the plan, and then if the plan goes wrong, you can adjust from there rather than just starting every round a little bit timid, it seems. We are actually going to, I believe, throw out to a break here, and here's a video, too, highlighting the Scarlet Knights.
With the semester coming to a close, we'll take a look at some of the top teams of the CF1 fall tournaments. Here, we take a gander at the Rutgers Crimson Knights, one of the only teams to win multiple events this fall. Way back in October, Rutgers ran the table in one of the first tournaments in CF1. Getting to the finals for them seemed harder than the big dance itself.
3 left now for Scarlet as it's all up to Quixotic to get every single one of them, able to find one, but not the second. Relaxed Potato walks away with 3-4 kills on that round, I believe.
When they played the University of Washington, they walked away with it, winning Game 1 13-5 and Game 2 13-8. While players like Justin and Best seem like the hard carries, Relaxed Potato is the one responsible for one of the most electrifying plays of the season, pulling off this insane defuse with an entry Jason Statham would be proud of.
Try their best to break away, and that's Eric Appleson. Oh, the fortunate ones had 2 people line up directly behind the other, giving Eric Appleson access to that, but Relaxed Potato just shows up out of nowhere with the RKO, and now it's up to them to get Leland away, and they do? What? A triple kill for Relaxed Potato?
That is what we call the flying pile driver from Relaxed Potato there. Comes down with the elbow straight onto the throat of Eric Appleson. No right to win that round. None whatsoever.
Their strong showings would continue in a group tournament final versus Houston University. After being trounced in the final map, the Crimson Knights had to dig deep and claw their way back on Haven. After playing off the back of an 18-kill game from Justin, Rutgers took a 13-5 win to split and looked to close out the series.
I think that would be a very disciplined play. Unfortunately, instead, does not seem that they will go for that, and they won't even get a pick this round. Scarlet Knights, 6-2. You can tell why they were willing to play Split.
With Houston playing much more conservative, Split was a lot more even than the previous map. But it was Justin again who took control and helped secure championship point for Rutgers once more.
Getting all the way. You gotta swing now. If you could just leave wing, no. Can't survive long enough for the lockdown to come through. Scarlet Knights walk away with this by the skin of their teeth. Claim the prize money of $4,000 in scholarship and reclaim their title of the Conference 1 Valorant champions.
Can the Crimson Knights keep their momentum going, or will their emerging rivals UC Irvine halt them once more? Only time will tell.
It was a team effort.
enough,
I mean, everyone gives 20% right on the team. You can't win with a group of superstars. It's all about that team effort.
Haven was pretty quick as the Scarlet Knights from Rutgers University took it in a dominant fashion over UW Gold. Now we head to Ascent as it is a best of 3 here in our semifinals for the Conference 1 Valorant tournament.
Yeah, but I mean, Paul, it's just like hamburgers. The cornerstone to any good breakfast. We've got to start the day off with a solid match from Rutgers. They come up, they do it every time. But we warmed up UH Premier at least a little bit in this point, or UH Gold rather.
Did you say hamburgers?
I was just watching a bunch of. Yeah.
Did you say hamburgers are part of a balanced breakfast?
Past that. Scarlet Knights. They're looking solid, man. But UW Gold looks much more warmed up. Towards the end of that game, they felt a bit more confident, especially towards the end of the first half. I felt like they actually showed a lot more of what they had to offer on the attacking side. Defensively, I don't think they ever got their economy going, so I don't think it's fair to try and lean on that and say, oh, you know, they can't possibly hold up on the defensive side. Ascent is a totally different map. I think if they can get their economy rolling at all, taking away even a pistol round, it changes the entire scope of the game for UW Gold, especially considering that you just get a change of scenery as well. I think a reset is going to be huge for them.
Yeah, and speaking of that first half specifically, right, it definitely felt like UH Gold were able to adapt a bit to what Rutgers were pulling out on Rutgers defense, right? So, if anything, I'd just like to see that adaptation a little bit quicker from UH Gold, because it took them 7-8 rounds to finally figure out, hey, this is how we need to play to be able to take some attacks on some rounds on our attack. Excuse me. But, you know, at that point, you're down 8-4, you lose the pistol, suddenly you lose your first gun round too, and from there the game's over entirely, right? So, need to see that momentum a little bit earlier for UW Gold.
Yeah, building up. I mean, they got shut down immediately too during their first half up against Scarlet Knights on Haven. They won their pistol round, and then immediately Scarlet Knights forced. Again, the confidence from this team is huge, but they recognize the breaking points for these games, and they recognize when they can get in, whether it be with a Thrifty, whether it be with a Force Buy, whether it be something of the like. I feel like UW Gold hasn't recognized those opportunities. When you're down 4-10 in the second half, right? Just like they were. I think it was 4-9, actually, in the second half. You're going into the second round.
Yes.
It's like, okay, we can force here. We've lost pistol round, or we can play it safe and save. The score is 9-4. There's not room to play it safe. You've got to take that risk, and it's past a confidence thing. It's a strong decision-making thing that you should be forcing that a large majority of the time, just because it's one of the biggest opportunities for you to get your foot back in the door for the game. And I would love to see them take advantage of those more than anything, because we know they can frag it out. We know they can win those rounds. It's just whether or not they choose to.
Yeah, and that to me just speaks to like a preference for UW Gold. Maybe they don't like to force that second round. They prefer to just take a gun round and then take a subsequent actual gun round, not against the bonus round. We are heading on to Ascent here. I don't expect much to change up compositionally from Haven. I think both these teams probably just going to run what they did on Haven. It seemed to be comfortable for both these teams. And Ascent isn't a map where, you know, like a split or an icebox where I'd say, oh, you really want this pocket pick? No, it's pretty standard. Similar comps, at least, between the two maps are viable.
Yeah, the only thing that we might see is that I like Killjoy here a lot more than I like a Cypher, but both of these teams just want to run what they ran. I'm surprised to not see UW Gold mixing things up, trying to, you know, change something from last game, but maybe they change the mentality, maybe they change the game plan, and maybe they do make those riskier decisions. I agree with you, what you said earlier, right? There can be a playstyle difference of whether or not you go for those forced up rounds, those risky ones, but when it's 9-4, when you have to make a move somewhere, those are clearly the rounds you should be doing them on. And I'd love to see them take advantage of them here, or just pull ahead early, right? Capitalize on their wins, be able to stop Rutgers and recognize, okay, they're probably going to go for some crazy push through here on the defensive side. I want 3 people there to capitalize on it and shut it down before it ever gets out of hand. Because realistically, Jonah should not be getting nearly as much value as he is. But UW Gold haven't properly shut him down yet. And I think a gut check here and there for Scarlet Knights could be healthy, to say the least.
University of Waterloo Gold will be once again starting on the attack, as actually on the first map they picked to attack, and now Rutgers have decided they wanted to defend first here on Ascent. Early leaned, out B main, Recon Dart actually going to reveal the position of Pram, and that shouldn't be too difficult to pick up eventually. There it is. Rodzi will finish that one off, and now the site is completely free.
Spike planted.
Good try, Jonah.
You made an effort, Jonah. I'll give you that. There was effort made to avoid that. Unfortunately, not enough to actually get over that trap wire. But it's not like it matters. There wasn't anyone out in that area anyways. Everybody's huddled up on site here for UW Gold. Paranoia will go forward, does tag that Cypher in a very safe spot though, so not super easy to take advantage of, especially as players swing out of Boathouse. Easy cleanup there for the UW Gold, and they will walk away with yet another first pistol of the map.
All right, UW Gold, one job. Don't walk into a shorty or a Bucky 4K this time. That's all you have to do. I mean, the plan
Make it sound so easy.
Extremely simple right now.
He's got it too.
Lamp already got another one.
He's got the Bucky.
All right. Lamp aside, let's talk a little bit about what should be going through UW Gold's head this time. Is spotting out this force bias here. Once they recognize it, they can play a lot more careful. They know there's probably a shotgun and stingers on the other end of this. As long as they're careful of that, they'll be all right. Relax Potato pushing forward now, looking for something through the wall. This is the critical sheriff shot that would have given a pretty big advantage to Scarlet Knights away. They know there's a sheriff on the field, though, and of course these two are pushing it. They'll destroy the trap wire, take more and more ground away from this map. You know what's terrifying, Paul, is that forces them over towards Lamp.
It does force them toward Lamp and towards all the Cypher utility as well, right? So UW Gold can be very confident where they've set up. They should know that outside of A main, that they have pretty much the entire map controlled. It's going to be a run up Cubby Lamp at the ready. The first person to come through that smoke ain't going to have a very good time. Lamp backing up a little bit, wants the Leos to run their course. Justin not going to get much spray. That's a 2K. That's a collide. Don't give him the East. No, it's full again. It's full again out of the Bucky floor. Ow, the humanity.
Paul. I'm sorry.
I can't watch this. Don't give me a replay.
I can't. I'd love to watch this one after the game and break down all the little things that they did to make this Bucky get as much value as it did. Because it's not just Lamp sitting in a corner. But at the same time, it's just Lamp sitting in a corner. You can't be getting caught off guard by that. I don't know if I need to get into coaching or something, but quote, don't get caught by the Bucky 4K again seems to have been the right call, and they didn't listen to me, so I think that says it all. They walked in. They knew they were expecting a force buy there. They knew Lamp was probably using that Bucky again. It's a shame to see it go to waste. Now Scarlet Knights with a big advantage. UW Gold trying to stay alive in it, though.
An aggressive push here onto B, and they will be able to trade 2 for 1. Good start for them. As UW Gold, it seems like they've actually forced this themselves. Not content last time they lost to that Bucky 4K. They just lost out in a snowball from there. This time, they want to make things happen. They push the Bucky, risky, but it pays off as the Owl Drone tanks that shot and gives Toph an opening. Now it's just 2 for this retake. Jonah and Justin. Not a lot of information. We'll spot the Sova. Playing back in boat. Ooh, a lot of damage done too, but Recon Dart means that Justin just has to get the heck out of dodge. At this point, it seems like they're just playing for exits. There wouldn't be enough time, even if they push this, to actually defuse and flip this. We're going to go back and forth. The question is how costly will this be for UW Gold? They're just starting to leave now, and Justin and Jonah both at the ready. One will go down, and the rest are sprayed to hell. Justin will lose that gun he had, but now everybody in the game, their economy is reset.
Yeah, but that's a lot better for Scarlet Knights. They've got cash backing this one. UW Gold is going to continue to force here. I love it. This is the confidence that I wanted from them earlier, finding these rounds to capitalize on. Yes, you lost the second round to a Bucky 4K, but what they did last time is they rolled over. They played dead for a round. They saved. They got their weapons up for the rifle v rifle round 2 rounds later. This time, they put their foot down. They stood up for themselves. They got the stem spike down, and they defended it. I mean, they won a round that they shouldn't have. They reset the economy of Scarlet Knights as well. They turned that away from a bonus and more into not a full reset, but it put them on even terms, at least for a moment, until they pulled themselves even further ahead with Toph's Bladestorm. Now 3v5. UW Gold looking pretty good for the round.
Ooh, Toph with the updraft there. Very spicy. Unfortunately, Lamp is at the ready and good to trade for 3. Pulls out the classic, looking for more. Only 19 health to his name. The second he gets tagged, he is going down, and Vex will grab that one. Graham on this frisky lurk up mid. Get some damage onto the opposing Sova. Won't be able to eliminate him, though. Still going to have to walk into a 2 versus 1. Okay. Okay, that's twice now that enemy Sova Crown has just been able to sneak away. Oof. That's unlucky right there. Recon Dart actually revealing that nobody's on site. Graham has an idea that there might be one balcony. He's gonna go for the swing, gonna check it, but a little bit too early on that pre-angle. Vex gonna catch him. And now UW Gold have a decent lead.
Yeah, these two teams cannot pull away rounds without losing 4 to 5 members in them, though. Shout out to Lampu. Has done it again. This guy in solo playing angles, he can't get less than 4 to 3 kills. It is ridiculous value he's been getting. Rutgers is gonna call out a pause here for Scarlet Knights. Not sure if it's an AFK. Pretty sure it's just a technical pause. So
yeah. They just want to make sure that everybody is ready to play this round.
They could use it for planning as well, though. I think is equally as important right now. Lamb's got a Bucky in hand. You're trying to stay around that 1,800 cash mark. I think the loss bonus may be a little bit higher than that. Maybe drop to 1,700, be able to full buy next round. But either way, I think they've been caught off guard a lot by UW Gold. It's very different from what they were doing on Haven. I mean, you can throw your mind back to what they were doing standards pretty much every single round, playing wherever Scarlet Knights pushed them into playing. This time it's largely been the UW Gold show driving the truck. That push through mid was commanding. Their push on to B have been nothing but dominant. I want to keep seeing this kind of play from them because when Scarlet Knights are on the back foot, when they're not in charge of the game, they feel a lot less comfortable, Paul.
And UW Gold have already made those early adjustments that we were kind of leading towards between games 1 and 2. You could see that they were really prepared for the Scarlet Knights to actually push mid in that previous round. And they were prepared for that B main push a couple rounds ago as well. So good reads thus far from UW Gold. You're going to slow it down a little bit here, but ready to blitz onto A they are. Got to check your flank, though. There's actually no trap wires set up. No knowledge of the map for UW Gold right now. They're saving all their utility to actually get onto the site. Recon Dart is immediately destroyed, won't give much information, but Relaxed Potato has been blinded not once but twice. Taken down 2, a reload for Justin means he's only going to be good for that one. Lamp going to have to back up here, revealed by the Neural Theft as well. Plant going down now for Damo and Lamp. While he can challenge that angle, it's difficult to do without a headshot. Good shot dart from Cram at least. Vex challenging one, getting him through the smoke as well. Lamp will go down, and even though that jet is working their way onto the site from an alternate angle, this is a very difficult retake for the Scarlet Knights. Jonah doesn't have much of a chance to actually get in here, and while Cram will take Vex down with a headshot, UW Gold will still claim the round.
Yeah, and you can see exactly why this was UW Gold's map pick, right? They've got really, really solid executes planned, and wow, what a scene. Yeah. This is... I feel like I've walked in on something personal. This feels a little too romantic for me to be around.
Leave them alone. It's their date night, okay?
Can we get the cameraman to give them a little privacy? I think they deserve it.
Yeah.
Okay, the scoreboard covering it up, I guess that counts. Either way, UW Gold have so many more... I've got no clue what's going on in this scene. UW Gold have so many more setups, though, for executes, whether that's on other sites or not. Now walking into the one-way angle might not be the wisest thing for them to do. But you know what? I respect the cojones to go for it. Relaxed Potato is going to be happy to clean up a 3K, though. Looking to make it 4 now around the corner. Easily will. See the first ace of the day maybe for Relaxed Potato. Monty's sitting around in the middle of the map, removing tracking darts from himself. It's only one to go for the Reyna.
Cage triggered.
I mean, Razi's so screwed. Justin, come on.
That's the second stolen one we've seen today.
Honestly, absolutely shameful display. But can we just shout out the fact that that was literally just Relaxed Potato for those 4 kills? I mean, the dude straight up just walked up.
Are you not going to count Justin's one-way smoke?
Took 4 1v1s. I mean, to be fair, I'm not sure that one-way smoke should have gotten value. For some reason, Vex and Toph just decided to try and take trades through it.
They're like, what are they, ostriches? You can't see them unless they see you. It's like sticking your head in the ground. Except it's going into a smoke. Either way, they've got no plans of doing that this round. Smokes are out on A. They're going for the same execute. They do have money, I believe, put up some decent weapons. It's about whether or not they can finish him off, because Lamp is live and waiting on site. Forced back, though, by the recon bolt. 4-2. Scores up ahead, but the entirety of Scarlet Knights is here now.
Spike planted.
Won't be able to stop the spike plant. 5v5, but very much a firepower advantage for the Scarlet Knights. They're taking methodical control of Tree Room, too, so they're going to have a good execute onto this site. That Paranoia does pretty much whiff there. So not easy for the Scarlet Knights to get onto site, but they just have to whittle away the members of UW Gold one by one. They will outgun them. And while Toph is able to catch 2, actually, Spicy there with the Frenzy, can challenge for more as well. As soon as you come out the smoke, I mean, Empress Reina, we've seen it before. We'll see it again, probably. It's pretty dang good, whether it's a Phantom or the Vandal in hand. Scarlet Knights get away from that round with a win. They nearly tie us up, but they only take 2 guns out of that round.
That's fine for them, though. UW Gold, that was a relative save round. That was Stingers and a Frenzy. It's very not often that you see somebody get 2 kills with body shots with a Frenzy. It was great ammo, just consumption, I'll say. Management from Toph at the very least. But it is Scarlet Knights, definitely right. Carrying
Good job shooting your gun.
Ammo management. Yeah. Ammo management. Coming out of that round, though, Scarlet Knights, like you said, held on to 2. Notably, one of those will be the Operator. And I think that's pretty scary to get into their Jets' hands. Keep an eye on where the defenders want to set this one up, because they're taking some aggressive angles in mid with it. Jonah's feeling confident now. Does it rotate over to this B side in time? The second they get an inkling of an idea, you can almost be certain that it would be coming out marking. It's not something UW Gold want to be walking into.
If they don't sniff this out before losing too many players, it's going to be a bloodbath in favor of the Scarlet Knights.
They've rotated the wrong way.
Very favorable for them, yeah. They have moved their jet off, but they still have a pretty heavy presence towards this B site. Unfortunately, Cram not going to be able to do much. Caught by that Paranoia and forced to just hold their ground. In a good position, though, to trade for 2. Still Reyna on site as well. Unfortunately, Relax Potato not going to be able to make as much value come out of that round. 3 versus 3 for this retake, and already the Scarlet Knights here to play.
3 for the post play. The confidence of Toph right now to push up into the smoke. Nearly getting sprayed down, 33 HP. But if we know anything about these Jets, we know they're willing to push further. Oh my god, getting a haircut on the way out. The timer ticking down. Lamps now around the side. Plenty of utility to continue to evade the likeness of these defensive players for Scarlet Knight. But it's a little time. We'll find the first, but there's more to go.
Excellent work from the Scarlet Knights. I want to shout out a micro play they actually used. So they spotted the Sova because of that shock dart coming out, who was back in the backside room there. And what they did was Justin used the From the Shadows to go into that room and force Crown to clear the From the Shadows. Don't want to be giving the Omen intel. Don't want to be letting the Omen potentially stick it and flank you very close range. But when Crown isn't able to challenge anything other than the From the Shadows, that's when Lamp swings onto Rodzi. Can take that 1v1, has the better intel, has the better timing. Excellent little micro play there from the Scarlet Knights to tie him up.
Yeah, I mean, this is the level of skill that we're working with this team. Jonas, again, they've got an Operator. You got to be careful in these close angles. They're going to walk square into it. Oh my god, the shot! There it is! He lined it up perfectly. Fires just after. Now on the other side of the map, they got to be more careful. There's more bullets coming their way. Crown holding this ground, though. And this is great for UW Gold. Even if you don't get value, you're still going to get shot in the back of the head here. Black Potato gets more. But he did at least shut down for a moment the push of Scarlet Knights and maintained their map control, if nothing else.
I like the little tease there from Relax Potato at the end. Came back to on the angle, not to challenge the gunfight, but just to dismiss away. Go, haha, you can't shoot me. Goodbye. Oh, fun stuff from Scarlet Knights, and they are a player up as well. So much info out of that recon dart. They know nobody's in B main. They can have those 2 players, Relax Potato and Jonah, play up in mid for a while at least. Have to be careful on how long they actually commit to this, though. If they stick here too long, there's a very real chance that Cram can get overrun on the site. Should know now that it's coming toward B. Here comes the rotate back from the op, and Jonah's good for Toph. Strong start already. I mean, only 30 seconds remaining now. Vex all alone, no Empress in hand, only 1 Leer to his name. He's just going to into the op. Ooh! Feels the wind on that op shot there. The timing could not have been more favorable. Unfortunately, Vex wasn't able to hit that one. Is going to use the dismiss. Gets out into the open, takes a nasty tag through the wall, and has too much to worry about from that angle. A good attempt from Vex, but not enough to take the round.
No, not nearly. And that was a very different execute from what we're used to seeing out of UW Gold so far on Ascent. That was definitively the slowest one that we've seen all day. And instead of the Leers coming out and the Jet dashing through, they tried to push directly onto site to avoid confronting the operator, but at the end of the day, that just made them worse at confronting the operator, get sprayed down by 2 angles. And I mean, fantastic stuff by Scarlet Knights, but UW Gold have not managed to figure out how to play around this operator quite yet, especially when it's effectively bisecting the map in 2, and a lot of these rounds being able to play both B and the middle. I think the change up here is start playing around this A side of the map, drawing out the Jet or the Omen rotation, and then you can look at either pressuring out mid or B, but as it is, taking mid control and then trying to take through B solely through Garage is just not working for him.
We do have a technical pause now for University of Waterloo. They want to make sure that everything is sorted. Seems like Vex might have a technical issue, being the one still in spawn. And you definitely want that Reyna to be fragging out, rather than, you know, sitting all alone in spawn, AFK. Does seem like Vex is moving around now. Hopefully that pause is sorted out soon, so we're going to head back into the game sooner rather than later. It's been a better start to this map, at least, Dor, than it was on Haven. But now UW Gold in a deficit. How do they come back from here is what you got to start considering.
Yeah, I think this is one of the things that Agent Select really determines is how many press button win round options do you have? And I really don't think there are any of those for either of these sides, especially, I mean, considering a mirror match. They've got to get that spike down before they could ever use the Hunter's Fury, and Hunter's Fury isn't even particularly useful in the post plants on this map, right? The best place you can play is maybe Wine, and B, there's not too many places to use it unless you're completely ungrouped with your team for the first half of the round. This is where something like a Killjoy would be played instead of the Cypher. Killjoy offers excellent execute options on both sides of the map, but neither of these teams running it means that UW Gold, when they have less economy, there's only one way to fight back out of it, and that's to frag. They're leaning towards the A site, but so are Scarlet Knights for 3 players sitting around here. Instantly rotating 5 back. The Jet's even pulling away from mid here. It's the whole cavalry arrived for Scarlet Knights. Can they make this retake happen?
Door has not been closed yet. Okay, I guess that works. Just fire on the same blind angle through the wall, Vex, and you will get at least one. Black Potato going out for info, but is going to get pushed. Knives do whiff, but Toph is still going to be good for that with a stinger. Justin now trying to push onto the site, but he'll leave Cram all alone. Suddenly, UW Gold have flipped this on its head, and Toph picking up the Vandal, able to swing around for the Thrifty.
I told you, man, there's only one way in. That's fragging out. And with a Thrifty, they do exactly that. Shots hit, opening up the round. Vex, the one through the wall onto the Cypher, was just so key there. They weren't able to refrag off of any of the utility for that. And therefore, it's UW Gold putting the score back even 5-5, swinging the economy in their favor as well, which is not as large considering that it's heading towards the end of the half. Jonah, of course, still does manage to get an operator in their hands, but it at least allows them to buy, maybe even challenge that operator this round. Doesn't feel like they want to, but you can feel the confidence after a round like that, after so confidently pushing onto A, giving Scarlet Knights the gut check that, hey, this side of the map is open too. Now they're going to lean back towards B. The journal will be thrown out Garage here by the Sova. Give them a little bit of information, but it's not exactly the stuff they were looking for. Again, the task here for UW Gold, if they ever want to approach this B site, is get this Jet off of the angle. Whether that's by a dark cover on market or whether that's through some other means is yet to be determined.
And they have to execute fast. Last time, it took them just a little bit too long to clear Cram off of that balcony, and they got caught. Jonah's at the ready. Just waiting for the timing, waiting for the info. Can't quite hit that quick scope, but hardly even needs to. Rozzy is coming around and will be able to clear out Cram, but still a very favorable position for the Scarlet Knights. Neural Theft will force Scarlet Knights to fall off momentarily, long enough for that spike to get planted, but there's not much control for UW Gold right now. They're stuck pretty much completely on site. The Omen's position is revealed. Oh, almost got caught looking at the wrong angle there, but actually, suddenly the Scarlet Knights have been completely blown to pieces. Now it's all Relaxed Potato alone. Does have the Empress. Could look for it. Could look for the clutch. It's a 1v2 and he gets the first. Now is going to pop the Empress. Now feels confident. Wants to use that Dismiss to get information. Is confident that nobody is actually on the site. Goes for the bait. Thinks that there's actually one coming out of the smoke, but Damo just held his ground and peeked at the perfect time.
Beautifully done there by UW Gold, right in the middle of the mount I was about to mention. I'd love to see this Hunter Spear used early. And they popped it before you ever get on top of the spike. Because like I mentioned earlier, I mean, when you're trying to hit the spike, if you're trying to use it for post-plant to deny any sort of defuse, there's nowhere realistically to use it unless you're sitting on the other side of the map. You're in Boathouse, you gotta pop it before people push the site, and that was the most value they could have possibly asked for it. One frag, and I believe a tag in the midst of all that is hugely important to them winning at the end of that round, sending it to a 1v1. In fact, coming away from the half, possibly even ahead, forward with an operator. Jonah shoved himself in a corner. They'll finish him off. Not before he gets one, though, as the market fails to be smoked off. Top is going to clean up 3 on the way in. UW Gold looking good for a 7.
I mean, Kram is stuck here. There's no universe in which you swing this angle, at least before your buddy's here. And yeah, I mean, Lamp's there now. They do have to consider that somebody might be holding close. Toff, not going to be good for that first one, but gets the info that both players should be up in market. That neural theft will allow the Scarlet Knights to at least get toward the site, but still a long way to go. You need nothing short of headshots right now. Okay, I'm switching off Phantom. Forget what I just said. You can work with body shots now if you need to. Still would be difficult to do so. Catches this over with the bow out, but Crown pulls his gun back out this time around and shuts them both down. 7-5, a good start for UW Gold.
Yeah, it's a great half for them. I'm really curious about their defensive setup, if I'm being honest. During the Haven match, we saw them slowly build up confidence on the attacking rounds, learn how to play up against Scarlet Knights, and then when you take it to their map pick of Ascent, they look so much better with their set executes. It felt like Scarlet Knights had a hard time figuring out how to stop those executes. They were able to come in for the retake a lot of those times, specifically 5. But at the end of the day, unless you can figure out how to stop those executes, you're going to be in a bad place. UW Gold, though, arguably the weaker side for them in the last match, was playing on this defense. It was a difficulty to rotate in time. It was a difficult to play the retake to the same ability that Scarlet Knights did. Here on their map pick, though, they've got a full standard setup here. Jet playing over in mid, Omen with him in market. Just trying to hold things down. It's a lot of weight on specifically Vex and the Cypher to lock things down here.
Vex counting his lucky stars. He's able to get out of that one, only taking about 26 health worth of a tag. Just going to give the site over. Wait for the 5v5 retake. Already tree controlled. They spot the Cypher out mid, but Lamp is actually pretty far. Oh, do they not spot him? I don't know if they do spot him. They might have heard him jumping up there, but it actually doesn't seem like they do. I don't think they know Lamp's here at all. So as soon as they go for this retake onto the site, Lamp's going to be able to swing on out behind him. Maybe a little bit late there, but ultimately it's still working relatively well. Now he's onto the site, but it was too little too late. Or no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. I was reading the kill feed wrong. I was thinking the last round. It was an excellent lurk.
Yeah, that was about the last possible chance for Lamp to actually come away like he did and find those impact frags. It was 3v2 at the end of the round, but it was a dangerous one had Lamp not arrived at exactly that point in time. Another question's offered up, though. Does UW Gold force this round? And their buy says they absolutely do. Scarlet Knights should be buying up in their own right. I think there's only one question we can ask during a second round, Paul. Does Lamp have a bookie?
Look, it's a defensive thing. I don't know if he's gonna attack with the Bucky here. And
are you doubting
no, he's not.
Lamp's Bucky? Because I feel like you wouldn't like meeting the wrong end of it.
I'm doubting the ability for Lamp's Bucky to walk onto a site and still get the same kind of value because it's a Bucky door.
I actually think
Still a good
UW
start here
backed
for the
off of
Scarlet
this force by a little bit. They ended up with shorties here on this angle in Classic. Thompson maybe not as high as it once was, but I think they'll pick up one. And this is a cleanup round for Scarlet Knights. It's about coming away with as many as you can. There's a good bit of damage being thrown down. Vex spray in for one. Not able to find anything more than that, but the spike goes down inevitably with Scarlet Knights on site.
Spike planted.
Crown, unfortunately, not prepared for Jonah to be right in tree. That'll be a tied game. Now gonna be guns for UW Gold. They can't afford to give this one away. They have to take this round or else we're looking at a similar situation to how Haven went. They lost pistol, lost their first gun, and then lost the series from there.
Yeah, it's their turn to take a little bit more control, though. This is another Pretty curious buy from them. Yeah, you end up saving for the second round, but this is not a full commit. They're going for what I like to call the more
scoreboard
threats
colors
approach.
are wrong. Scoreboard colors were wrong there.
Oh, wait, great. It's good to know we're still playing Valorant.
Spectator esports ready, by the way. All right, let's see how this take goes. Not a good start for UW Gold. They've lost one. Top will at least trade it out. Neither Reyna going to be available here for the remainder of this round. A lot of damage tagged onto UW Gold, though. So difficult now for them to actually retake. Jonah's not going to be able to dash in. Had to use that dash out instead. Some spray into hell to try and remove some pesky members, but not much control for UW Gold. They're going to clear that recon dart before any info is really gained. But their own recon not getting much intel itself. Buying a lot of time, waiting for that Omen to try to go through tree, but they've got a lot to contend with here. Radzi goes out and is immediately the martyr. Toph not going to do so hot either with no health. Damo at least able to trade for one, get out onto the site. Got to clear Helen. Crown is able to do so. Running out of time. Now Crown all alone. Not prepared, presumably, for the Cypher on his right. Lamp will shut him down. And the Scarlet Knights will claim a lead.
And that cost Scarlet Knights next to nothing, right? Those are weapons they picked up. That was a bonus round for them. Their cash, their economy, going to be booming for the next little bit. UW Gold has got to find a foothold in here. Another thrifty round similar to that they got whenever it was tied up 5-5 in the previous half. That was a real critical round for them to swing, and another one's coming up here. It's win this one or win the next to keep yourself in it. Otherwise, you're heading into double-digit round territory for Scarlet Knights, heading towards the end of the game with the economy out of control, and that's not a position you're comfortable in. You push up here. Toph, fortunately, able to get out with their life, but it may not be for long.
Early dash in, and still will trade one by Jonah. Crown just not ready for that jet on the left. Damo won't do so hot, neither will Toph. Jonah is just tearing them down piece by piece right now. Even comes back out to wait for the recontesting members. Only 2 for UW Gold. They don't have real guns, so you might as well go for this. See what damage you can do to the Scarlet Knights. Shock Dart not going to hit there. Lamp. What a dirty flank, man. This guy, time and time again, especially here on Ascent. I mean, Vex is just done for. There's no way he expects the Cypher to be out mid.
Vex did get 2, but the economic damage is mitigated by the fact that they have the entirety of the U.S. and Rutgers economy behind them working for them. I'm curious to see exactly how much UW Gold have in the bank right now, because I believe it should be, just a comfortable full buy for them. Comfortable isn't really the exact term we should be using right now with what Scarlet Knights are doing, but it feels like they're running away at the game the same way they did in the second half of the last one. I'm yet to see UW Gold shift up their defense in response to what's been thrown at them. For the Scarlet Knights, they've been pulling out some pretty quick executes, but it's been nothing as succinct or powerful as UW Gold. There's holes to take advantage of here. But again, it's the same situation where UW Gold just refuses to use their utility to stop these pushes from coming in. And they're paying the price for it, Paul.
Empress already used by the Scarlet Knights. So deep. Ooh! Alright. Normally we'd call that a spray transfer. That was just holding the trigger and letting the enemy team walk into it from Vex. Regardless, it's still 2 for free there. Now is repositioned to heaven. Unfortunately, Cram is prepared for that at least. Do you expect Toph to still be in tree, though, now that you've cleared out that Reyna from sight? They're not going to risk it. They're going to play it safe. Use that Cyber Cage to get themselves to the door. Unfortunately, that door is not going to be looking so hot. Tracking Dart reveals that the Cypher's on site. Paranoia not going to hit him, though. Lamp at the ready to trade for at least one, but it's only one that he will get. Cram now all alone out A main. Doesn't have the spike with him. And a good round for UW Gold.
Yep, finally get themselves back on their feet. They kept 3 alive. It's that magical number that you and I talk about all the time, Paul. Holding on a 3 is huge here. But this push from Vex is, bigger than anything they could have hoped for. 2 kills onto the top 2 fraggers as well for the Scarlet Knights. Yeah. Gonna put any round to rest. Now, what do UW Gold want to do to capitalize here? Again, I believe Scarlet Knights should have a full buy on the back of this. Jonah, yep, of course, manages to get another operator in hand. On the attacking side, you could look to play that up towards Cat. I don't think the operator gets that much value here for Scarlet Knights because UW Gold haven't actually challenged any of these angles yet. They're playing extremely passive. Wow, that's a high value recon dart. 3 members spotted out towards mid. They'll rotate the Cypher over here as well. They got to be careful that none of his utility gets deactivated while they're busy.
Bro, I got to steal that Silver Dart for my ranked games. That one's pretty dope, honestly. He's able to creep deep into B main, too. Is going to get cleared out by that Owl drone, but has a supporting Omen here. Lear, just to get away from Scarlet Knights. They're not actually pushing this. They don't have enough intel, and they want for their players in market to roam around and pinch this. UW Gold have sniffed that out, though. They know they have no mid control, and they are going to move off. But Crown trying to hold his ground. Will trade for one. That door will get taken down. But here come the players from A, from UW Gold. Rodzi a little bit late on that. Ooh, caught in the smoke too. Barely able to stay alive. Damo alone on site and pinched from 2 angles. Not going to be able to make it happen. Neural Theft is available for Rodzi, so they'll at least be able to see where everyone's at. And they have the spike, actually. It's actually back by Defender, that Defender connector, that open doorway there. Recon Dart is going to have to be used here to clear that out. But Vex is waiting to swing from market. This is very difficult for the Scarlet Knights if they time this wrong. Vex has to be pretty careful too. If they actually go to clear market, and they'll be able to take him down with that Lear out. But no, that won't be the case. They'll pick up the spike and head back to site.
Spike planted.
I like holding on to that Lear, though. I mean, that was the only tool they had to get back onto this site. And now they're going to use it again. There is a Hunter's Fury. Shouldn't come into fruition here. But that Lear absolutely will.
They're already out. Gives intel, but unfortunately the timing of the swing is rough for UW Gold. 10 health to his name. Rodzi needs 2 headshots. Nothing else will suffice. Has an idea where the Reyna is, but the Sova could be anywhere. Spots the noggin of him, though. Now just has to contend with Relaxed Potato. Has to get the timing. Has to be perfect. The classic! The classic of all things. Knew the Cypher was ever so low. And able to ride that pistol to victory.
Yeah, that was actually a crazy quick call out on his health. All right, like the second the Cypher went down, he recognized how much damage he did to him. Recognized that it was within classic range as well. It makes this headshot, like you said, you have to hit the headshot. It makes that second headshot so much more difficult. When there's someone jumping and right-clicking at you, somebody please nerf that shooting ability. 10-8 though, Scarlet Knights now up and ahead. And that economy that UW Gold had just built up over 2 rounds is significantly legged here. They're going to go for a half buy at the very least, making sure they've got money to make sure it doesn't go all the way up to match point. But their opportunities to try and bring this one back are waning as Scarlet Knights try and set themselves up out of B.
Once again, Crown caught by Jonah there on that dash. Excellent work from the Jet. So much space created, and Vex swinging out. Not going to go too well for him. Too many people to contend with on that one. Rozzi's at least able to take down Jonah, but that was just the stinger in hand, so not much of a win for UW Gold, all things considered. 2 now versus 4 for UW Gold on this retake. Unlikely that they walk away from this. Justin ready. Easy to take down Toph there. Lamp with the camera. I think actually it was an odd. I think that was just a visual bug, actually. And they know where Rodzi is, too. Stinger nearly gets him 1, but that'll be an 11th round for Scarlet Knights.
There's a really big set of impact frags I want to highlight here from the past few times that they've ended up going B. And a lot of those have come from one man only. It's Jonah. Bottom of the scoreboard, 14 and 14. That's nothing to scoff at in its own right. But every single time he has dashed onto that site and met either Rodzi or Crown in Boathouse, he has gotten the frag. And that is just such an important one to get, right? It de-seats the entirety of the defense from this B site. Maybe there's someone waiting in the back of site, but it's not like they can realistically make an aggressive move towards you. And playing right on the lever house really cuts the push in half. So the fact that Jonah's managed to do that in disadvantaged fights with disadvantaged weapons as well is just ridiculous. Now, outside of A, though, they've already just got a ton of control. Jonah dashing on. UW won't let them have it, but only for the moment. And they're using all the utility to try and stop this plant from going down.
UW Gold know at this point, if they lose another gun round, the game's basically over and the match will go with it. Hunter's Fury to delay that spike plant, but it only delayed it. Didn't get much intel, didn't get any frags. Vex out onto the site, catches one, dismisses away. But unfortunately for Vex, the swing doesn't work too well. I believe it was Lamp on the flank yet again there, making the difference. Vex will go down. Match point now for Scarlet Knights, and not much to work with for UW Gold.
I'm convinced Lamp just lives in the enemy backline at this point. It's Sky. If you are retaking a site, there is about a 70 to 80% chance that he is just behind you. Just look behind you. Even if you haven't heard footsteps, even if you don't think anything's there, you're like, do we see the Cypher on site? If the answer is no, check your back. Check your stakes right then and there, because he's going to be coming. Fantastic stuff from this Cypher. He's capitalizing on a lot of these plants. He hasn't been too integral in the executions themselves, But in the post-plant scenarios, he has been beyond invaluable for Scarlet Knights. And like you said, UW Gold has very little economy to work with here. Vex does manage to get a Vandal in hand, which with light armor, even so, is going to be key. Vex has been, I would say, the highlight for this team so far, fragging-wise. But you have to make this investment count.
Vex completely alone here. Now team has come to support. Oh, nearly catches the timing, but doubts just a little bit. Only good for the one. Still one is enough for the moment. That spike is spotted, but Rodzi really can't contest that, even with Toph to back him up. Jonah's deep up mid too. Our two players here. Owl Jones gonna go forward and spot Jonah. Just gonna smoke away and try to get out of dodge. Don't want to contend that. Don't know how the swing would happen. Spike has been recovered though for the Scarlet Knights.
There's a flank here. Toph is wrapped all the way around. How many can you get on this angle? Is the timing even there? Scott's down one. Justin's gone. The push is obvious now. It's all about holding it.
That judge should have been heard too. Crown not quite able to get the spray, but does more than enough damage to where Toph can clean it up. UW Gold not out of this yet. Still fighting for every round they can.
Yeah, this defense continues to be rough. They've only picked up 2 out of these rounds, which, I mean, not even one after another. They've been piecemeal, to say the least, but they've kept themselves alive, Paul. And now they've got an Empress to work with. And Empress on Vex is really, really big here. 15-19, I don't think says enough. It's usually multi-frags whenever Vex is popping off. And I can't think of anything better to help than that one ultimate. It'll be Scarlet Knights now, trying to seal the game out. Choosing A to do it, but there's 3 members stacked up around here. With UW Gold now having access to big boy guns, this might be a lot more difficult than they were expecting. It all depends on whether or not this Jet gets the frag on the way in with that first dash.
Already the Empress used, but Vex isn't going to be able to get much out of it. Great leer. Good dash from Jonah. Contends with that too strong. Bladestorm pulled out, but not able to find him through the smoke. Rodzi eventually doubling back for that kill, and Neural Theft now to reveal the position of the Scarlet Knights. Most of them are going to be out A main. Only one, Relaxed Potato, contending for the site. Going to be stuck in hell. Uses that leer early, though. That's not going to really stop UW Gold. Paranoia going to keep them at bay. Momentarily, Relaxed Potato ready for that swing and uses the dismiss to just waste the time of Rodzi. Rodzi able to get that one, sure, but now you're running low on time, UW Gold. You're running low on members. It's just one. Damo all alone has 3 players to clear out of A main and not nearly enough time to do it. He's good for 2. Has no idea what the Sova is, and that's the Hunter's Fury available as well. Not going to have the time, not going to have the resources, not going to be able to put down Cram. That will be the Scarlet Knights taking ascent in the series 2-0.
I was looking a lot worse for him after that first half than I think either of us were expecting, Paul. And with that, I mean, it just shows how much more powerful UW Gold were on the attacking side of the map. On the defensive side, they couldn't find the comps, they couldn't find the pushes, right? To really take away control of the game the same way they would at least gut check Scarlet Knights on the attacking side. Vex had a couple highlight rounds where, you know, maybe they push out a garage, maybe they push a little something, but nothing that really counted. Now here we go, Paul. Let's talk a little bit about this round. I said I wanted to go through it earlier, and just the little things that this team does. But the confidence of this team within Lamp alone to throw up their Omen purely as bait for this Bucky is ridiculous. They throw down the Omen, they're willing to lose his life for it, and they capitalize on it big time. I think that goes to show not only the trust, the planning, the quick decision making, but overall, the just raw ability of Scarlet Knights in one play.
I love Lamp. What a player, what a fragger, what a gamer for Scarlet Knights.
And I mean, about inanimate objects must be pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. Well, honestly, you're not wrong there. And I mean, just look at it, man. I mean, Cypher's top fragging is not what you expect from a team, right? But you're always happy to see it, especially if you're on that team. You are more than content with it. Got to give shout outs where it's due to UW Gold. I think considering how good of an opponent they were up against, right? Our 2 times winners here at Conference 1. They played Ascent especially well.
Yeah, and there's more to come up on the horizon. We've got Western U versus OSU Valorant. Remember, OSU, victors of the second tournament here, could be taking on their successor Scarlet Knight in the grand final in a bit. But I want to hear what you have to say, Paul. We've seen Western U, we've seen OSU Valorant come up extremely quick. Western U, much more unexpected. The 6th seed coming into this. OSU, I think people knew they were going to do well. Maybe not this well, though. Do you think you can call that match? What's your thoughts there?
Oh, I can't call it. That's going to be a spicy one. That's the only thing I know for sure. I believe we might have an interview, but before we get to that or our other semifinal, we're going to have to go to a quick break, but make sure you don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We just saw the Scarlet Knights from Rutgers University take a pretty solid 2-0 win in our first semifinal of the day up against the University of Waterloo Gold. And now we get to come back. We get to have an interview with one of their players, a Jet, specifically Jonah, aka Best Student GG, joining us here. And they got good dog. Okay, first question. What is the dog's name?
He's chilling. I'm gonna put him down now. He played map 2. He played map 2. So.
that would explain the first half. So I've got a couple questions for you specifically, right? We watched your team communicate extremely well. You played really well. There's a reason clearly why you've won these, but you individually were an extremely hard entry fragger on numerous of those pushes, right? Pushing in, winning those first duels, whether it be with stingers, whether it be with rifles. You're taking duels against people on these angles that they're playing relatively consistently. What would you say most enables you to do that? Was it something your teammates were doing in particular? Was it well-placed leers? Or was it just well-timed dashes on the executes?
Well, it's like 100% effort from all of my teammates. And like, we have a team, not individual players. So, 20% from every single person makes it so that we win. I can't go in without the chalk dart lineups that Mark has for the volleys. I can't go in without his recon dart. I can't go in without Justin smoking. I can't go in without the rain of flash. I know for a fact, even if the entry fails, I probably will get traded. And if the second entry fails, then we'll probably have Lamp lurking through mid or through A or B, whichever site we're not hitting. Or he'll even be behind us trading us again too to add some extra firepower. So it's almost like just believing in your teammates that they are doing their jobs. So even if I die, I just die. It's a video game, right?
It was impressive. It's just ridiculous that, like, I think on your entries, I know you say, if my entry fails, it's not the end of the world. I've got all the support. You have like a 90% success rate on entry frags with Jet, which is just crazy enough in its own right.
Yeah, I'm just trying to eliminate where they could possibly be and check every single corner methodically. And then I just tell my teammates that those slots are clear and they don't have to clear them. And honestly, just dashing your jet smoke is pretty free. They have to spam the whole smoke, and they just can't spam the whole smoke, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair enough. And you mentioned Lamp and his lurks. Dory's gonna ask like the serious, like big brain questions here. I mostly just want to ask you, what have you been feeding Lamp since the last time we saw you guys? Because he's always been good, but I've never seen a Bucky 4K at all, much less 2 in the same game. And his lurks, his flanks were just insane today. You guys giving him like the Wheaties for breakfast?
Mick is just really smart, talented individual, and we gave him a little bit more responsibility. He calls like our defensive setups more on defense. So those Bucky 4Ks are his ideas and his thoughts, and he's just doing what he knows how to do, which is set up plays for himself. He's very tactically minded, and as far as the aim goes, I think his girlfriend got him a new mouse for his birthday. That's probably why. It was like a few weeks ago. He got him a new mouse. It's like, if your girlfriend gives you a mouse, you're just better, right? Like, you can aim again.
That tracks. Yeah.
I can't confirm that. Now, he talked about his Bucky 4K. You know what's funny? Is we actually mentioned it during the second game. Because during the first game, he got a Bucky 4K. During the second one, I said, now the only thing they need to do here is not get 4K'd by the Bucky again. And they got 4K'd by the Bucky again. I think we got the clip coming up in just a second. Now, we'll see in the clip here that specifically your Omen steps up to take bait for Lamp, effectively throwing his life on the line. My question is, who's calling that? Lamp, or is Justin throwing his life down just for the sake of this, knowing that Lamp can get value from it?
It's really a combination. We designated to have people playing roles, so it shows them on the scoreboard, right? Where like Relax Potato and myself are like getting all these kills, and Lamp's getting all these kills. But really, the backbone of the team is Mark and Justin. They do a lot of the stuff that people don't want to do, and that is being bait, being support, being trades, setting things up, and like in general, like there's times where if you think about the scoreboard and you go like, oh, that player is like doing real well, and the other player is like doing poorly. The gameplay shows for itself, right? Yeah. Justin baited for that Bucky 4K. That those 4 kills are as much for Justin as they are for Lamp.
Mm-hmm. Well, you guys had a great showing and a quick 2-0 over the University of Waterloo. Now you get to sit back, watch the next semifinal, and wait for your competition. I gotta ask you, I gotta pick your brain here. Well, Oreo seems to be very concerned about the final. You guys feeling confident heading into this one? Are you guys have a particular team out of the 2 that you want to face up against, either Western U or Oregon?
No, I think they both suck, so that's just me.
All right, we're gonna leave it on that then. Thanks as always, Jonah. Good luck to you guys in the finals. We'll see you back for that match and possibly after it as well. We're gonna let you go take care of your puppy dog now and throw out to a quick break. When we come back, folks, it's gonna be Oregon versus Western U. You're not gonna want to miss it. Okay, we're not going to break yet. I've been told to fill. So, let's talk a little bit then about the next matchup, because Western U is obviously a team we're relatively familiar with, and Oregon certainly can't be underestimated either.
No, and at the very least, we do have map pick ban to work through. I'm getting this just as quickly as you guys are. Oregon State versus Western U. Western U wins the flip. It will be Western banning Split, and then Bind goes out, Ascent is out. Or wait, no, sorry. Ban Split, ban Bind, Western picks Ascent, OSU picks Defense, and then Haven's picked, which means Icebox is left up for the last map. Things are about to get interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, we're going to double back to that one, surely. But once again, let's just take a look at the bracket and remind you folks how these two teams got here. Oregon took down the Psy Bears? That's kind of dope. I'm imagining, like, robotic bears. But Western U with a very impressive win over the Ryerson University Shorty Kings. That's a team we're pretty familiar with here at Conference 1. We've seen them time and time again. They've made deep runs into the bracket more often than not. So Western U taking that win, certainly impressive.
Yeah, I mean, the 2-1, oh, it's not as perfect as the 2-0s that everyone else is putting up. But like you said, it's Shorty Kings. It's nothing to scoff at in its own right. And we're bound to get, I think if any game goes to 3, it's likely to be this one. Let's just hope it doesn't go to 50 again, Paul. We've got a quick little video going over what happened last time we saw a game go quite that late.
Way back in the semis of the second group tournament, the University of California, Irvine and University of Houston met in one of the most grueling matches of Valorant ever seen. One that went beyond anyone's expectation, including the Valorant servers. This is the story of the map that wouldn't end.
50 rounds. That is enough for almost 4 entire games to have been played if they were decisive. But we are just finishing up map number 1.
In the early rounds of the game, University of Houston had the spike first and looked dominant, getting out to a 4-1 lead. However, UC Irvine stabilized. As the match went on, Houston would be the first to break the deadlock. And with support from Eric Appleton, Koi's showstopper decided to go to work.
He is going to be the choice for the plan. A nice job by Eric Appleton getting out of the way, but you cannot dodge lead, my friend. Koi, though, is going to be finding 2, and now it's going to be the ultimate coming out. Houston is going to find it with the show.
Right after this round, UC Irvine would go on a 2-round run, flipping the advantage back in their favor. At the half, these two teams were all tied up, and after the sides switched, UC Irvine decided it was time to make their move. Crawling to an 8-6 lead, Houston University's wing looked like they were about to put a stop to the run. But with Nibbler on Raze, the paint bomb would come through in the clutch. Literally.
Wing is leading the charge. A Vandal in close quarters is not the most ideal weapon, but when you land your headshots, it won't really matter, will it? 2 eliminations here for Wing. UH is trying to take that, but Nibbler, so reliable. Nibbler is so consistent, and Nibbler is looking for the clutch. They have 2. Nibbler's looking to finish off the 3rd. The spike defuse is not going to come down in time because Nibbler gets the 4-piece.
The back and forth continued well into the overtime rounds, with neither side giving up ground in the late game. And while the early and mid rounds saw the squads taking 2 and 3 rounds at a time, once it hit overtime, both squads kicked it into high gear. Every player in the lobby had 20+ kills, and each round the tension built up. However, in round 46, the match suddenly went dark. The casters Beanies and Pausable originally thought that there was an observer bug, but they later learned that the server timed out. The match was literally too long.
What happened? It's like the Sopranos. It's like the Sopranos. It's like the Sopranos. It just cuts to black. I don't know what to do. How do I deal with this series ending like this?
The game was reset at the start of overtime with the 12-12 count, and after playing 4 additional rounds, it was UC Irvine coming out on top. In the end, over 4 games of match time was played on one single map. Although Houston would go on to win the series, CF1 fans all over will remember this marathon of a match. The match that lasted just too long.
It's still game 1.
You know, we were asking ourselves, Beanies, when it got to like 18-18, So like, 10 rounds ago, who would be the first team to dry out, not be able to keep it going? Turns out the actual video game, it has less fortitude than our two teams do. The video game of Valorant. We got one semifinal in the books already, as the Scarlet Knights from Rutgers University will be hitting up the grand finals. Now we get to see who meets them. It's going to be Western University versus Oregon. Oregon State University. I had to make sure I had the right one there. But yep, that'll be the team for the second semifinal of the day. Once again, it's possible indoor. Back for the action.
Yeah, big match, right? We've seen our previous victor, Rutgers, go up. They've already got their 2-time, looking to make it another now. Well, Oregon's got the other thing in hand, right? They won the second tournament. They could go up and try and swipe it away, go even with them. Western U, the big upset that we've seen so far. I think this is a match that defines whether or not, right, how far has Valorant come, right? Are the old gods still the old gods, or do we have this new talent coming in that is Western U, who in their own right look really incredible?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a highlight package here for Western University from yesterday that we're going to be taking a look at. They had a very impressive series on stream against the RU Shorty Kings from Ryerson. And, I mean, when it comes to Western U, they've been able to make some runs in this tournament before, right? But they've never been that team that challenges for the title is what I'm going with here. They've come close, they've had good matches, but this is probably their best chance to really take it, go up, fight Rutgers. Yesterday, they had a phenomenal series. It was a close one, admittedly, between them and the Shorty Kings on seemingly each individual map. But being able to take the dub at the end of the day against a team as good as the Shorty Kings is impressive in its own right.
I mean, I've got to say, anybody who's playing against the Shorty Kings and expecting to win, you have to be expecting a close match. But doing it on a consistent basis, 2-1, showing strong play, and honestly, one of the biggest things I'm noticing here is their flexibility within their compositions. They're playing Raze on Bind, they're playing Killjoy on Ascent. There's a lot of really key stuff there that's going to give them advantages just in the agent pick screen alone that I'm really excited to see come into fruition here. You already see the Phoenix being run specifically on Bind, and Omen being obviously played plenty in its own right. And hopefully some more flexibility, right? They're practiced on more than just the one composition. I believe we actually ended up seeing 2 mirror matches last series, which, don't get me wrong, great series, but 2 mirror matches, kind of resident sleeper. I would love to have some more diversity here, and Western U look like they're ready to give it to us.
And Western University, from what I'm led to believe, unfortunately you and I were busy yesterday, Dor, so we didn't get to watch that series firsthand, but from what I'm led to believe, Shu was a critical factor in that game on the Sova, right? Not only with the intel, but you could see critical Hunter's Furies to clutch out rounds. If you can have a Sova player you can pivot around, it really allows you to outthink your opponent, out-rotate your opponent, and outplay your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, so far, it has been the big difference maker, both on map 1 and map 2. The shot calling for both of the teams in the previous series was wishy-washy at best, right? It was very much, what do we have prepared for the map, right? Both teams had attacks prepared on Ascent, but only one of them had defenses prepared for both maps. And I think the same question is going to be really rising in this game. That information that you can get with the Silva is key, but we're at the point where everybody here knows how to click on a head, who can put themselves in the best position to do it not only alone, but with their teammates, the same way that we did between the Omen and the Cypher in the previous series, baiting in for the Bucky kills. It's plays like that that really get you the most value here, and they're going to make the difference between you and any other team trying to compete for the collegiate championship.
Yeah, I mean, when we get this deep in a collegiate tournament, it is not at all a question of who is mechanically stronger, right? Unless we have some sort of like freak of nature player that should be playing pro, right? Which is certainly possible. We have some great talents here, but it's really a question of that macro play, those strategies, what you have in the playbook. And we are going to be starting off on Ascent. So we begin this series where we ended the last one. It was Western University's pick, which means that Oregon State are left to pick defense, which they do. They'll be starting off on the defense there, Western taking the attacking side.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things that I noticed with Western U was their use of a Killjoy in particular. Ascent, arguably Cypher's weakest map. It's one of the biggest places that a Killjoy can come in and really take advantage of. Flexible plays to both sides, plays extremely well for both retake and trying to stronghold, can rotate towards mid without really giving up any of the turret positioning as well. There's just so many different ways to utilize a Killjoy here that I think could set Western U apart, especially if OSU aren't ready for something like that. I think if Western U plays a rotation-heavy game to try and counter the executes that we've seen come out today from all of the teams, I think you can expect to see some real success from them.
Certainly, and I mean, personally, I prefer the Killjoy on most maps these days. I think it offers you a lot of flexibility and not only equal information as long as you're placing that turret properly, but also better retake ability because you can use those nanoswarms to clear out corners if necessary. And also the nanoswarms are more effective at stopping pushes in relation to the cyber cages. We are going to head into the agent select screen. I doubt we're going to be seeing 5 skies, but I would be impressed that Western University have figured out how to break the game.
Yeah, I mean, again, I do think the Killjoy is the most important pick here. That likely does come out for Western U. One of the biggest things that we didn't really touch on that it gives your team is the ability to attack. Cypher, I mean, we saw Lamp was forced to just go on like random lurks and not use any of his abilities in order to get value out of himself whenever they're going for executes. You don't have to do that with the Killjoy. The Killjoy goes with, sets up some of the strongest post plants we've ever seen in Valorant. Now, 5 stages. Let's talk about OSU.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think Western are going to meme us until the last possible second, but OSU are fully locked in. We've got the Phoenix actually debuting for today at the very least. Not the Reyna, not the Breach that we often see on Ascent.
No, it's very often Arena that we see paired with the Jet or with the Jet, Phoenix, Breach, whichever you may end up choosing. Breach and Phoenix pretty equal on this map, I would say, for the most part, aside from retaking on A, where Breach can be particularly useful. Normally, though, you're pairing it with Arena to double up those entry fraggers, but instead, we're running or double up on one particular entry fragger, give them more value by utilizing the Lear alongside of a flash or a dash. But instead, we're using both a Phoenix and a Jet, 2 entry fraggers that are not exactly the most cohesive. A lot of time we see Breach paired with Jet, and for good reason. Those two can work together particularly well because dashing past the flashes puts it behind you, so it's not nearly as bad. The Phoenix cannot work with it in quite as synergistic of a way. You can still utilize those flashes with a Jet. It's just much more difficult to time and use. So for OSU, it's likely comfort picks, but ones that maybe don't mesh as well as we're used to seeing. Of course, it is still a relatively standard composition. On the other end of the board, though, it's much less so. It's Killjoy played alongside the Jet and Reyna. The Jet, Reyna, seemingly kind of the favorite of everybody at this point. Neon, though, and Garage needs to be careful here. This is a very quick 5-man push onto B they need to be careful of.
Neon does hear one footstep. Good for one headshot, but onto an armored target. Not going to be able to get much out of that. Dash will clear that trapwire too, so Western University can easily make their way to the site. How bloody will it be for them? The answer is not as bloody as it is for Oregon State. Rio going to be able to upgrade to that Ghost, but still a 3v4 in favor of Western U. They're locking this down, and they've shut out the only remaining member of Oregon. Going to give away his position to going for this market door. And as soon as he tries to swing out here, you have to imagine he's going to hit the floor pretty quickly. They're going to push him as well. Paranoia invested. I don't know if that was necessary, Western U, but you know what? You got the job done.
It's fine. They clean up the round, pick themselves up a couple ghosts. A clean execute as well is huge there. They did it without having to set their Killjoy up for the post plant. I don't think there's too much to really break down meta-wise in that round, but there were a few nice little plays, right? Making your way in, finding the trades, not letting Neon find one, pushing them off of the site, taking control. They got into their post-plant situation extremely quickly. They were spread out across the site. It was quick, it was succinct, it was everything you wanted to be. OSU Valorant, though, are not going to be force buying up into this. And for Western U, this is time to breathe. It's time to figure out how this defense is set up, because there's likely a play being made around the map somewhere if you're not force buying in, right? You're looking for some sort of value where you wouldn't otherwise get it because you don't have a fair fight anywhere else. But instead, OSU Valorant just going to go for a heavy rotation. The Soba and the Phoenix both back there, but it may not have been in time, Paul.
Neon is here, close range with the classic. Right clicks are basically a shotgun. You need vision of your own, and I think those smokes are about expiring. One headshot onto Willie will not dispatch the Killjoy. Rio all alone, position given away. Hard to imagine he gets much out of this one against the Spectres.
Donna. Just hear the Jaws theme in the back of my head as he's slowly getting peeked by every member of Western U and their mothers. 2-0 though, I mean, an unsurprising second round. Clean one though. They hold 5 to get a bonus, which is always a nice little backup bit. I like this as well. Buying up a safety van or safety phantom onto Shu, getting a hero weapon on the board. They've got the cash to do it. They'll be fine buying next round. This just guarantees that they have something to match the firepower and range that OSU are going to be putting up on the defensive side here. They've bought everything out, fully committed to this round. And I suspect Western U are likely to be playing this one a little bit slower, if not just baiting with the Sova towards B here.
Oregon State pretty constantly switching up their players as well. The Cypher, this time going over onto the A site. It's a good read, at least at the beginning of this round, although I believe that camera was destroyed pretty early. Series just waiting to see if someone will poke out. Good smoke there from Oregon State to delay Western University. And the Omens actually crept into Cubby as well, over on the catwalk, so they know that nobody's coming from that direction. It's all going to be a waterfall out A main. Phoenix position revealed, and a Stinger at close range going to beat a Vandal unless you're getting a headshot series. Dragonfly, that name got me. What is going to be able to trade 4-1, but site control ultimately goes to Western U. Keep in mind, this is their bonus, not an actual gun round for them. And yet a very strong start. Neon contending with the enemy Jet, or actually the enemy Reyna, rather. Gun has been spotted on the floor. One wants to pick that up, but unfortunately the Omen can't get out to do so safely. Good nano swarm there. Stops Custard from pushing on to Quixotic, but still going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Now 2 versus 2 in total. And not prepared for Shu to come all the way around. Good flank from Western U, and that'll get him a third.
That's a struggle. You really have to clear out that Killjoy because those nano swarms are just so strong. That's what I was talking about, man. On the attacking side, Killjoy offers up so much more in a post-plant scenario. She wasn't even seen for a majority of that, but it's such a looming presence over the site. Whether you have a turret or just nano swarms there, you can eliminate so many options for the side trying to come in and retake. Now they're winning that super critical round. Western U get to play around with weapons while it'll be OSU on another save here. Well, that's not exactly pretty. We get a shorty in line. And the one thing I'm disappointed to see here is actually the fact that there's no real drastic play. It's like 3 people on A. They're willing to give up mid, but that's not that much. That's not enough to win around like this. Dragonflight doesn't have to push up just in time. That's an easy frag for Willie. An immediate rotation now with the attacking side. Neon will go for a flank. This is the play that I was talking about, but you have to be actually capitalizing on them.
Plays well here, just trying to keep Western U out of tree, but smokes will allow them to cross safely. Series pushing up, Series pushing up, will be able to get one. Drops the spike on the floor too, but that'll be easily recovered. Once again, it is all Rio, all alone. Pushing forward, does have a Sheriff, can make this at least expensive for Western U, but they have so much economy at this point. He's going to get locked out in tree as well. If honestly, well, I don't know. I don't think I actually do pick up the gun and save here because in all reality, pretty unlikely that you're going to be getting out of that round, and even if you did, it wouldn't have been great economy. No damage done. Western U still holding strong.
And you know what's terrifying for OSU is now they're coming into this buy round. Yeah, you get weapons in your hand, but what do Western U have that you can't buy? Ultimates, man. There's a huge bank that is not only up, but ready to come up. If Willie gets a singular frag in this round, you could just kiss that economy goodbye. The second that the Killjoy ultimate comes online, you are in deep, deep waters. As well, the Reyna ultimate can be used to extremely strong effect. The Empress to get in here really effectively, trade out frags. There's so many things that, as much as OSU wants to call this a fair fight, as much as they want to call it an even round, one that they can win, they absolutely can win it. It's just not going to be easy.
Lockdown already committed to the A site. Slowly but surely, Oregon are going to have to cede control of the objective. Empress pop 2 from Western University. They know this is an important gun round for Oregon, and they want to steal it away. One player has been detained as well. You can't push that player, unfortunately, so not much going to be gained out of that for Western University. And Shu gets caught in tree as well. Now run it back. Oregon State know just as much how crucial this round is going to be, and I don't think Willie is prepared for Neon's flank here. Beautiful through the smoke. A flawless round for Oregon, and a much-needed one at that.
Yeah, I mean, that was huge by OSU. Pushing with the Phoenix, getting 3 series came up huge in that round for them. A flawless on a round where you're lacking in ultimates. I think that was a good few used by Western U as well. That was the Killjoy ultimate. The Empress was thrown in. There may have been a From the Shadows in the mix, that was far from easy enough for them. And they still managed to fight through without having to use much in their own right. Series got immense value from that run it back. I want to see more of that kind of play from them. That was confident. It was quick. They were on the retake the second that it was open, and they caught Western U with their pants down. How much more can they get done here? Back to hey, we go. This attack inside. This time it's 5 players again. I'm curious to see actually how fast this goes. The previous few rounds have been quick pushes to say the least, but
well, exactly right. I mean, Western University have not really played the map much thus far. All 5 of these rounds have been hard executes onto the site, full commitments, and it's not going to change up in this round. Hunter's Fury actually used early. We'll get that 1 frag onto Custard. You're not going to have that for the post plant, so not necessarily ideal, all things considered, for Western University, especially as Flex gets caught there by Dragonfly. Hunter's Fury now available, perfectly placed too, knew exactly where the Omen was starting and going. This is good stuff from Oregon State thus far, and they're going to move series out onto site to catch Quixotic. The spike is down on the floor, but not in the way Western University would want, and with just Willie and Shu out A main, this retake is not impossible. Or, well, I say retake. This is retrieving the spike is not impossible.
It's not very likely. Retake. I think is what the kids are calling it.
Can you even call it a retake, though, if the spike wasn't planted?
Well, they took the site, and then they took it back, and now it's their turn to take the site again. It's a retake. I feel like, look, my math can't be that far off here. Willie's got a chance, and that's all it will be. 3 members up for OSU, and I feel like that round was just the period saying, okay, you got your round with ultimates. I guess it's our turn. Gets ridiculous value out of this Hunter's Fury. Of all things, surprisingly, I'm pretty sure it was just pure blind from Shu there. But then firing back, shutting down the spike play was even bigger from Rio, and what really mattered in that round. And then the cameras there as well, as nice as the execute is, I don't think they were able to clear out enough to actually call that a full, proper, and complete execute. They got a couple members on the site, got a little bit ahead of themselves, started planting that spike before clearing out the Cypher utility, before waiting out the Hunter's Fury, and they paid for it. Now, though, like you mentioned, they haven't played the map much up until now. This feels like exactly that. They want to take a reset, play the map a little bit, figure out what's going on. Even if it ends up going back towards A, I think OSU have to be respecting that and expecting it coming.
We are going to send that Owl drone forward. Player out B main, make sure that nobody's crept up after that utility was used. Already a lot invested from the Silver just to control A main and stall out Western University. But after that Owl drone's gone, there is a window here before the next recon dart comes up for the defense for Western University to push on forward. They're going to wait. Ooh, they make a lot of noise, actually. They give some early intel over. Now you just got to play safe. Spray this down. Easy frag there for Neon and Rio. And now Rio, he can just hold the line, spray with the Odin, make it difficult at least for Western U to get onto this site. Paranoia tags him too. Oh, tags all 3 of them. It's never been easier for Rio in his career to get those 2. And Dragonfly will finish it off. Great round for OSU.
I never thought I'd see an Odin move more elegantly. But there you go. What great movement by Rio. Repositioning himself appropriately. Fantastic support by the Omen to get there in time. And it pays off in raw frags. They didn't even let the execute come through that time. It feels like every single round, OSU get a step closer to just completely shutting down Western U. They've already broken the economy. They've built up their own. How many of these rounds have come away with 4 to 5 alive at the very least? And now it's OSU's turn. Going out on the offensive, using the drone here alongside Neon. And Western U, I'm sure they're expecting this. I'm sure they're going to watch the angle. But if this gets value, this just has to break your heart.
Shadows traveling.
And the question is whether or not Western U will pivot into B main the same way they did last time. Owl drone will clear this out. Neon trying to hide from it, but I'd be surprised if they don't check that corner. Yeah, Owl drone will absolutely see the jet, so Neon will just have to leave. Lean toward A here for Western University, but they are by no means committed to this as of yet.
You should run.
A lot of information on that side of the site, that side of the map too. Lockdown will be placed by the Killjoy. Willie throwing that one down. Custard knows now that a couple coming through Catwalk. Has that Paranoia at the ready, but not going to use it yet. Has to get out of the lockdown. But Dragonfly actually finds Willie. before the lockdown goes off and then escapes. This is not going well for Western University, and now they are being assailed by all sides. Finally, they're trying to get the plant, but they haven't gotten control of Tree, and Neon just face-checking Quixotic there, and then turning around to get Flex. OSU, a rough start, but they have tied us up in very clean fashion.
Wow, that was gorgeous by Neon. Dashes forward, give him the smooch on the way out. I mean, look at that. Cheek to cheek. That's beautiful stuff. The confidence from this team is starting to build up. OSU are in another flawless round to their name. The score is even. The economy is far from that, Paul. These guys have counterplayed 2 Killjoy ultimates in a row now, coming in for post-plant scenarios almost before the spike gets down, which it's half to do with Western U not getting it down quickly enough, not making their play quickly enough. The executes are getting caught up at some point in time, and I think even more so to do with OSU Valorant reacting just so quickly to these situations.
Seems like it's shaping up to be yet another hard hit onto the site. This time Dragonfly in a much more vulnerable position. Not up in heaven, instead down on the site, but the Blade Storm goes through the smoke, and that's not where he's standing. Flex trying to fire that one blind, not going to get much, and Dragonfly almost gets that spray through the generator wall there. Fortunately, the metal is a little bit too tanky. Zhao now planting on boxes narrowly. Not hit by those Odin shots. Great flick there from Series 2, and now he's going to take control of A main. Things falling apart for Western U on their eco round. They got the spike down. Ultimate goal has been achieved, and Quixotic looking to make it as expensive as he can. But it'll only be 2 guns dropped, and that's not nearly enough to dent the economy of Oregon at this point.
I don't think I've ever seen somebody spray transfer from an alarm bot to a player so elegantly as well. I mean, that was just crazy flick, and it allowed the flank to come in from behind where the Killjoy wanted to be holding. I want to note one thing. All these executes that Western U have pulled off on the A site have been almost the same every single time. That was the one round where the Killjoy hasn't been playing outside and wide in all of the A takes that Western U have gone for, and it wasn't putting her in any better of a position. It was still completely taken advantage of by OSU, and a lot of these are feeling like the same round played over and over again, shut down just in different ways as OSU figure out exactly what Western U's attacking rounds look like. I want to see a couple different looks, right? We've seen them slow down, we've seen them play across the map, but it always ends up in one of 2 of the same executes. Some mid play here, some cat play. Might be a little bit better for him, just as a refresher, if nothing else.
Western University attempting to play for picks. Series is snuck on top of that. What do you call that? Well, now he's on the bench. That makes it easier. Gonna use the Blaze Wall to get out of dodge. Doesn't want to overcommit to that position. Just buying time. Western U, they're now thinking about moving up mid. That Blaze Wall makes them question whether or not the Phoenix is holding close. There's not been much map control gained by Western University right now. They're going to start heading toward B, it seems. But nobody's pushing. Oregon, just playing slow. They know the onus is on Western University to make something happen, and they don't want to give the attackers an opening. Hot Hand's now going to carry Series away from mid, and that door is just going to be shut. Make it more difficult for the spike to get to that B site, which is ultimately where it is headed. Briefly caught by that trap wire there. Actually, the recon dart, I believe it was. Not quite the right timing there on the flash from Series, but we're running out of time. We're down to 10 seconds. The spike carrier has just been killed, and Willie's all alone. Not going to happen there. Western University, they try to play slow, try to switch it up, but they pivot too far to the other end of the scale.
No, I mean, I love that they chose to end up going for mid there, but the second you push Series out of position, you have 2 options, right? You can play mid, or you can try and just take a little bit more map control. And playing mid there, they walk straight into OSU Valorant, who have, I mean, again, pulled out another perfect response to the play. They set up everything they need to counterplay mid. Note the Omen playing close to the wall had a paranoia ready for them before they ever even pushed through. They get through, and then they're faced with a wall of 3 players waiting for them, shooting them from every angle. And like you said, at that point, time becomes a factor. Jet pushing up, though, for OSU. Looking to make a difference here. And nobody knows what's coming.
Oof. Neon easily able to get away with Quixotic there. I don't even believe takes a dent of damage. That shock dart not quite going to tag, but Honestly, Western University going for this hard committal. It's not going to work out too well for him. Series even gets one with the hot hands and then goes for more with the gun. 4 in the round. Easy work for Oregon. And now it's the last round before we swap sides.
Now, what did Jonas say? He said, "These guys suck." Quote. I can quote that, right? 'Cause I don't know if I'd be saying that right now after watching that spray transfer. Oh boy, series is on fire right now. I don't know how many times we've seen him shut down plays before they happen, but it just keeps happening, Paul. Now he's shifting over towards the A side right at the same time as Western U are as well. Granted, it's relatively spread map play right here, but I do expect this one to end up at A. That is, if OSU Valorant don't push it first.
2 players out A main here too. This can get expensive if Western aren't careful. The lockdown fake coming out here. It actually it gets him. He's bamboozled. Series did believe it was going B. Unfortunately, not much info on that side of the map. Series probably shouldn't have pushed that up. Neon now all alone. Gets caught by the paranoia. Western University looking to put at least one more on the board this round, but they have to take care of heaven. They have to clear it. And unfortunately, there's too much for them to contend with now. Willie all alone. No turret for another minute, basically. Just in a 1v1 against a Sova with a Hunter's Fury. Nanoswarm at the ready. Shock Dart going forward as well. That Nanoswarm is going to force Rio to back up. Willie can get onto the site now, at least somewhat safely. And a second one going to follow it up, deal so much damage. Heard the drop, but no! Willie not quite ready. Rio gets away with it, and that's 8 in a row on their defense for Oregon State University.
What a way to finish that one off. I actually don't think they heard the drop because of the Nanoswarm. Like, you could probably hear the sound cue over it if you're listening for it. But definitely not from, not as a comfortable amount. Now, OSU Valorant have been large in charge. They've been so quick to make their decisions just as much as, like, you take into that last round, right? They had a beautiful play. I love the Killjoy ultimate fake, right? They've had 2 failed Killjoy ultimates up until then. We're going to try and send one to the Hail Mary across the map, go with the fake. They get a kill for it, and then they took their sweet goddamn time getting to the site, Paul. And, like, don't get me wrong, I feel like when they get on site, they've got a solid execute going for them. But they got to be quicker about that one and capitalizing and making the most of that fake play. Now it's Western U on the defense, and they're making drastic moves. Look at this Jet, all the way set up for a rotate. 3 members set up on B. It's a really interesting setup, and I think OSU Valorant have the right counterplay for it. They're playing a full standard, and they should be able to feel this one out. They're going to recognize that there's not much over here at the A side.
OSU playing very methodically considering it is a pistol round. Camera there is going to spot the turret and actually some Killjoy utility. So now they know that that balcony is a swarm with nano swarms. So that Cypher's just going to head on out. Dragonfly says, hey guys, we should probably go A. And that's going to be unequivocally the correct call here. Zhao can do some damage from tree. This is a very strong spot, especially with that paranoia. If he gets some information from Catwalk. The smoke does go forward, and unfortunately, Zhao not good on the timing there. Now A site is as free as can be.
Oh, speaking of getting smoked, what Neon just did to that poor Omen. Oh my lord. 1 shot, 1 kill. 4 in for a retake. There's no Killjoy utility that's going to be helping him out here. They might have a Sonic Dart online. But oh boy, OSU are not done playing yet. A push through heaven. They're not taking names. They're taking bodies right now. A little bit over-aggressive from series, but I like that he's feeling himself. Low HP on the Reyna here. This Killjoy comes through. It's not an impossible retake, but it's a very difficult one, to say the least, especially when you try and get rid of this Omen that's playing out towards A main. Dash through from Neon. They just keep going, Paul. 10 HP on this poor Killjoy. And down they go to the Chalk Dart of Rio.
I'm not a Killjoy player, but I have zero understanding of how Neon was just 5 inches from the turret. And the turret was like, nah, you good, dude. Nah, you chill. I know you. You can go past. I'm not going to shoot you. That is so unfortunate. I mean, it ultimately didn't matter too much. That round was lost as soon as that Cypher got info over toward B as to where all the Killjoy utility was to start with. But it was a very odd interaction, to say the least.
Western U hasn't seen a round win since the first 4 of this game. It's back to another standard, but back to another stack for Western, and I'm curious if they spot it out in the same manner. The Sova isn't on, or it is on the same side of the map that it was prior, but Neon's getting a pick on this one. Cyber Cage is out. I don't think OSU Valorant are actually ready to commit to this quite yet. They just want to throw out a couple more feelers, figure out just how much is on the other side of this. And I think they're getting just the answer that they want. A couple of sprays through from a classic. If they spot out the Killjoy utility, they know there's about 3. You can already see the spike rotating over towards A.
Cage triggered.
And the Thelman's got a bad feeling and is telling me that Neon's coming for his head again. Oh, look at Neon on the flank. He's all the way up mid.
Neon's all the way up mid. Dragonfly's threatening B here. Oh, and not spotted, but heard was Shu. Excellent work from Neon. Now can go into defender spawn and just make this impossible for Western University. There's no universe in which they actually are able to get to the site in the first place. Neon easily wins a 2v1. Now just needs to find the Omen to get the ace. Unfortunately, it seems like first contact with the Omen will be from Jazao. Or actually, Jazao onto Custard, I should say.
Oh,
but the jet smells blood in the water. There's the ace coming through. Neon gets it done. It's an anti-eco, sure, but still is fun.
It counts. First one of the day. It counts, man. Sprays down a lot. I mean, the push through mid, I feel like you earned it with just that. That was a really, really key push. And OSU, I got to give my hat off. It's not easy to figure out where these are coming from. I know we're watching from above and we can see the stack. Oh, that's so cool. But from their perspective, it just looks like a lot of people are hiding somewhere, and they've got very little idea of where it actually is. But by putting these little feelers out, by being safe, using your jet to go forward, she always has a tailwind to get out if she does run into those 4 people. Using the drone effectively as well alongside the camera, they've managed to suss out every single time where Western U have had this stack. So it's forced Western U back to a pretty standard setup. They've got real guns to work with, and Kiotic on a very tight angle here could find the end. Will dismiss out, followed by Dragonfly, who sprays him down, makes it even for OSU.
Unfortunate there. The Odin is covering this, and the Owl Drone will spot this Cypher undoubtedly. As well as the cam, so you can go clear that cam once you're confident that Dragonfly has left. Camera's down now, but Dragonfly, like so many rounds before on this attack, or at least the last 2, I should say, threatening that B main side, keeping Shu over there. But meanwhile, the actual push is setting up for A. There is an alarm bot in tree, so if you try to creep your way into tree, that's not going to go that well, OSU. Smoke's going out. Jazao at the ready. We'll throw that paranoia forward, but there's too much gunfire to actually swing it. Series will come to him, though. Allows him to at least trade 1-for-1 as Willie will fall in heaven. That will allow OSU to plant the spike, but this is the best odds Western University have had in a while.
Area.
There goes the recon dart. Shu already finding one in hell. Just a spray through the floor there. And Dragonfly's position is also known. Custard now needs to flick, and he won't be able to hit more. Western University, for the first time in 11 rounds, put one on the board. It's helpful for the morale, but they are nowhere near out of the woods.
Yeah, I really like their little breather that they took before actually pushing in for that retake, though. You can tell that this team is still in it mentally just by the fact that, right, they sit there, they say, okay, we're checking this angle, this angle, this angle. We're sticking to our game plan. We've done this 100 times. And it worked for them. They got into the site, and the sign of a good retake is usually that it happens that quickly, right? That is a clean retake if I've ever seen one. They traded out their frags beautifully, and now they've got weapons to get taken home for it. They're running into a different setup than they're used to, though. The Killjoy shifts over to the A side of the map the second that they went around. For OSU, can they figure this one out? They were able to solve the first puzzle that Western U offered up to them. But this time, it's going to change up the face of the game at least a little bit. There's already so much control, though, from OSU. You can see how deep that smoke is towards the middle of the map. Omen's still playing on catwalk, but not far enough up to actually gather any information. So Western U is playing just as much in the blind as USO are.
Ooh, Jazao gives his position away. They know this one in Garden now. They're going to slowly push him up. That alarm bot allows Jazao to hold onto tree tenuously. Willie knows that one is poked out onto the site. We'll use the nano swarm to force them back, but on the swing, Neon is ready for the Killjoy this time around, and now Giselle and Flex just desperately trying to hold on to what control they can muster toward this A side of the map. Shu here once again looking for the spam. Close range shock dart, but wrong plant spot there. Giselle going down, not a good start. Now 3v4 for this retake. A low health Neon, but Flex is the first jet to hit the floor. Now Rio is pushing up. They have no idea. Quixotic with a nice flick, but that is not nearly enough to take this round. Overheal, but not prepared for a second flank either. OSU, they let him have one on their defense, but no more than that for now.
Yeah, it was a super key frag there onto Willie specifically. That could have caused him a lot of trouble, right? They threw down both the nano swarms in front of them, which stopped them from pushing onto the site. If Willie frags out Neon, and yes, it was playing Spectre into Phantom, so it's not the greatest odds you've ever had, but if he manages to frag out on Neon, I think that push goes entirely differently. They would have been stopped up fully by the nano swarms. They would have had to clear sight properly. Western U would have gotten there in time, but a singular frag was really the crux of that round. It puts OSU back in the driver's seat. Playing the same standard they have been, and I can't fault them. They've managed to figure out every single one of Western U's setups. Even on the round they ended up losing, they called out the defensive setup correctly. But this they haven't managed to find. Hyoxic pushing up and hasn't been found quite yet. Neon's watching the angle, though. I mean, they just have all their bases covered here, Paul.
It is a Phantom, so at that range, it won't be the easiest kill of Neon's life, but certainly more than possible. That being said, somebody actually has to swing him for that to happen, and Western University are not giving him that angle for now. Just playing slow, waiting for someone to come to them, and Neon will fall off of that. Over towards B, go OSU, but this is risky for them. They are running into everything the Killjoy has available. They need to probably send the jet forward and dash out early to eliminate Willie on balcony. Willie now throwing out the swarm grenades, but it's a little bit too late. The Phoenix is already through and taking out Shu. Dragonfly will also find Willie, and this is going awry for Western University. Flex at least finds one and gets a little bit control. A nice sightline here too, considering they have the Blade Storm. Smoke, though, denies that ability, that ultimate, from getting any sort of value, and it's expired too. Now, we have to pivot to the other ultimate. Empress available, pretty much the only hope for Western University. How can you set this up, Western U? Enable Quixotic to frag, but you have to be wary. Custard coming around. Quixotic and Flex at the ready. That's a third for Quixotic, and fourth not necessary. Western University get it done.
They're keeping it off match point, and that's what matters here, Paul. That Reyna ultimate is huge, but you don't have another one for next round. One thing that you do have going for you is the fact that Shu and Willie are looking very, very good with their own. So you've got a lot of tools to retake here. That'll last you a couple rounds. You can get an economy going with that, even if you are a match point.
They have to build economy, though, Western University. If they don't build economy, the next time that they lose a round, they'll likely be on eco for match point. You can see that their wallets are looking a little bit rough, not terrible. If they can put a second gun round on the board in a row here, they can look good. And considering it's all stingers for OSU, as their wallets have run dry, this is a decent position. The best position economically Western University has been since they won those 4 rounds in a row.
They haven't gotten spiked down quite yet. There's an opening here for WSU to try and take advantage of, and they're using it beautifully. Quixotic up on the high ground, waiting for the right opportunity to push through. They've taken out any semblance of the Killjoy ultimate now. They've got site control. Rio up on the high ground. There's a lot of work yet to be done for Western U, and they're not making it work. Flex and Quixotic coming up big for the defense. There's only the Cypher's left. Dragonfly fighting for his life. Walks through, but can't find anything more. Spike to be defused. Western U coming up with another round off the back of those ultimates.
And they keep 3 people alive. They'll be able to snowball their economy now and build it a little bit so they can feel... They can at least breathe easier, if not easy in general. And honestly, OSU... Well, ultimately, that was a light buy, essentially an eco, honestly. I'm not super convinced with what they invest to that round, right? They use the Hunter's Fury. I mean, there is a world, I suppose, where that Hunter's Fury gets an insane 3k and then you clutch and the game's basically over, but it's certainly the higher percentage play to save that for a gun round like this, save that for a post plant or for gathering information. So I think there's starting to be little cracks in the armor, little flaws in the strategy for OSU.
Yeah, I mean, OSU is going with, again, what I like to call the more threats strategy, where you're creating as many scary little rounds for Western U as possible. So you're buying up stingers, you're using ultimates on those rounds, you're making things winnable, or more so, making things losable for Western U. But with only a 4-round lead, I don't think you necessarily have the liberty of doing that. They could afford, like you said, to play a little bit safer. Now Cat spots one through the wall here. OSU's got a good bit of map control, but I'm honestly not even 100% sure if anything's going to come for this. It looks like they're committing and leaning towards it with this Omen, but as the Jet and Cypher lurk up mid, they want a little bit more time to figure out what's really going on here.
Revealing area.
OSU completely committed to mid right now. They have no control of the rest of the map. Have very little information either. They're just going to creep their way up. They will be able to get market here without having to invest too much. They will use a curveball, but ultimately that is more than worth it. Good hot hands there. Actually clears out that stairwell. Forces Willie forward into their waiting arms. Excellent work, and now they don't have to worry about that turret. Shu is pretty close, but gonna have to either push or run when that neural theft comes on out. Seems like he's able to just dance around it. Spike will get planted. Western University now have to try and contend. It is going to be Quixotic completely clearing market. So now out into the open. Go Western U. That's their second layer use. They won't have that for sight now. I don't believe they have any flashes at all. Okay, Paranoia at the ready for Custard on the other side when this push comes on through. Dismiss will get Quixotic away temporarily, but not an optimal trade for Western University. And now to avoid match point, Quixotic's going to have to frag like a madman. He's got so little time to do it, knows where one is, but can't put him down. Match point for Oregon State.
There it is, another threat up, another round down for OSU Valorant. They're looking to seal this one out and keep Western U within the single-digit territory. Fortunately for Western U, they built up that economy behind them, and they're going to have weapons for this round. But at this point, economy doesn't matter. You work with what you got, and what you got is a Spectre light armor, maybe a weapon on flex. You shouldn't have too much of a problem doing that. But I'm looking at the setup here, and it's a change back up to what we saw in the early rounds for Western U, but they're not really fully utilizing it. Maintaining this A play, but shifting the Killjoy back over towards B. It is the final trick up their sleeve, in effect, Paul, but OSU still have not failed, I don't think, a single time to take away at least 60% of the map control, which has just been so useful to them.
Lex, I think, actually was spotted very slightly there in tree. Gonna have to use those one-way smokes to keep OSU at bay. Series not fully giving up the idea of pushing into tree yet. Just wants to see if anyone from Western University will get spicy over there, but it's mostly a heavy lean toward B. That's where this is going to be going. Series going up mid will get spotted by this alarm bot, so that should let Western University know that this is undoubtedly a B take. They have no one on site. They won't lose any players to this push, and a lot of utility is being expended. Good nanoswarms too, just keeping OSU at bay. Won't get a kill, won't really get much. Deep teleport here. Oh, Giselle, don't commit. Okay. He falls off of it, just trying to get some intel, thinks better of it. And with series caught in mid, this is a very winnable round for Western.
Yeah, OSU split themselves up in a 5v5 retake. If Western U does this properly, they could just overpower numbers-wise on a lot of these, right? You send 3 people in the garage, that Cypher is dead, likely doesn't trade himself out, and then you can do the same thing on site with 5 versus 3. But Western U have to figure that puzzle out for themselves. One shot on, take down the Cypher, looking for more now, 3v5, exactly like we planned it. Quixotic's in, gets sprayed down through the smoke. No one's there to trade him out as Rio finds another, and another. It's 2v2 now as the Hunter's Fury is thrown in. The attacking side trying to take this Jet down to half, but Flex is looking for more. Will finishes it off, and it's Western U holding on for one more round.
Holy moly, that was a dicey one, though, Dor. They had to use their last layer to get the Cypher in garage, and even then, Quixotic almost died there, then inched forward, and they lost their Empress. Right there, you can see it happen. From there, it is just a trickle onto the site, and it's bloody bloody as can be for Western University, but sometimes it just comes down to the aim duels and Flex and Willie ready. Ultimately, the player advantage did come out for Western University since they were able to clear that cipher, like you were saying. But you can't have too many rounds that are close like that without the clutch going the other way, and there's no room to spare for Western.
Yeah, I mean, that went about how they planned it, right? Like, it's not perfectly clean, but that's how it's supposed to go, right? You traded out 3 players out of your 5 for 3 players on the other team. You played your numbers advantage. You got to do it again, though. They're coming back in towards B. It's a quick push for OSU.
Heavy commitment here, as I believe it is an eco. Neon already gone. Both jets hitting the ground. One holding up on site. Shu underneath them will be able to put down series and now pivots to the other side. Expects the Cypher to come around, but unfortunately pushed from 2 different angles. Not able to take either of them. Actually, things aren't as dicey economy-wise as I thought. It was just the Jet who had the Blade Storm, not an eco at all for Oregon State. Instead, they have guns to work with and a player advantage. We are rather low. Not sure if there's any flashes available for Western University. 1 Lear on Quixotic is what they have to work with, and such a nasty tag. Quixotic already down so low, needs this first kill to really snowball as the Reina does get it. Devour, though, pulls him off that angle for just long enough for Oregon State to lock it down and take map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it was solid stuff by Oregon. It was exactly what you wanted to see from them. It was slow, controlled play. You can see whether the victors coming off of the prior tournament, or tournament number 2, I believe it was. But they lost control of the game there at the end. And playing from behind in economy, I felt like they looked solid. But the defensive side, or the attacking side rather, was much less convincing, right? They took a lot of map control. They utilized it well early on in the rounds. But eventually, we saw Western U really pull it back and figure out how to counterplay it a bit more with their rotations and their retakes. I got to say, I'll highlight a lot of the plays here. But for one, I will say that 5v3 that they ended up taking at the end, or the 5v5 that they ended up turning into a 5v3, was played about how you would want it to, right? Strategically, this team is on point. It's just about whether or not they're able to figure out where OSU have been coming from, both defensively and offensively. It's been an information game above everything else.
And I think for Western U, especially considering that this is their map pick out of the 2 in this series, you have to imagine, regardless of whether or not they pull it back, they're going to look back at their attacking half and be pretty confident that they could have done more. There were a lot of rounds where it felt like they overforced on the site, especially considering how well Oregon State adapted to those heavy commitments. Rough attack, ultimately, for Western University, I think, is what put them behind, because it was much more back and forth on their defense, much more contested. I liked what I saw from Western University when they went to defend.
Yeah, they had a lot of really interesting stuff, especially with the Killjoy. And I'm curious, because we're going to Haven next, exactly what that offers up. I think they end up swapping things probably over to something like a Cypher, specifically for Haven. But the flexibility of this roster is really going to be put to the test, and it might be what throws OSU off guard.
Yeah, well, we're going to be back with Haven after we head to a quick break, folks. We still got more of this semifinal coming your way. Welcome back, folks. We've got the second half of the second semifinal between Western University and Oregon State University. Oregon State off to a pretty good start. They stole away the map pick of Western, and now we get to head to Oregon's map of Haven.
Yeah, and that's terrifying. If you're Western, I mean, you lost your own map pick, and then you're going over to here. He's like, oh, you know, we got it. We're going to figure it out. I don't know, man. OSU looked a lot more flexible there, and that was the big thing at the end of the day. If you're playing on Haven, flexibility is everything. There's a reason Reyna's good there. There's a reason we expect really good in-game leading when you're picking on Haven a lot of the time. It's because you're going to be rotating, you need varied setups, and you need to be willing to aggressive to the opposing side of the map on your defensive side. And I don't think I saw at least 2 out of 3 of those from Western. That's not all Valorant is, of course, but on Haven, those are especially important. It was something that OSU was very willing to do. You can see why it's their map pick, and I'd give them pretty strong odds here of closing it out. Although Western U, you know, maybe they've got something up their sleeve. They did ban out the maps to get here at the very least.
And I think there's an argument to be made at the very least that going on to Haven, the style that Western University had on attack is certainly can be more viable. Isn't inherently, but can be more viable, because what they really like to do was just full send sites, right? Hard force, go for those executes, and then try and play the post plan. I think because Haven, you know, those 3 sites here, it's harder for the defense to stop executes from happening unless they have properly read the map. I think that should Western be able to outthink Oregon State and just get those 5v1s, 5v2s on a particular site and trade favorably, they will have room to work with. Now, that being said, they got to accomplish steps 1 and 2 before 3 and 4 go in their favor. And steps 1 and 2 were giving them a hard time on Ascent.
You know, if there's one thing I'm worried about, it's that they probably run a Cypher. I like the Killjoy here specifically for Western U for their attacking side post plans. I think if you're trying to shut down a team like OSU, who has some of the strongest retakes that we've seen all day, that Killjoy utility means a lot to you. Especially, like you said, the executes are relatively free here on Haven. Everyone's playing retake on a majority of these sites, usually leaning towards the C side of the map because they know they can retake on the other 2. Killjoy utility is really good at shutting down those quote-unquote easy retakes that OSU are going to be going for, the really set ones where you're checking, okay, we know there's this 50-50 angle, then there's this one, there's probably a player peeking from here. You've got people assigned to taking all of them, and you've done it 100 times. Killjoy throws a wrench into that plan, and while I don't think Western U are going to run it, I think they shift over to Cypher just because it's a good Cypher map. I think truly for them, the answer is in the Killjoy.
And Killjoy, in my opinion, is great on Haven in general, right? You can set up that alarm bot on B and then the turret on either A or C. It gives you so much information. And I personally would argue more than the Cypher, right? Because when it comes to A and C, there's 2 angles onto the site. And while you can take the Cypher and put 1 trap wire on B, right? And then, you know, use another trap wire as well as your camera on one of those remaining sites. The fact is, the camera is easier to destroy. It likely is destroyed sooner compared to the turret, right? And the trapwire only covers 1 angle in and of itself. So when the camera's gone, the trapwire is not getting 100% of the value on either of those left or right sites. Whereas the turret, you just slap it down. It covers both long and either sewers or garage, depending on whether or not you're on A or C. I really like the Killjoy here on Haven.
I'll slow down. I don't think it's as good for the defensive side. I think the Cypher offers a lot more, but I don't think that's where Western U really struggled during the last match. I thought they had a lot of good defensive setups that they showed us. But let's take a look at what they're locking in. The Reyna, Jet, absolutely no surprise. We saw it in the previous game, and I'm not surprised to see it here. It's arguably Reyna's most powerful map, incredibly good, and it's even going to be OSU swapping out the Jet for a Reyna of their own design. So, I mean, that just goes to tell you how much it matters. Quixotic is teasing us with literally every agent in the game. But we can look what OSU Valorant want to do, right? A lot of people have shifted towards this Jet, away from the Breach and Phoenix to have stronger entry opportunities and find more entry frags during their executes. We're going back, not too far, maybe a meta or 2 though, back to where Reyna and Phoenix are wanting to be played. I love this choice. I think it offers some of the strongest executes that we have in the game towards the C site. And what that does is, since the entire meta of the game has shifted from okay, instead of playing all the sites, we're going to lean, for the most part, towards the C site. We're willing to retake B. We'll leave one person over towards the A side who can either play on the site or play and back off for the retake, just playing for information. Well, what having this Reign Phoenix does is it gives you a way to bust open that C lean pretty effectively by using the Flame Wall, the Leer alongside a Flash. It can be so good, and it gives you that one more option. So this might be a meta-specific play coming out from OSU, and I'd love to see it come to fruition.
Western University, so interesting for them. 4 of their players swapping up roles. Everybody but Shu has changed up the roles. Exact same composition, keep in mind, as they ran on Ascent. But nobody other than the Sova is on the same character from when they just played the last map. I mean, that maybe shows Western University not necessarily the most confident early on here. Series already getting good intel. First frag as well. Use the hot hands to get away, but unfortunately it's not deep enough to escort him out of sewer. And Rio gets caught on that push too. So Western University, a good start in this round for them. Willie is using this as a bait though. He's already here, already hears Custard coming around, barely gets away, uses the paranoia to come on back, but Willie is prepared and spamming. Easy plant for Western University, and that's how you play the map.
I mean, I'm amazed that Custard even got to look at them twice that time. He like Beak did it. It was like watching a Roadrunner cartoon when he walks off the edge and his feet just keep running. He's like, oh, it peeks out, there's a bunch of things shooting at him, but boy, he gets to go back over. As long as he doesn't look down, he's okay.
Recon Dart there is going to spot Dragonfly and force his hand to shoot it instead of actually taking down Willie. Neon's going to have to do that himself. Does have the overkill back to 100 health. Ooh! That's a little bit of collat damage there. Now just needs one more headshot. Running out of time, though. Needs to stick the defuse, and ultimately, it will be in vain. Western University get out by the skin of their teeth with the first pistol.
I'm calling it. OSU forced by this. They look so confident. I feel like there is not much of a reason not to in this situation. You can really capitalize on Western U. You can play a little bit slower on the defensive side. Go for the retake with whatever weapons you choose. Realistically, retaking with even shotguns on Haven is not unheard of, especially towards the A side of the map. But they're going for the full conservative play, Paul. Holding on to their cash while Western U buy up everything they can. It's all headed towards this C side. Fortunately, there's 2 members set up there with both a shorty and trap wires in tow.
Galjone is going to escort them on site. Dragonfly able to push through his own cyber cages. Good work from him. Unfortunately, not going to be so lucky going forward. 2 for 2, though, is a trade that Oregon State are pretty happy with. And Neon not going to be able to reload. Caught on that one. And Flex will now plant the spike. Does get tagged, I believe, by that shock dart. Paranoia allows Quixotic to easily turn around the corner and put down OSU. And Western still get out with 3. They will still likely bonus round.
Yeah, I love that push onto Neon. If that reload went through, that was actually awful for Western U. That could have been the end of the round. That could have been 1-2. God knows what happens when Arena starts going. So a great push by Flex to capitalize on that. Now that there's weapons on board, though, it's a full bonus for Western U. Even saving money on that final player to ensure their economy is in a good spot, which I think is a nice shift up. During the last game, they never really got a control over their own economy. A lot of times they were flying by the seat of their pants, putting together what they could. This time they're trying to build something that'll last for rounds and rounds and rounds to come, regardless of what OSU manages to do, which is nice. We're to a full standard setup now for OSU, playing retake on B, Cypher on A. The trapwire is actually relatively spread out for OSU as well. There's one sneakily placed on B here, which if they see the Phoenix, they may not suspect is there.
Smoke already going to that side. Hot hands at the ready. Western University are going to be mostly kept off the site by that one. Still curveballs available too. Teleport onto the site just to plant. Series is here if he wants to swing to punish, and he absolutely will. Gets 1, make it 2, has to reload, so Quixotic will take him down. 3 versus 3 now. Spike already being tapped just to try and bait players from Western University in. Shock darts both committed. Nobody's on that spike. Good work from Oregon State. And now the paranoia allows him to swing. Unfortunately, doesn't really catch Quixotic well enough. And Quixotic is close enough to where Western U can still get a third.
And the blind just barely missed the player in Cubby. I mean, it's a shame to see it happen. Series tried its damnedest. I mean, this is 1v3 pushing in for impact frags. If he goes in a quarter second earlier, stops that spike from going down, would have been the biggest play of the evening, but he didn't find the most impactful frag at the end of the day. The team wasn't able to retake for it. I mean, B is one of those sites that you love to shut down before you end up having to retake on it, because once everybody's out of that site, it is effectively game over. You don't have a Sage to wall it off. They can just spray through there over and over again. Now it's OSU's turn. I mean, they don't have any economy. They need a thrifty or a gun round win to get this one back online, and they haven't got the read right at all this time. It is poor Owen Custard. If you get more than 2 here, I'll buy you dinner, bud.
Well, that's the first. Oh, you almost had to. Oh, wait, you said more than 2. That's cheating. He only had a ghost. Zhao able to get 2 himself. Western University have full control of the site. Pretty difficult retake for OSU now. They only have pistols to their names. And Zhao is pushed so far up. Just wants to take down this first person to swing, and it will catch Dragonfly unawares. Oregon expect the Reina to be backside, so they're going to try and group up, swing, and trade this one out. They will trade it. Zhao denied the ace. Series now actually just going for it. Unfortunately, there's more than enough damage through 3 spamming Vandals to take him down.
Yeah, Western U are looking good, but we do have to remember, this is how the last game went, Paul. Remember what happened after that? OSU won 10 rounds in a row, so I'm going to hold my horses till after this gun round. This is likely where OSU come to play. Now for their defensive setup, they changed things up for the gun round a bit. The Reina's going to shift over here. The Cypher onto C this time. Sova onto A. This is what I was talking about earlier, with having flexibility in your setups for Haven defense in particular. It's going to be hard to see this coming. Western U, though, I think fortunately... Oh, wow. That's awful for him. Rio finding that frag, it gives him not only information, but the frag itself. The recon dart got so much value. And now you can capitalize on that with the drone, effectively forcing them away. You can hear, well, not hear players walking, but you definitely know that you made an impact at the very least, and they can continue to play their standard because they have that man-up advantage. Shot down with his pants down. Shu's going to find the cleanup, 2 for 1 for the attacking side of Western U as they find a 3v3 post plant.
So unfortunate there that Series had the curveball out, timing not at all in Oregon's favor. Now this post plan is really difficult. Still a lot of flashes available. Both Leers and the Paranoia, presumably. Dragonfly will get seen there, as well as Neon. That's huge. So much information for Western University right now. Unfortunately, Shu goes for an ambitious swing. That's not going to work out well for him, and suddenly Western U are just wiped off the map. They're not able to do anything, and much like Ascent, 4 in a row, and then Oregon State start to pull back.
That's what I was talking about with those orchestrated retakes that I was talking about from OSU. Something that a Killjoy could really do a lot in stopping. A is a surprisingly easy site to retake. People never really thought of it as one. Initially when the game came out, people thought C was the retake site. But A's angles are so susceptible to being pushed by multiple players at the same time that pushes like that are relatively common there, where you're seeing just the entirety of a roster get eliminated in a matter of 5 seconds. Really well executed by OSU. And now, well, they're going to come ahead with weapons as well. A massive bank of ultimates for both sides here. This round, although a save for Western U, or rather not a save, a buy that may be their last one, is particularly volatile just for the reason they have those abilities available to them.
That owl drone out mid gets a lot of information, and now Western University are basically forced to explode onto the A site. They're contending with a lot of flashes, though. Curveballs, Leers, everything thrown at them to delay. This miss gets Neon out with just 3 HP. Definitely going to need a frag to make something happen now for the Reina. And nothing's going to happen. Zhao actually is going to be the Reina, hitting the floor instead. Quixotic, this is such an aggressive angle right now. Both Leers have been used, and he dodges the Paranoia. Able to get the first, but Neon was just a bait. Just 3 health to trade for a full player. Now it's a 2 versus 2. Both on the site here. One will go down, but Shu, by the skin of his teeth, will be able to deny the past, stop history from repeating itself, and put a 5th on the board.
I mean, that round looked really bad for Western U. After not managing to get the spike down, barely trading out on the Cypher, having all of your positions revealed, they clutched out. It was raw aim at the end of the day that did it for them. And honestly, a round that they should not have won. That went to the dirt the second that they started pushing onto that site. The reaction from OSU was everything but perfect as they missed their shots, and they'll pay for it at the end of the day. The economic boost that they got during the last game is certainly not going to be there. This push from Garage, well read by Willie, but you got to hit your shots, but a great bit of aggression from OSU, and they get to pick up guns. The spike, it's all turned around.
Love this kind of play on an eco round. And they don't do it every round, Oregon State, so it's not predictable. Western University had no idea that this was coming for them. And now they're stuck in their own spawn. Swung from every angle. Custard with 4 with just a stinger and a thrifty, beautifully executed by Oregon.
I mean, the shots onto Willie were gorgeous. The first one out of the barrel of that ghost hit him in the head. And I can't even blame Willie here. Willie was on point for the shot. He was at head box height. But I'll tell you what, hit stun is not a very kind mistress, and your head goes straight up. Yep, make sure you grab that. And it made him miss all the shots, and then capitalized on by having 2 players there pushing through mid with the paranoia. The rain is there to clean up. The smoke is perfectly placed. That was a very, very clean eco round. It could not have gone any better for OSU, who have now turned the face of this economy and game possibly on its head. If they could turn this into more and more dominance like they did in the last match, they're going to be a great position. This Phoenix and Reyna up the line. There's no trap fire there to stop them. Aggression on mid. This is going to pull the attention away up against Rio. And then the push comes in behind them. This Jet is as good as dead with 2 players here unless he can find the shots. Neon finishes them off and puts it at a 1-man up advantage for OSU.
But a 1-for-1 trade there is awful for Western. They now are completely boxed into the B site. They have no options but to go for the most risky site on the map, the easiest to retake for the defense. And they have to keep all 3 of their players alive if they want a hope in the later parts of this round. If they lose one person going on to this, it is devastating. Already 2 health on Giselle. Both Lears used to shoes down on the ground, and now it's just the 2 health Reyna remaining. They're not even going to get to post-plant. They're not even get to plant because Oregon State just dumpster them.
Dude, once the OSU ball gets rolling, they just do not stop. I mean, you and I have seen it with all of these Northwest teams, right? OSU, SJSU. We saw it yesterday with, what was it, UCM. All of these Northwest teams are just ridiculously momentum-based, it seems. Once they get rolling, once they get confident, they're peaking everything. See long pushes. They push mid at the same time. The pinch worked out beautifully. It drew away all the attention. They find the frag on the Jet by trading it out. And like you said, you take that trade every day of the week. You know, push forward, taps the ult orb. Actually going to go for it. Wow. The cojones go for that one. A full 5-man push is coming after him. OSU has to react in time here.
Empress out. Neon just going for the spray, not shooting the Lear at all. Dragonfly waiting to see if the tripwire will get triggered, and it will. He'll be able to take down Giselle and deny any Lears. Series already back out onto the site, already going for the retake, but all alone pretty much, and now it's just a 1v2. Dragonfly, yeah, has an actual gun to work with at the very least against not much available. Will get hurt on the reload. Teleport away. Does give the position away of 1. Shu has a Phantom, able to recon Bolt here before his teammate swings, but unfortunately Flex gets caught. Now it's all alone for Shu to clutch. Coming around from sewer. Dragonfly not correct on this timing. Actually, think he's coming from long more than likely because he didn't come out the first time, and Shu, ready on the swing, knew exactly where Dragonfly would be and puts a 6 on the board for Western University.
Yeah, I think you could tell by where he was aiming. The second that recon dart came out, he misread where it actually ended up coming from. He thought it came from sewers initially, which is why he checked that first and then the long angle, because it would have taken him more time to get there had it come from that direction. But he was wrong in his hearing, and it came from long instead. Made for the wrong peak. Your ears deceived you, bud. OSU set back to not a full economic reset, but definitely not as comfortable a spot as they were in before. They're going to have to start fighting for rounds, something that I don't think they were used to after that first game. As Western U has put up a pretty strong attacking side here, and they've got an Empress to make the next round work as well, which can be relatively threatening in its own right. If we get this Reyna ball rolling, God knows what could happen. Standard setup now, a push from Neon. It's only for information at the least. Dragonfly, though, pays the price for it.
Yeah, and the Leer used to get Neon away. Rio has looked up mid here. Very strong angle right now. And again, no trap wires. No information. Rio is able to get on this angle for free. Nearly gets 3 there, but he at least allows Neon to peek on back and get 1. Still a player advantage for Western U, but only barely, as that Jet really doesn't have much health. And Series is taking a page out of Rio's book, has crept all the way up, and look at the respect here. But not enough respect to not run it. Series gonna take Jazao down, force the Jet's hand. They have to go C. At least the sofa's gotten pretty deep, so you can be somewhat confident in this control. Garage now the real risk, and Shu's able to trade 1 for 1, but the Jet all alone. Paranoia dodged, and Willie at the ready for Custard to come out Garage.
Great shooting by Western U. That was a tight spot to be in, but you only had bullets to get your way out. That could have been so much worse. I mean, the push behind from Neon, or not Neon, Rio rather, could have ended in a 3K. The reaction time on those players to flick onto him was just absurd. And now that means Western U gets to come in, not only with weapons, but again, ultimates into this round. They've got Bladestorm at the ready, provided they need it at all. They've also got the Empress that can be huge teleport on the attacking side from the shadows. Equally as useful. This is a team that's not getting off their high horse anytime soon. Will be a run it back used down in mid from Series to try and gain some information. And a frag onto Willie. There might not be more than that. The flash doesn't really connect onto the Reyna, pushing through, forcing everybody back. And across the map, you can see that help Neon creep up mid. We'll get the heal off. One player low HP here. Oh, the Leer at the wrong time. Fortunate to get away with just 9 HP, but far from clean here for OSU.
But look how much OSU are pushing Western. The last round, they realized their weakness isn't A or C. Their weakness is mid. They have no control of mid unless they've all stacked there round after round. OSU, it's a late adaptation into the half for them, but a very well done one. Shu's position is known. He's getting flanked from behind. This is going to be an easy pickup for Neon.
Oh, the knife, his knife.
And what a round. Oh, the knife. Oh, yeah. Do it to him, Neon. That's how you get it done.
Oh, that's what I needed to brighten up my day a little bit. OSU, dude. I don't. Who's supposed to be playing offense here? Who's supposed to be the attackers? It's the red team, right?
You know, you would think.
Western U, all they tried.
Enemy remaining.
That is peak Valorant. Dragonfly though, all the way up, man. It's the whole team, and I think that's my favorite thing is they just don't stop pushing. You don't know whether it's coming from the same direction or another direction. If you try and shift your players over to give your team backup, if you want to do it quickly, it requires running. The second they hear those shots, God, Rio, again through the smoke, dude. That's not nice.
Yeah, solid. As soon as that cyber cage is going, you know somebody's probably crossing it. Because the rounds where they aren't crossing it, Western University aren't putting up that cyber cage. Just Fury at least lets them know that it isn't a full stack on this site. Custard able to grab 1. Has the paranoia for a second. It does whiff, but Willie's able to put him down. Spike's been dropped on that C site, and honestly, Western University are split across the map right now. Willie's going to try and get out of dodge, but unfortunately caught by the blind. Has to use a smoke. Just barely gets around the corner. 12 health to Willie's name. Quixotic is there to trade and punish it. I mean, this map is kind of a mess right now, all things considered. Gonna restabilize a bit. Quixotic will catch Rio and use the neural theft to enable Willie to see that the players are B and towards C. So A is gonna be free.
What the hell is this round, Paul? There has been so much ridiculousness from OSU. It is a miracle that this Jet is even alive right now. Willie gave him the Serpentine maneuvers to end all Serpentine maneuvers on his way out, pressed all of his buttons, and still only manages with 9 HP. Now, OSU are far from honest. Even with the spike down, they do have neural theft, which would give away the position after just 1 kill. 2v2. It's looking good for the defenders here.
Leer available too. If they can creep onto site without using it, if they can clear this, they're going to be in a great position to stop anyone from actually pushing them. The Cypher coming all the way around long. Leer invested for Sewer, which isn't the correct position, but at least allows him to tap the bomb. A lot of damage done onto the Reyna there, and it is a kill that can be cleaned up. Running out of time, Quixotic will swing and put it down. 4-8 in favor of Western University. A far superior attack to what they had on Ascent.
That all came down to Quixotic. I want to point out one tiny itty-bitty little thing. The second he heard them push onto site, he threw out his camera from sewer. And from then on, OSU was convinced that was the angle they had to watch. Even when they knew the jet was over there. Even when they heard the Bladestorm come out, they were still watching sewer because they thought there was going to be a second peek coming from that direction. And that tiny little bitty bait got Western U in 8th round. They're playing around, they're in their heads. And for as much as OSU look confident in the rounds that they win, they look sexy as hell. Western U's coming out with the rounds. They're coming out with the plays that actually matter. And they need to keep that up now.
Oregon State now on to their attack. This pistol round is pivotal for Oregon too, unlike last time around where they could have given it up on Ascent on their attack. Now they really need to make it happen. And what an aggressive push from Western University. Unfortunately, Oregon State seemed to at least partially read it. They will push onto the B and then pivot towards C where Quixotic is all alone. They send players over to clear him out. He'll trade 1 for 1 at least. They've left Rio. Rio all alone underneath the stairwell. Not spotted quite quickly. But Shu will be able to put him down regardless. No damage done by Rio there. No significant damage at least. And now the map is clear for Western University to head to the site. That paranoia won't hit anything. A Lear to clear out garage window. But Custard is in such an interesting spot. He picked up a gun though. That probably should have given Shu the information that there is one back here. Unfortunately, he didn't relay it properly to Zhao, who was unprepared. Dragonfly is all alone though, and Western University will still make it work. Small lapse in comms, ultimately inconsequential, as they'll take the pistol.
Yeah, that's a big one for them. That could lead to 10. I mean, 11 is likely on the board following that. They gotta convert this bonus round. I think OSU's in a position where you force here. I think this is one of the few rounds where you can get away with an economic swing, and they're going for it. Yep, absolutely the right call from this attacking side. Question is, where do they take this one, right? Spike's playing here. They've been really, really good, I would say, on their attacking side. At the information gathering game, a lot of that comes down to their Sova. Rio has had some of the best drones in Sonic Darts, and the way that they've been reacting to those has been equally as important. This time it'll be around the left side. Rio peeking around here. Look for Sonic on the other side of the map. There's a little to be found, though. It's drawn a rotation out from the Jet, who's now playing up in Heaven, which means Western U have shifted to a full retake setup for this A site. OSU shouldn't have much trouble getting here. They need to make sure they don't lose any players on the way in.
Lear's going to clear the site. Smoke is going to smoke out Heaven 2. Willie's not going to be able to get anything done from there. Just repositioning down towards Connector. Series here, the hot hands ready to be thrown the second he thinks they're pushing to stall them out. Doesn't have a player on the cross, though. No one to give him the information as to when they're pushing. So he's going to have to just retreat. Caught by the Recon Dart 1. Not going to be fragged. Both teams actually onto the site without losing any members. This is about to turn into a bloodbath. Everybody spraying every direction they can. Only one remaining here. Flex does have a Spectre. Only 11 health and 7 bullets in the gun. Custard will win the 1v1 and flip once again for OSU.
I really like the post-plant setup that OSU went with there. It was a shake-up from the normal, right? Normally playing Hell and Cubby, you're trying to set up a 50-50 angle. Then you play 50-50 on site alongside Sewer at the same exact time, and then maybe one out long for a final post-plant hold. Instead, they sent everybody out Sewer and long, and what that did was, for Western U, who are coming in with better weaponry, the more that goes to plan, the better, right? The more you can say, okay, they're probably playing these positions, we're going to clear them this way, the better. OSU create as much chaos as possible, and that's where the Stinger really comes into play. Now Quixotic has to look for something different up in Cubby alongside Giselle, but what he finds might not be what he was expecting.
Yeah, unfortunate there. At least Shu from Cubby is able to get one, but ultimately, this is the round done and dusted.
Cover going out.
I like the fact that Western University were willing to push, but not going to net them much. Willie all alone. Hard to imagine that even with the Blade Storm, clutches this 1v4.
You're just a non-believer, Cole.
You know what? That is accurate. I am a non-believer. I think I'm a right so non-believer. I don't even think... Did he fire a single knife? No, I guess... No, he pulled out the classic to take down the camp.
You got one at the end of the round. Either way, 6-9, OSU have an economy to work with. They're pretty scary, to say the very least. One thing Western U, I'd say, has going for them here is the fact that they can buy out like their lives depend on it. This is the first time the operator's been in Willie's hand in the entire map, so that alone could catch OSU off guard, although I don't think peeking A long is the right play here. They've cipher caged it literally every single round on their attacking side, and so you're not going to find much value there. You can see exactly immediately OSU drops the cage. Western haven't found a pick with its operator. They haven't gotten any more information with it. It hasn't had the impact that they may have wanted, but Shu across the map absolutely will. Finds a nice little pick onto Neon, turn this one into a 4v5.
Just slow play for Oregon here. Still not really deep enough into this half that either team has built up a comfortable economy, so makes sense that Oregon want to play this slowly. A lot of info on the B site, but it's shallow info. You have no idea if someone's playing either link or deep in B. So not enough for Oregon State to feel confident pushing toward B4. They're still pretty heavily stacked in mid right now. Giving a good amount of info, too, with the amount of players they have spraying that garage. Good read from Western. They have an inkling of an idea that this is going to be a B hit. The trapwire will be taken. Flash at the ready here. Curveball from Series. Once that goes out, Quixotic's going to be forced off that angle, forced to hug the wall. Flex in on the other side, though. Can be quite the nuisance. Quixotic good for 2 before he has to reload. And while this will pivot to A, while OSU will be able to get this... Well, actually, no. Maybe they won't be able to get the spike down. Willie's here. They had no idea there'd be a jet lurking with an op. And now Rio is being surrounded. Slowly but surely, completely out of time. They can push him to steal his gun, or they can let him get away, but he is not taking the round home. It will be double digits. One more frag at least. Taking out Flex. Lear will be destroyed before the swing, so Rio's actually good for another, but ultimately still very favorable for the Western University.
You know, Paul, it's a shame about the operator early in the round, but Willie was playing the late game. He's ready for that rotate through. I believe the same one they saw on, if memory serves correct, the pistol round. That same exact push all the way through to A. And the second that they saw that mid pressure, the operator can only do so much, right? At the end of the day, it can rotate back to mid, it can play the post plant. If it does end up going down on B. But I love that Willie stuck to their guns, played towards the A site. It got arguably the most impact frag in that entire round, even though they weren't able to get the most out of the operator early.
Once again, OSU leaning toward mid here. A lot of information and map control gain for them, though, for free. Zhao on a pretty cheeky angle here. Not going to be cleared. Free frag for him and a dismiss to get away. Gives information that the rain is there. Neon will be forced out of garage. Can't commit to that because you know you were going to get swung on. You know you were going to get leered. But unfortunately, isn't even prepared for Quixotic to be there either. Both flashing agents gone for Oregon State now. They have to get picks. They have to inch their way forward to get map control now. They can't take it by force. And look at Giselle. Already out. Ooh, does get caught by Dragonfly. Gives Oregon State a pick that they were looking for. Now they can use the Neural Theft to assess their options. It's a pretty even split right now for Western University. They're going to try and pivot over to this C site. It's the safest to be sure, but certainly not cut and dry for them.
No, but you have 100 Stereo, which is nice to say the least. They've gotten one more pick here. I would say this round is genuinely in their favor. Rio's going to be able to back out towards C long. This is a huge positional advantage now for OSU.
Western U, they are trickling onto the site rather than turning the corners at the same time from the shadows just to get down C long, and this is such a great position for Oregon State now. They have the Hunter's Fury, they have this C long position that has to be cleared and is also impossible to clear for Western University. The Hunter's Fury will be dodged seemingly completely here, but it buys so much time. Now the defuse has to be at least halfway stuck here before Shu pulls it off, and he will get that halfway checkpoint. Actually comes back. Really good on the cover, though. Able to cover him just enough, but not enough for the full round. 8 health for the clutch out of Custard.
What I tell you, man, that position is just so important out towards long. Holding on to that angle when you've got a Hunter's Fury in tow you don't even have to hit anything with it. You just stop the plant from going down. It allows you to wait for those smokes to clear, and that jet will run out eventually. It's nice that Khazzer got to trade both those out, but even if he doesn't get the second, I don't think there's that much time left to defuse. At the very least, it would have been close. That was really well played by OSU, and their post plants continue to impress me right now. They're getting closer and closer to Western U as well with a lot of these attacking rounds. It's in fact forced them all the way back onto pistols. They heard both those shots in mid. That's a pretty key bit of information to be giving away as well. You see Reyna lurking around in garage looking for something, but OSU continue to just suppress it with raw firepower if nothing else.
Just out considering going for a swing here. Just playing slow for now. Is supported there by the allied Sova. Heavy A-lane now. Sewers will be cleared out by the cam. And that cam is retrieved. Corner also being cleared. OSU just crossing their T's and dotting their I's before they actually go for an A hit. They're going to pivot back around now. Jazao is here to meet them. You have to be good for at least one here if you want to make this worthwhile, Jazao. Gets the first, dismisses away. Only 20 health, so if he tries to swing back, he is undoubtedly dead. But he gets another one. Dismiss again. Not good on the swing, our OSU. Nobody's spamming that angle, expecting Jazao to come on back. And while he's caught by the recon dart and taken down, that is worthwhile.
30 seconds left.
Oh, okay. Quixotic. Not quite the trigger discipline he was probably hoping for there. Honestly, I think he could have gone for the classic right clicks rather than the left click spray. OSU, they now have the player advantage. They're now going to be able to plant on A. And only Omen and Jet. Only, I believe, Flex and Willie for this. Paranoia completely whiffs. Willie goes forward with the frenzy. But Flex all alone with just a sheriff in hand. Spotted by the recon dart too. This is done. There it is. Or?
Oh, pardon
Hello?
me. Yeah, sorry.
Endo? Palo? There he
It's
is.
a shame that those classic shots didn't come through. I mean, Quixotic Abs is the best for us, dude. Just sweaty palms, whatever you want to blame it on. It's okay. You get one of those a day. At least. It happens to the best of us. But it's a great capitalization by OSU. We know they like playing scrappy rounds, and when things get messy, OSU start winning. 8-10, they've got the momentum they need. If they take away this round, they should be able to even up the score. How much more can they get after that is my big question. Because Western U have a nice bank of ultimates saved up as well that could be equally as key to break it open these rounds. It'll be a C push for OSU, though. As the spike creeps over there, you can tell they think about garage control. They're not going to go with it. Instead, it's just going to be a straight push from Neon, taking the aim duel against Shu. It'll open up the site. They can get the spike down. They've got so much utility to hold this afterwards as well.
Shu thought he had the spray there, thought he had the jump on Neon, but unfortunately through the box, not enough tags onto Neon there, and Neon able to swing on out. Now 5v4 for this retake. Empress and Run It Back available for OSU. Can't imagine the Run It Back will be used here, but the Empress certainly could be if things start getting dicey. Empress on the other side as well. Neural Theft, first pick here. Invaluable for Western, but they have to get that first pick to actually make that happen. Lear's a little shallow. It reveals that one is there, but behind him, Custard does all the damage. Quixotic not going to live long enough to use that Neural Theft, and Western University, they know now that they have to save, recover their economy best they can, and accept the fact that we're nearly at a tied game.
Yeah, I'm going to have to check the exact credit amount. I think there's a force after this with a hero op. They should... No, there's...
Yeah.
I mean, you can try with all the pistols that you really want to, but it's just a hero operator and Phantom. That's all that should realistically come out of this round. You get Sheriff, maybe some light armor mixed in on these players, but that save is... you're going to have to make it worth it. Let's put it that way. Willie's shifting up angles, playing over on the C side of the map, and OSU look like they're ready to play the same exact split they've been this entire time. Just figure out where things are, how they want to play, and then get creative with the final ending bits of the round. But for them, this should be riding it out to 10, trying to take this game to a draw.
Western University really should be trying to play around this operator in this round. Willie all the way over on C, though. Not the easiest position to pivot from. And caught off by the fact that there's a smoke there, too. So has to retreat very far back, very deep. Quixotic doing the opposite, pushing out very far. Gets caught in mid, and now it's trivial for this B take to come through. Flex, with the good paranoia there, at least forces OSU's hand to head over to the A site. Or at least to the A link. Still gonna plant B. Dragonfly. Don't believe his position was spotted either this deep behind Gong. Willie on an angle, just watching for a flank, but Series, even in the defender spawn, is not going to push his luck. Just gonna hold strong until he knows he's needed. Paranoia out too. Just keeps Western U at bay. Once again, they're left with 2 players versus so much of Oregon State. And you can't imagine that they're going to go for this. Just Bulldog and an operator in hand. Willie's going to save it once again.
And this save is actually going to be relatively worth it. I think Jazao should be going in here, trying to find whatever you can. That guy had 5 HP. That's a shame. Now they're going to find the operator. No. To the opposite side of the site they go. 10-10. We're all tied up here. OSU have clawed their way back after Western U's really impressive defense, or attacking side. It's not really looking anything the same for the other way around. And with an economic lead like this, you know they're never going to let go of it. They've got money in their bank to last them the entirety of the maximum of 4 rounds that they're going to need it for. And it seems like they've got all the right plans right now. They're playing beyond flexibly. I mean, I mentioned it at the beginning of Haven, but that's more important than anything else. Western U's throwing different setup after different setup on them, but OSU's ability to react to them all and play fluidly has been what gets them through this. Now, though, and the gun be gun, you're looking for a pick from that operator, or you're looking to shut down the play of OSU before it comes in. Try and reactively rotate to stop these pushes early. Western U, though, are stagnant, completely unmoving in their setup. 3 members playing towards that C site as more and more of the red side creeps up into B. There's nobody playing here. It's a full retake, but it could turn into more. With the way OSU plays, you never know what positions they're going to try and worm their way up into.
Sirius gets deep there. He does get caught, and with Shu on the cover, that's a 2 for 0. Western University very happy that they were able to catch those ambitious Western U very happy that they were able to catch those ambitious players up mid. Now OSU are kind of pigeonholed into the middle of the map. They don't have much control. They know at least that nobody's flanking them thanks to trap wires. They're going to go for the plant on the B site. To call this control tenuous would be generous. Quixotic not going to be good on the first, and Shu not there for the swing this time around. Rio challenging out Garage. Will lose that ultimately, though. Custard coming back out from B. Gets 1. Looks for this flank. Doesn't have enough time to confidently go for it, though. Has to consider that this defuse might just be being stuck. And come back for the spray. Gets 1. While Shu is sticking it to half, sticking it to full. Not enough bullets in the clip to stop this one.
No, they've got money in the bank for the next round, though. And like you said, control of that B site was tenuous at best. You're not getting on that with 3 players. There's a lot of ultimates up on the board here that I'd really like to see used, though, by both sides in this last round. You've got Empresses to pop. You've got Blade Storms. You've got everything you could possibly need. In fact, Willie has an operator. Flex has a Bulldog, and there's a Blade Storm on the table. Like, there's something wrong with that. Like, you can shift your operator over to a different agent, try and get value, and then use the Blade Storm that's arguably much better than this Bulldog. But it's the way Western U are going about it, and like I said, they've got a lot of ultimates alongside that to make this one work. A little bit of showing C as Willie's up over top of this. Does the drone find him? It absolutely will. The operator has been located, as well as the dart coming through, so push back entirely to the back of the site. You know what you're running into, but they're running into it willingly, Paul.
I mean, why wouldn't you if you can hit shots like that? Neon eliminating the operator. It is 2 for 2, not clean and cut. Not very optimal for Oregon State. In a 5v3, they lose 3 themselves and are then forced to come off that spike plant via the Hunter's Fury. It's used rather early, though. Plant stopped yet again, but Rio, no one expected the Sova to be in Garage while the plant was actually happening, but the plant wasn't even committed to. Now she was all alone, desperately trying to put his team on match point. But he's going to have to try and clear out C-Long all by himself. Recon Dart at least allows him onto the site, but what do you do now? One shock dart to your name. The plant at least is in a place where you can kind of get it done, but woo! Barely gets out of that second Hunter's Fury shot. He got it to half. He can come back through and try to bait this one. Nearly good. Oh, 11 health. One more bullet would have clutched it up. But instead, with just 11, Rio will get it done.
I mean, there's a world where he doesn't get tagged by that Hunter's Fury and he gets 2. He's stuck to the spike and he got half the spike for it, yeah, but if your plan is to play the time, then tagging half the spike isn't really worth all that much. You needed to bait out the Hunter's Fury without losing health. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do that. Rio, again, has a perfectly timed Hunter's Fury for C here. And I love the way that OSU play around their ultimate cooldowns, right? Whenever they were on the opposing map, and we saw Western U play, whenever they had their Killjoy ultimate up, whenever they had the lockdown, they shifted towards the A side of the map. And for OSU, it's that Hunter's Fury is a telltale sign that they're heading over to C and they're going to use it appropriately. Zhao out mid now, so they're going to shut down this drone, 11-11. But it's Western U who have next to nothing economically to work with.
All but seeding match, all but seeding match point over to Oregon State now. Western University. Heavy presence up B, and I mean, now Western University, they have to consider that it's going B. Meanwhile, Oregon are pivoting to A. Shu is over here. We'll at least get some info. Has the recon dart available. Doesn't even need it. Just gets it dry. Swinging from heaven. Not going to commit to that, obviously. Just a classic against a Vandal, especially at that range. To call it suboptimal would be disingenuous. One easy pick, Willie going for the Blade Storm up over top, but unfortunately anticipated by Oregon State. Flash here, push likely following. And not much going in the favor of Western University. A team ace as everybody claims one for themselves. And now map and match point for Oregon State University.
You've got cash, Western U, but do you have the gusto is the big question. Not too much in super critical ultimates. The Empress, arguably the most strong thing up here, but OSU has one to match it. They've got cash, all their abilities. Willie will buy out. Not an operator in sight. What's the defensive setup to go with here? 3 members. Tight on A. I'm not certain this is the play. OSU has been exceedingly good at sussing out exactly what your team is going for on a lot of these rounds, and going for this heavy of a slant just leaves the other sites open. Back with more mid pressure, though, as a long push here could really give a lot of value to Western U. But even so, I don't think it makes up for the fact that you're going to be lacking when OSU figure out that you're pretty light-handed on B and C. Thus so, they're going to rotate the Reyna back here. As it's full standard now for OSU, just keeping an eye on long.
That camera cleared out close angles too, so now that recon dart can go deep into B. It's a little bit shallow. Paranoia goes out, but Phoenix didn't spot it. Flex able to catch Series off guard and still pressure here on this B site. There's the neural theft. Allows Western University to see that nobody else is actually on this B site yet. And a little bit of a skirmish on that B site, but only Series will fall. Good from the shadows here. Gets so much information for Western University. And now Oregon State, they're left in limbo.
30 seconds left.
45 for the attackers. It's Empress pop by both sides. Things are about to get messy. Silverton from Garage, B side, or C side rather. Wide open. Quixotic holding his ground. Will get one. Attract. Gets another. Even gets a third through the spray. Everyone's down. Flex is going to even up the score. 12-12. We're going to overtime, Paul.
Quixotic, that's the value of a Cypher, and I got to shout out the macro play for Western University, whether they intended it or not. That from the shadows toward the A side forced the hand of Oregon State to go to C, right into the Cypher, right into all of that pre-placed utility. Excellent work from them, and with the help of Flex, they lock it down. Now we head to our first overtime of the day. Keep in mind, overtime, it's win by 2 here. We will alternate attack and defense until somebody puts 2 in a row on the board. And then finally, we will head out of this map. That could go for quite a while, though. At Conference 1, we are very familiar with some longer overtimes.
Shadows
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get the video in at some point, but the 50-round game that just kept going is played here. This one, not likely to go as long, but certainly a breath of relief for Western U, who haven't had any real money to work with up until now. To full CXQ, Western U are on. They've got the shots. It's a trade on from Dragonfly. Can't get more than his worth, though. As Neon, with 2 big ones, going to just miss out to save the day.
Advantage OSU on the defense, but the plant will come through all the same. Lurk here by Quixotic will be able to pressure one and get the kill. Unfortunately, Flex not able to hold his ground. Quixotic had to commit to the flank, and Series was ready. Casual, nasty round there for Neon, actually. Able to do so much, enough to get the Empress and take the first round in overtime.
I mean, you have to give a shout out, though, to the 2 players playing there with him, the Dragonfly and one other. He effectively just used them as human bait to try and get that double, but it paid off. I mean, bait, as much as people want to joke about it, you know, you just baiting your teammates. If you get more than the value that you gave in, it's absolutely worth it. Turn the game into a 3v2, and from then on, it's just textbook Valorant. Their turn to attack, though. And it's no surprise, OSU are back at what they're good at. Western U opting for the same 3-man stack that they went for last time that the score was nearly tied up all like this. And remember, if OSU managed to take away this round, this overtime could end very quickly. Western U going for this 3-man stack is interesting enough in its own right. They've hidden the 1-man around the sandbags, around the cinder blocks, rather. Which could catch them off guard if they're not careful. No.
Exactly. Neon is prepared for the Reyna to swing here, but Jizao's not even going to give him that. Still deep into a long Shu, holding that angle. Meanwhile, Jizao pivoting to the other side of the map, trying to support the Cypher, who up until now was alone on C with most of the utility cleared out. There's a creep toward this A site. 2 players holding strong here. You have to imagine Cinderblock will be cleared at some point. You gotta turn this, right? You gotta look for that. No! Shu catches Neon completely off guard. No one there to clear, and that hot hands is a little early. It's a little shallow as well. Shu good for 3 from Cinderblock. And now Rio is all alone.
I mean, I get losing 1 there, but losing anything more than that is borderline unacceptable for OSU. You can feel the nerves for them. That's a mistake that we don't expect them to make very often. Their refragging ability has been ridiculously above par so far. With 22 seconds left, this round is, I mean, more than over. There's no way Rio can possibly check all of these angles. Oh, there he is. No knife to even up the score for Willie, but certainly a nice round for Western U as they breathe a sigh of relief.
Switching sides. Overtime.
All back up to even. Neither team able to pull away early. And this just really feels like kind of a blunder for Oregon State. I mean, what I imagine happened here is Neon got early to that angle and didn't see the Reyna come back. And nobody saw Shu in the first place get there early. And he didn't swing when Neon was able to take, or when Jizao rather, was able to take down Dragonfly. So they didn't expect anyone to be there because there was such a long hold on that sight line. But Shu snuck in early and was able to catch him off guard and trade up so intensely.
OSU shifting away from the A site, interestingly enough. I'm actually curious. I like their retakes a lot here on A. They showed us a lot of good stuff. But playing this confidently toward the center of the map tells us they're ready to play flexible and just play to whatever site Western U want to end up taking to. That is a huge drone for them. Oh my god, everyone's here. The cavalry have arrived. Western U, if they want to make this push, they better make it happen quickly.
Western University are playing with fire right now, playing with trap wires as well. Rio able to get 1, and now it's just 2 on site. Quixotic gets the first, but is now left alone. Position revealed. I can't agree with how Western U played that, man. Seeing the Owl drone that deep, they were all the way in a lobby where they ran for the site.
I mean, they committed, man. They had to make a call, and this is what we see every time. Right, you end up casting Valorant. As these in-game leaders, when you get this late in the rounds, they need to be decisive about their calls, and I'm happy to see that Western U are committing to the decisions that they're making. But like you said, the second that the drone saw them, they knew they could have been being pushed from behind, like a minute left to clear the entirety of the map behind you. Even then, time would have been tight shifting to the other side. I think I just have to hand it over to the drone from OSU that ended up making that play. Rio with a big one now to try and seal out the game on their attacking side. They're all rusty, trusty B site or A through B. This could turn into a number of plays for them. We've seen a lot of variations on this, but Western U's ready for it.
Oh boy. Yet another full send up toward B. Heavy commitment here. The plant will go down unabated. Omen seen going out into Cubby, and Series caught through the smokes. This is about to turn into a hail of bullets from both sides. No one flanking, no one able to get around or through. Custard pushing up, trying to catch one. Caught by the recon dart, but it's going well for Western thus far. Just 2 left to spray this down. Not the ideal position, and caught by the recon dart. Both of them! Oregon State, they overplay B, and it cost them their lead.
You know, I actually think that was an interesting shift from OSU. Western reacted perfectly. I mean, coming to defend B at all was the right play there. They stop it from realistically turning into anything worse. OSU didn't manage to get into really solid post-plant positions because of it. But what's curious there is that every time OSU have made that push before, they fake plant the spike like 3 times in a row trying to bait people into the site. And people don't usually get baited into the site by it. It's failed almost every other time. That time, they went for the full plants on the spike, and the only reason they got it is because they had faked it so many times before. So the play was almost successful, just came short when you came in with a really strong retake.
Ooh. Interesting deep camera here for Dragonfly. Spots that the Sova's there, but also that it's probably only the Sova, because nobody pushed up with that Owl drone. And I don't believe the Owl drone actually got much information either. I mean, obviously the camera was there, so you know the Cypher is somewhere by C. But instead, you're just going to run up to B. Once again, he's playing in the corner, and this didn't go well last time either. Flex getting caught. Neon swinging out. Series moving forward, and the spike is on the floor. Western University, they make the same mistake OSU did, and it goes even worse for them. Folks, B is a harder site than you think it is to take. It's even harder to hold and plant on. Do at least getting one, but I mean, 50 seconds remaining. Has some time to play with, sure. But good friggin' luck, buddy.
I think the uncomfortable thing here for Western U is the fact that they have not managed to pull ahead at any point since OSU took a hold on this game. They've been playing from behind the entire time. That'll be a gun spotted. I think you just bait them into getting shot in the back of the head, if nothing else, though. There's the first one. He knows the second player's there. So no one lurking around in garage just to make sure that he can support this Reyna should things get really messy. Reyna swing. Great shot by Neon. OSU, dude. At this point, I know B's hard pull, but it's a call-out play, if nothing else. It's a gut check saying, hey, I hope you got players ready for this retake, right? Because most setups do account for a retake for it, but for so many rounds, Western U has been playing heavy leans towards one side of the map or the other. I don't think a B take is necessarily the wrong play here, and for Western U, a team that didn't actually take advantage of B that much, you have to just understand where it's coming from, right? These guys are so deep in their playbooks that B just sounds like, okay, we got to mix it up with this, but it doesn't work. OSU's back on the book.
I'm gonna want to take a look at that round later if we can after the game, because I think there's better ways to play that round specifically. We don't have time for that right now. OSU leaning toward A. They luck out here a little bit. There is a creep up C long, very heavy as well. A lot of map control, a lot of information. Willie going down, though, that basically ruins any chance OSU had of, or not OSU, but rather Western had of getting an early advantage. Now they all come around from the flank, and Rio's ready for one. Shock darts to dissuade and try to get him down A long, able to hug the wall and escape. Custard in a close corner here, too. One has to go. That paranoia will reveal his position, but Quixotic still not at the ready, not prepared for Custard to swing him. Rio now probably in this deep position. Oh, and we've seen Sovas do so much from there before. Oregon State, it went the distance and then some. But ultimately, they're still able to pull off the 2-0 in this semifinal.
Yeah, that got dicey, man. The first half of that Haven map was anything but pretty. But man, you got there. OSU, I think they're going to need a second to recoup above all other things, because they got thrown for a loop by a lot of this. And playing flexible is nice, but it certainly does leave you up against the ropes for a lot of these rounds.
Well, and you know, when it gets to overtime and you've won map 1, right, you want to close it out. Nobody wanted to go to Icebox as the third map, more than likely. That's just such a wild card, especially when you were the team that took such a quick and dominant lead on Ascent. Gotta give credit to Western. Ultimately, they played a very good game. I do want to go back to that one round, though, and kind of explain my thought process here in this, right, and why I think it wasn't necessarily ideal. So there was that little bit of information gained on C, but you don't know where the Cypher is. The Cypher could have left, retreated entirely, and you have no idea where Omen or anybody else is on the map. It's just such a heavy commitment to the B site when you have no information. That's my problem when teams decide to go B. It's not, oh, we've caught them off guard, we can quickly go B while they're on the edges of the map. It's just a panic play more than anything else, or at least that's what it looks like.
I would agree with that. The way it was executed did look like a bit of a panic play. They're looking for something to catch the opposing side off guard. And to their credit, that was the first time that we've seen Western U make that quick of a play onto B, right? That was 20 seconds into the round. They started the push, got the spike down in 25, got out, but the post plant didn't have time. And like you said, they didn't have the information on where anybody else was. And
credit to Shu here, actually. Credit to Shu here. I think you played this 1v4 about as well as can be expected, right? Got the information, waited for the swing, decided that, hey, that Sova's not going to swing me. I need to clear this close corner. I don't know if anyone's there. And if he wins that gunfight, maybe even gets 1 or 2 more out of that. So you can see that Western University, when it comes to these when these mechanical play, these micro plays, the individual plays, certainly are a force to be reckoned with.
I'll tell you what, though, there's only one winner, and for OSU, they look really, really strong in a lot of these ways. Are they as strong as the team that they're about to face is my question, who said, and I quote, they suck. I honestly, I'm really excited for this interview that we're going to get into in a bit, because I want to hear what OSU has to say about that. Because map 1 was dominant. Map 2 was anything but convincing, which I think makes the pick ban for the next series really interesting as well. Because, well, I don't want to go back to Haven if I'm OSU. I do want to play a little bit more Ascent.
But looking at this,
it was your map pick.
I'm looking at the pick ban between these two series, right? Are both the teams that advanced, so OSU and Rutgers, right? Both of them banned Bind, and then both series ended up on Haven, with our winning team picking Haven, and the losing team picking Ascent. So I feel like we're going to go back to Haven and Ascent.
It's really likely that we end up going back to Haven Ascent. I mean, at any point in time, it's likely we go back to Haven Ascent. It's like the vanilla ice cream of Valorant.
It's the bread and butter.
Kind of boring, kind of lame. I don't want to see it. Icebox is way tastier, but my favorite flavor is anything but those, man. And you know what? I have to assume this one goes to a third, because I feel like Scarlet Knights, they look great, but OSU really sends a message with that first map. And if Ascent plays out the same way, if OSU can play flexible on Ascent, can play that Killjoy, or play in any way mixing up this game, Scarlet Knights, you can't assume they're going to be ready for it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to get an interview here really quick with one of the players of Oregon State and see how they're faring. Here he is. All right, Rio coming on in. The Sova with the final frags of the series. How you feeling about that semifinal win, man?
Not much.
Yeah, man.
Haven was really hard.
Yeah, certainly.
What's up?
Go ahead.
I mean, you guys looked really solid throughout the game. Your fluidity was arguably the best part of everything. Your willingness to go to any site at any point in time was very apparent in a lot of those rounds. When you're playing up against Scarlet Knights, who have been really dominant in a lot of their setups, they've been very confident in their defense, usually sticking to their standards, spreading themselves out, and holding those positions for a majority of the round. Do you think that game plan changes at all?
No, I don't think so. We know for Scarlet Knights and with any team that, there's always a hole in their strategy or anything, and we always try and find that. So, they can be as confident as they want, but there's always a place that we can exploit.
Sure, and I actually kind of want to poke you on that specific topic, because the series didn't get off to the hottest start, right, for you guys at Oregon. You went down 0-4 in the first 4 rounds of Ascent, but then it was 10 rounds in a row. Did you feel like it was a big brain adaptation from you guys, or Were Western University just not putting up the same kind of numbers? How did you guys manage to swing that many rounds back to back?
Like I said before, it was all about just finding a hole in their strategy, and it just took us 5 rounds to do it.
Fair enough.
Now, heading into the next one, you've got Scarlet Knights. You guys are looking solid. We're going to give you a couple minutes break to go and catch your breath or whatever. But there's a large mental game being played here that Scarlet Knights are the previous winners of this thing. I think they won the first one as well, and you guys won the second tournament. Heading into this one's for all the marbles. Who is the big kahuna of CF1? What does that mean to you guys to take away this tournament, especially against the Scarlet Knights?
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's just winning this one. You know, we're just in it for the glory and the $2,000 cash prize.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, $2,000 is going to be more than good enough. We're going to give you some minutes to prepare for that one. Thank you so much for joining us here, Rio, and good luck in the grand finals. We're going to be back with that grand final sooner rather than later. I believe we're going to throw to a quick break. Nope, I am once again mistaken. We are actually, let's prep for that grand final before anything else, Dora. Let's talk about how we might expect that to go, because both these teams have shown preference towards Haven. They've both shown they can play Ascent. So, I mean, I assume we're going to Haven and Ascent, but either one of these teams could mess with this pick ban some. We're going to take a look at the bracket while we discuss.
If there's one team I want to mess with this pick ban at all, it's OSU. I think they need a mix up. They're really good at just feeling out games, feeling out rounds in general. And if you go to a map that neither of you are super confident on, I think feeling it out is honestly a super great skill to have. Scarlet Knights are strong, stick to the plan. They know exactly what they're doing. They listen to their end-game leader. They do exactly as they're supposed to, and it works out for them really well. It's clinical play, but if OSU could throw a wrench into their plans with a map pick or an agent pick, I think they've got a really solid chance of making the most of that.
Certainly, and I mean, both teams have shown that they would rather not go to Bind, so I doubt we see that, but outside of Bind, who knows what these teams' second or third least favorite maps are. It could be Split and Icebox. That's kind of what you expect as a standard, but they've both left it up in favor of taking away Bind, so who knows? Maybe they have pocket picks on either of those maps. We'll only be able to wait and see. We're going to be back with the grand finals of our final Conference 1 tournament here for 2020 in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. Stick around for all the action.
Don't stick around for all the action.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
No more.
One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
There. One enemy remaining. Don't rush me. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
One enemy remaining.
Embarrassing. Careful now.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Go. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Last player standing.
No more.
One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
There. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. Last. Standing.
Welcome back, everybody, to Conference 1. We are rolling into the grand finals now between Oregon State University and the Scarlet Knights from Rutgers University. Two teams that have already taken the championship when the other ones weren't present here in Conference 1 in previous tournaments we've had. Now we get to see who the true Conference 1 champion is, not just for this tournament, but for 2020.
Nah, man. Whole way around. We're running it back. Scarlet Knights.
Oh, yeah.
Look dominant. And honestly, just watching their matches, I know it was a more dominant win by Scarlet Knights. And you can't say anything about the opponents because they haven't really seen each other before. Scarlet Knights felt a little bit more dominant, I'm going to be completely honest. And that second map wasn't too convincing by OSU. That alongside the fact that they played more rounds, which is always worrying considering that they're going into a grand finals. They're going to be warm for sure, but definitely a little bit mentally worn out. It's going to be a tough match for OSU. And like I said, in the map pick ban, I'm really curious to see what they do, because if anybody throws a wrench into the mix, it should be them.
And for anyone maybe just joining us, I think we should take a look back at how we got here, how these two teams progressed to the very last matchup of this year, because it was hard fought to a degree for both of these teams, certainly one more so than the other. Like you were saying, OSU Valorant, they had that close second match against Western University. But honestly, it's been 2-0 after 2-0 for both these teams twice. Do we get another 2-0 for the finals, or do we finally spice it up a little?
I don't know, man. Our map pick ban says otherwise, but let's go over what these guys are playing for. First place, 2,000 bones. That's right, I called them bones, Paul. Second place offers up 500. Third and fourth, a 250. Nothing to be ashamed of for him, but let's be real. Everyone's shooting for that top. It's more than money. It's the bragging rights of beating one another and really having that Conference 1 title. How are they going to do it, though, is the question. We've got our map picks and bans loaded, and they're about as uninteresting as we thought they'd be. OSU bans Vine, Rutgers bans Split. OSU picks Ascent, Rutgers picks Defense, Rutgers picks Haven, OSU picks Defense. So Ascent, Haven, over and over and over and over again. Rutgers pick was Haven, so
If nothing else, I don't want it to be a 2-0 just so that we can get a different map today. Just so that we can change up the scenery a little bit. I like Ascent and Haven. Two of my more favorite maps to play on and to watch. But running them back 3 times in a row. I mean, the good news for both of these teams on both of these maps is you have footage. Because you were... Oops, I just punched my mic stand. Because you weren't playing while the enemy team... Shush. While the enemy team was doing their semifinal, right? So you could have kicked back, relaxed, and dug into the VOD review, really developed a plan on how you wanted to take down the enemy team while they were playing their semifinal and you were just resting. So I think we're about to see some very high-level play, some very adaptive play, rather, from both of these teams on each map.
I think if there's one way for OSU here, for OSU to really find a foot in, an advantage in this match, I feel like you have to win Ascent. I think this game could potentially be decided at map 1, because if they don't live to see map 3, you know, there's a world where OSU win 2 in a row, but I'm assuming I'm coming from a point of view of Scarlet look more dominant.
Sure.
In their matchup, I have to give them a slight leg up here. I don't think you want to play Scarlet Knights on Haven. It's their map pick. They picked in their first series. You tried to kind of sort of not ban it because you wanted to ban Split out of the pool as an option, but you also kind of wanted to avoid it because you didn't pick it. You went with the Ascent pick, which you looked arguably stronger on. It tells me that OSU, after that last map, aren't feeling too hot on the map, and Rutgers looked really, really good on Haven. So I'm nervous that this gets to a second map with Scarlet Knights in the lead. We could be in for a bumpy ride.
And that second map was always going to be pretty difficult, I think, pick ban-wise for OSU, because we've seen Rutgers University on Split. Their Split is dominant like no others, and few teams are going to have that same kind of confidence on a map more so uncommon like Split, right? So Split, much more so the safer ban. You were okay with playing Haven before. I doubt OSU can feel super confident going into Haven. They might feel pretty okay. They just pulled it back in overtime. Maybe they've made some adjustments internally to feel a little bit better about that map. But you were always going to feel better about Haven than you were Split. So had to get that one out of the pool.
Yeah, and it's no surprise. I think Icebox, again, is still just a toss-up for these two teams. We haven't seen anything out of either of them, and I think they're close enough skill level-wise to do it. And it's a shame we didn't, during the interview, get to bring up the fact that the Scarlet Knights captain, and again, I know it's just BM, I know it's just coming and having a good time, but to say my opponents suck, to back that up, it's a minimum 2-0, is what I'm saying. You did not back up those words if you do not 2-0 OSU with at least remotely decent wins.
Oh yeah, that's got to be the game plan here for Scarlet Knights, but I doubt they're ever content with anything other than 2-0. We are being told that a player is washing their dog. I have to imagine that is who we interviewed earlier.
Oreo?
I can't.
Right?
Yeah, I believe Oreo is the dog being washed currently. So, well, you know, come on, hurry up, wash your
We've got
dog.
more important things
Why didn't you wash your dog this morning? What? You knew you were going to have to play Valorant today.
Dog wash call. That's an expensive dog wash.
It's all for the mental
I think we're
game.
getting into the game anyway. I'm ready to see what this character select actually looks like. These teams have been, I don't want to say boring, but, you know, vanilla with their agent picks. It's been mostly Reyna, Jet for the most part with these guys playing a lot of Cypher. Curious Series is back on the Phoenix. Jet for Neon. So this is exactly what they did beforehand. Trying to play a strong entry without the Reyna. And honestly, I don't think it matters that much. Neon looked really good on the Reyna. I like the Reyna more than the Jet for him. On this map in particular, the Jet does offer up a couple things, but more importantly than all that, I think Series had just had a ridiculously good Phoenix and was a real highlight for this team on a lot of rounds. Scarlet Knights, unsurprisingly, have locked in the same exact composition as they have every single time. Relaxed Potato is still really strong and a player to look out for, though.
I personally really like the Jet pick over the Reyna here on Ascent. I agree with you, Reyna very strong on Ascent, but I think the Jet is somewhat necessary, especially when playing up against a Cypher, to break out of B main and A main, clear trap wires away, not have to deal with those while you trickle on in, because otherwise you can get caught on swings very easily by a defending team. So I think it's certainly an acceptable, more than acceptable composition for Oregon State. Let's head on to Ascent. First map of the grand finals here at the Conference 1 Valorant tournament. Cannot wait to see how this one plays out. Already both teams, neither one stacking too heavily anywhere. Although as I say that, Oregon State are starting to lean toward A.
I mean, they're just giving that inkling of an idea. We know how much they liked the A site before. I am a little bit scared, though, of the Cypher that we all know and love. We know Lamp on the other side of the map is going to be getting up the stuff instantly. The one-way comes out, spray through. Confidence here from OSU, but confidence might just bite you in the butt. 1 HP on Relaxed Potato. Scarlet Knights. Got to be a little bit careful now. This is not a commitment by any means. Jonah even taking one more away is going to want to send OSU Valorant packing. The Scarlet Knights, I think, they understand that they can't just take whatever space that they want in this game. There's a reason they're not pushed up on B right now. But they do have the correct read and at least shifting over towards this A side, even if OSU don't end up fully committing to it.
1-for-1 trade thus far. Both teams sort of resetting, but Relaxed Potato caught off guard. That's the A site going over to OSU Valorant. There's very little that you can imagine that Scarlet Knights can do, except make this as expensive as possible. Dragonfly will go down. That does potentially leave the flank open, but Scarlet Knights not going to go for that. Instead, going for the quick regroup. Going to try and clear out Tree Room. There's only one low health Sova in there, so it won't be too hard to get control as long as you look the right way. But no, Justin goes alone and is taken down by a nice headshot from Rio. Now, this retake is ever so difficult. Rio has opened the door, so Scarlet Knights are considering, do we go back to Tree? Do we take out the Sova? It's low health, but no, they commit to the site. They go flying on in. Ooh, and a reload means that Cram can't swing properly. Will come around the corner, Ghost in hand, but the right click's too strong at that range. By the skin of his teeth. Cram gonna get it done and put the first on the board for Rutgers.
Dude, someone's got to nerf that right click. They came in flying, knowing that they didn't have to counter strafe or anything. They just tried to make it as difficult as they possibly could to aim for their heads and threw out a bunch of right clicks. It worked beautifully for the Scarlet Knights. And honestly, I'm unsurprised to see a plan like that working with Lamp at the head. This guy is shot calling on the defensive setups. We got it in their interview, a little bit of a look into how their comms work. He's calling the setups, he's calling the retakes, and that worked out just perfectly for them.
Certainly got a little bit dicey, but nothing that Scarlet Knights couldn't handle. Force up here from Oregon, though. They're not letting this second round go for free. This is something they did a lot in their previous series, so not too surprising to see them go for this. Playing a little bit slow, conservative right now. Have the curveballs available to push onto the site, and the smoke into heaven makes it difficult for Relaxed Potato to contest. Justin, great timing from Tree there, though, and a paranoia keeps him safe as well. Owldrone gonna allow Relaxed Potato to go out, grab a dismiss, and come right on back. Clear now as the spike goes down, and everybody from OSU is huddled around. We've seen Lamp pull off stuff with the Bucky before, but he won't need to this time around. Instead, the Scarlet Knights shut down the force and keep the second round in their pen.
Now, this is the scary part for OSU, right? OSU, we said it during their games, really strong retake team, really strong post plants, especially on Haven. I was impressed by a lot of their post plants. They were unique, they were creative, and they worked. Scarlet Knights aren't taking any of that. This is the strongest retake team here. Lamp has a Bucky in hand, and I'm terrified. I'm not saying anything about what I think we're both scared is gonna happen right now, because then it might happen, just like it did last time.
I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about the double Bucky 4Ks.
It becomes real.
That we saw
you can't
early.
figure
Yeah,
what
exactly. I don't believe in it. It isn't real.
Revealing area.
Heavy lean toward this B site, though. I mean, look at this stack from Scarlet Knights. OSU, if they sniff this out on A, they can get onto site for free at least. Get that spike down, get some money. Oh, well, speaking of spike, it's dropped in top mid now. That's very unfortunate. Will be picked back up. Not going to commit to that too heavily, Scarlet Knights. Now they're running out mid, though. They're thinking about it. Neon is here, has a Blade Storm of his own, but misses most of those knives. Only connects, I believe, 2 there. Doesn't have enough to challenge that fully. Jonah going to come around and just clobber him with the Zone Spectre there. Only 12 health. Dragonfly will get 1, but that gives his position away. He steals the Bucky, too. Lamp not quite getting the same value out of those shotguns as we saw earlier, but not much that Dragonfly is going to be able to do from this position.
Dragonfly just gave that guy an uppercut with birdshot. That was painful to watch, but it doesn't mean that they win the round. That spike is certainly down, like you mentioned. And for OSU, I mean, this is time to regroup. You've had 3 pushes just absolutely squandered by Scarlet Knights. And honestly, I'm questioning right now why this round wasn't necessarily a buy. I think they forced up in the second, and that ended up biting them in the butt because Scarlet Knight's retake has just been fantastic so far. You're not killing anything from that range, bud.
10 seconds.
We're going for the spike.
Yeah, he's got the spike.
I don't think it's happening anytime soon.
Go! I believe! No, he's not going to get anywhere near the site there. He even got tagged there a little bit.
So
maybe we'll get the spike down at least?
This is my favorite about Scarlet Knights. Because they're so good at these retakes, they can afford to play heavy leans like that. Granted, they knew they were up weapons, they knew it was relatively safe, but they can do that almost whenever they want because their retakes are just as likely to work as their actual plays are. And we know how much Jonah and this Reyna like playing around the map. You're going to see them in different positions every single round, trying to push different angles from different ways with different people helping them out. This time it'll be an Omen. Out of garage, the same play we saw last round. The same amount of confidence. There's going to be the dart. Dragonfly is revealed. They all know where he is. They're going to trade him out with 3. Don't even have to trade anybody for him. But Justin takes away the frag. The bonus round for the Scarlet Knights. Granted, the Reyna does have a big boy gun. OSU are going to try and make something of this by heading over to A, but they're running into the maze that belongs to Lamp right now.
Hopping up onto the box. Lamp peeing away from that one at just the wrong time. Swings on back out and Series is ready. Not quite prepared for Jonah, but prepared enough and actually catches him with the hot hands there. So much control from Series. This is the Phoenix we love to see. And now OSU are in a situation where they have a player advantage. The Hunter's Fury keeps the Scarlet Knights at bay, and a nice angle from Custard easily locks up Justin. Vandal has been recovered. Reload, as long as picking it up though, reveals his position. That means Rio can hop on up and take Cram down.
Yeah, great stuff, OSU. That was the reaction we were looking for. When Scarlet Knights push one end of the map, you have to be reacting to the other. And then the one downside to pushing like that, I said earlier that they have the confidence to do it, and they've got the retake ability that they can kind of throw it around as they please. But good retake ability is one thing. Giving OSU time to set up for a post plant however they please is another. It took them a good bit of time to get over to that site. And when you end in a 1v3 and everyone's already in position, I mean, that's just not going to be turned around anywhere, even if Scarlet Knights have this much clutch potential. It'll be an operator on Jonah now, though, as they try to capitalize on their winning economy. People spotted out in garage. It'll be shock darts as well for Scarlet Knights. They think they know what's up here. We've seen Cram do some crazy stuff, but Neon will take him down immediately, opening up B site. And now 5v4, Scarlet Knights have got to make something of this round that they're not doing too hot in.
Great swing there from Neon. Knew where the Sova would be playing more than likely because of that recon dart and the spray that went out. Easy spike plant too. The From the Shadows cleared both, so they knew nobody else was on site. Scarlet Knights now have to go for a full retake. Operator in hand, Jonah just spamming into the wall. Waiting now to see where that Phoenix is coming from. The run it back was used here to actually push up some, but it's a very passive run it back. It actually didn't make it that far before getting taken down, I believe. Black Potato going forward, but Neon is at the ready. Slowly but surely, you have to funnel into 2 angles, and while Jonah is good for some nasty shots, unfortunately, it's not nearly enough. OSU come away with a very clean round and 4 players surviving it. Or did you mute yourself again?
That is an absurd amount of dough to have on these players. I mean, you mentioned it, Paul. Coming out of the round with 4 players like that, holding onto an operator as well, you're running the Jet instead of the Reyna. So if that's one play, if there's one place that's going to pay off, it's against Jonah when you can take that operator away. Scarlet Knights have invested extremely heavily into these rounds, and they're paying the price for it. Overconfidence is certainly a cruel mistress to be going down to. Starts over top now as these teams both vie for mid control, but the operator reigns above all. Series finishing off the shot onto Lamp as they vie for a little bit more control than I think they're allowed to get right now with Scarlet Knights leaning so heavily towards this A side.
Scarlet Knights, they went for a play. Gotta respect the fact that they're trying something on an eco. But ultimately, that's not nearly enough. Jonah can actually push through this blaze wall and catch Series off guard, but Series more prepared than Jonah expected. Likely heard one and is good for a second. 3 in the round total. Cram all alone, undoubtedly heard by Series. Series just not actually watching that angle. Actually wasn't hurt at all, and Cram will get that first pick. He's going to use that recon dart, but that allows him, Series that is, to know where Cram is pushing. Series able to evade that too. Doesn't give any information over. 3-3 now. We are tied up.
It's kind of reminding me of the previous OSU game that we just watched where Western U took the first 4 and then OSU collapsed back with a number of rounds. This being the rifle for Scarlet Knights, they have a lot of ultimates. This is effectively their swing round, right? This is the round where they get more rifles off the back of this. This is the round where they build their own economy and start chipping away at OSU's, provided they can win it. You have to take this opportunity. Otherwise, things are going to get just as out of hand as they did against Western U. Both players vying for mid control right now, but it's Jonah checking the high angle. Do you peek into this is the question. Pulling the shot. We've seen Jonah hit that one through smoke before, but not this time.
Just a little bit late this time around. Neon has crept so deep into mid. absolutely no fear from this guy. Does have to consider the fact that somebody might have swung over into deep mid there and might be challenging him, so doesn't want to press his luck. I believe also ran up against that trap wire too, so doesn't want to trigger that. Give intel over. Lamp swinging out. Oh, at the worst possible timing. Unfortunate for Lamp. Jonah will get one up mid, at least vaguely control that. And the spike's actually stuck out mid right now. Jonah has a good amount of control, but unfortunately, once again, hops into the hot hands, and Rio with the op is ready to take him down. Scarlet Knights have lost all control that they briefly had over the map. Now just have an Empress and a Hunter's Fury to try for a B-side retake.
One enemy remaining.
Emphasis on that just try right now, Paul.
Make that absolutely nothing. Yeah.
Like, you commit so much to that round. That was the turnaround round. They had 4 ultimates and didn't use a single one of them, Paul.
Now it's back to economy.
On these right now.
Scarlet Knights.
They can play that mid all they want. All right, we got to pause through for Scarlet Knights, and honestly, this one's fully tactical for them. They need a reset before this gets bad, before this gets out of hand. I feel like it would have been a lot better place before the previous round. But that confidence, I mean, if there's one thing that you can describe this team as, it's confident. And willingly so. Like, they've earned it. They got this far. You can't be doing that in grand finals. I know you look good coming in, acting tough, saying the other team sucked, but the score does not say exactly that, Paul.
Scarlet Knights, not gonna have much to work with. We are unpaused. We are heading back into the game. Nice quick pause just to make sure that everything was fine, and Scarlet Knights decide, you know what, it's time for us to get aggressive. It won't be an eco like I thought it would be. They are instead light buying this, so I mean, you know, potato. Clear out, but great read from OSU. They are absolutely expecting this. The Owl Drone's gonna let him know that they're still there. Great swing coming out too. Now stuck, forced to use the paranoia, Scarlet Knights, to just get out of there. The rain is still stuck. Rax Potato trades for one, but on a nice long angle. Neon makes it expensive. Justin gonna have to give away his position with that Frenzy too. Not ready for Rio to come out that side of the smoke. And while Scarlet Knights are coming up mid, trying to get a flank here, try to come back over to A to make this take difficult. You're gonna need one hell of a clutch out of Jonah with this Blade Storm to make it happen.
He believed he's only got one though, Paul. That's unrealistic to ask for. And now all of OSU are sitting on just so much cash. It's not a round you can expect to win, but it's a round you would have loved to win, at the very least. 3-5. This economy is so much worse for Scarlet Knights. They refuse to give in. They keep buying this operator on Jonah. Justin will have enough for a buy this round as well. And what I talked about earlier about them being stoic in the way they hold these angles, about being confident in their positioning, about not really ever wanting to change things up. I think it's time they change things up, Paul. OSU has had some really, really good setups for these takes. The executions have been good. We're taking a little tech pause. Dragonfly's mouse has reportedly died, but either way, I think Scarlet Knights can't just rely on their retake. They realized early on that whenever they're trying to take these sites on the retake, it's not always going to be successful, especially if they try to play the same game that they played last time when they were constantly pushing one into the map or the other. OSU are fluid enough to react to that, go outside the map, get the spike down, and get in good post-plan positions before that's ever ready. So the game plan here, fundamentally, not to change for the Scarlet Knights.
This is very aggressive. They are keeping the same game plan as last round, but it goes a little bit better for him. They start with that early advantage. Hunter's Fury forced out too. They know where the Sova is, and they're pushing on up pretty much undeterred. Rio gonna have to use this Owl Drone to clear out, but it's immediately destroyed by the Jet on top of the box. Doesn't even feel confident getting the spike. Just has to remove Jonah and wait for someone to swing on him. I don't believe that Scarlet Knights know that the spike is down. Rio's gonna be able to get that and start to head away. And you would think, oh, look at how deep that Jet is, but seen by the camera very easily was the enemy Jet player, Rio. Coming around, they don't necessarily expect Rio to have stayed here, and he hears one on the reload, but Justin is ready. And a good swing back for Scarlet Knights.
That's what we needed. They pushed into the right side that time with all the util they needed to get there. They've got it on a weapon round. They're going to have buys after this. This is how they restabilize. Unfortunately for them, since they took up those first 3 rounds pretty readily, this is a good point for them to be doing it at. Right as the score is just about to get out of reach for them, right as OSU hit that halfway marker of the 6 rounds where everything else turns into profit. They find the round win. I'm curious to see whether or not their setup changes much, though. It'll be the Jet shifting over. Jonah playing as many positions as we saw him in the previous match. Keeping an eye this time on Grudge. And I think if you're OSU, you just have to be wary of this operator being anywhere. If there's one thing to track, it's Jonah's ability to move around the map. Fortunately, that is the wrong time to take the peek away, bud.
Rough stuff for Jonah. At least we'll keep his life. This is a free B take now for OSU. They're even going to get Relaxed Potato out mid. Jonah trades that one back, so it's 1 for 1. But now you don't have Reyna for the retake. You don't have those flashes. They're relying entirely on the paranoia and the information you can get from recon darts and owl drones. Neural Theft also will help out with that one. Rio's position is caught, and he is pretty done for. At least you'd think he would be, but nobody swings. Nobody in position to actually punish that Neural Theft there. Justin coming around. Evades the damage from that spray. Blind from Custard. Rio does get caught in that crossfire, so now it's a 1v2, but Justin still alone. Still has to go by himself. Gives his position away, too, by going through the cyber cage. Doesn't have nearly enough time to make this happen. Just going to try and get these exit frags. Lock the players down on site. The Jet is undoubtedly dead, but the Cypher will get away, and that is another round for Oregon State.
Yeah, I think it almost went bad there with Rio and Custard going down. The Neural Theft was honestly huge. It was just a lack of fragging ability. Like you said, nobody pushed forward and traded him out. They had the numbers to go do it. They have the confidence to. But not being willing to push forward while utilizing that operator is a little bit of a risky spot to be in. And like we said earlier on in the round, that hold on Garage was just ever so slightly poorly timed by Scarlet Knights. The shift this time, though, 3 members playing on the B site. Lamp has a Bucky. Everybody watch out. But certainly not a good round for Scarlet Knights as OSU pulls back ahead in the series.
Jonah does get out of B main here, but unfortunately, just a little bit too far to the right there on the Cypher's noggin. Can't say the same for Neon. Perfectly placed shot, and a few more onto Justin will put down the Omen. Easy entry onto A. And while Jonah doubles back out of B main to get Dragonfly, not very feasible that Scarlet Knights are able to get over onto the A site.
And just look at how spread out OSU is right now. Jets all the way out on Catwalk. They've got a Sova in heaven. Like, this is what all that time means to them when they're given it to set up. Now the Jet has to be chased down, shots through the smoke. Jonah trying to finish him off. But he's in the smoke! Oh, no, right click to finish things off. Instead, it's just Cram. Finding one on Neon. Custard, the last bastion of this heaven defense right now. Not to be found, it's just Rio in the corner, spray through the smoke, tag up the Cypher. But you can't finish him off. Everyone knows where this is coming from, and that actually should be enough to do it. If you can find the spray onto him, absolutely can. Custard's down, Jonah's got the defuse, and Scarlet Knights, they cut it close, but they made it work.
OSU were in such a good spot, but they got so antsy on the A site, especially out in mid, right? I mean, it was a strong position in Cubby, and such a good entry here. You can see this excellent entry from Neon, and then Neon went double back and stayed in that Cubby, right? And that would have been a great spot. Should have heard the players coming from mid, but swung out early, and because he wasn't able to hit those knives, had to give up that position. Suddenly, the post plan for OSU falls apart, and look at Series. Also a little bit too far forward there. I think OSU just got too aggressive. They got too confident in that round. They should have played back and played that post-plant standard.
SU's got some questions. They want to end this half-up round. Jonah's got other plans. Blade Storm down Catwalk. He's going to be countered by the run it back. How much can he find is the question. Answer? Not much.
At least
out this utility. Goes for a right click. Taken away. That's map control, though, for OSU. One that's going to pay. And the price of Dragonfly. Lamp's going to take him out, maintaining this mid control. We haven't seen this Cypher really push out like this at all during this half. A great unique play by him. Jonah's looking for something creative to end the round, but that's not happening anytime. Back to 4v3 here, and everything in the kitchen sink's being thrown in. Even OSU Valorant wants a little bit of the action, using the Hunter's Fury to try and clear out mid now. They managed to sneak Series up in the back line.
Bro, these Jets just need to chill a little bit, man. Ooh! Dicey trade there for both Lamp and Series. Lamp will be the one to get away from it better. Thinks better of putting the cam down, too. It would have just gotten destroyed. Like that he saves that. Just need to be a little bit careful. Does have that trap wire still, too. Challenged Lamp early enough to where that information is still good. Now can put the camera out, much more confident that OSU have left and gone over to A. Black's Potato will give away that his position is in heaven. Could go for the challenge here. It'd be a little bit risky to do so, but wants to try and stop the spike plant. Won't be able to do so. Catches one, make it two, though, afterwards. Might not have been able to stop the spike, but definitely helps out getting it done. But it's a 1v1. One shot will do it, and Lamp gets it done. What a dicey round for both squads to end this half. We go 6-6.
Every single one of these is close. I think it's safe to say OSU does not suck. Pretty good team, though. Pretty good match. Scarlet Knights have had their mouths full the entire time. And if it wasn't down to Lamp in these last rounds, I mean, Relaxed Potato, I respect going for the Empress. You're in 1v2, but you got to be a little bit safer about what you're doing with that one, bud. OSU now on the attacking side. This has been notably the weaker side for them. They've really been putting together rounds that have been far from convincing.
Still a very contested map here. And like we were saying earlier, Dor, whoever takes Ascent, probably looking good to take the series. At the very least, OSU need a strong showing here to have a chance later on. They're going to get spicy. Series, waiting to see if anyone will swing. Does have that one way, but spots two players and does not want to go for that contest. Just hot hands, Lear, everything trying to keep Scarlet Knights away from A.
You know what? They've successfully done it. Back off, yeah. And with that, the rotation's back for OSU. Shifting across the map, we know how fluid these guys can play. They're willing to rotate. And be willing to hold things, though, and that's a little bit too much willingness to take bullets to the chest. Neon will go down. And with that, it would be a shift towards A. OSU has next to no information. It's a quick push, but Series will put an end to it with one shot on the Jonah. One more here would be devastating for Scarlet. Fortunately, they'll get by without a scratch.
3 versus 3 now on this retake. Good shock dart actually tags a little bit there of damage onto the Reyna. You have to take that Reyna out first, though. If they're allowed to live, Relaxed Potato can just scale and snowball as Reynas do, especially in pistol rounds, getting that armor where no one else is allotted the same luxury. Lamp on this angle. Scarlet Knights just playing this passive. They want to wait for that 180-degree crossfire. Camera will get flashed, but Justin clears out Series. That was a low health member. Relaxed Potato will hit the floor. Beautiful flick there from Lamp, though, and he'll get 3 in the round to put the pistol on the board for Scarlet Knights.
Dude, this guy is just so consistent. Every single time they ask him to clutch, he clutches. It is ridiculous the value they get out of Lamp every single time. And yeah, don't get me wrong, they put Justin and Cram in the way, and they're often taking a lot of the flack for him. They're baiting, they're getting the information that he needs. But in times like that, where it is just pure chaos, he just hits the shots that you need him to. Jonah at the top of the scoreboard is doing equally as well, but I think you can tell by everybody here just how close of a game this has been the entire time. It'll be a force-up for OSU, going for the whole chalupa. Is the shot hit? No, it'll be a tag. Dash away. Try and hold on, but he can't find anything. Now hiding, cowering in the smoke here. The Marshall, they know he's got nothing to work with, but somehow this Jet is still alive. He's got one on the Cram. Can he find more? He's got another on the Potato. One more? Absolutely not, says Scarlet Knights, but it's too little, too late. OSU Valor, with the heroics of their Jet, have held on to the round.
Neon draws so much attention on the site there. Scarlet Knights move not 1, not 2, but 3 players onto the site to try and take down Neon. And he's just hiding, man. He's playing for time, playing to let his team rotate. And he does it so well. Even if he doesn't hit those shots, it's well done, because then OSU is already there and has momentum to stop that spike from actually getting planted, or at least get a quick retake. But instead he hits it, he frags out, and now economy's flipped on its head. Both teams very light buys here. It's submachine guns across the board. Neon getting the heck out of dodge once again, just trying to stay alive.
I believe it's a forced buy by Scarlet Knights as well, which I'm genuinely unsurprised by. These guys are confident. They're not willing to give anything up. It's Stingers only, though, and you're down a man. They haven't decided on anything, though. This is going to go late round at the very least. With that spike being so far back, with their players being so spread out, OSU are playing this absolutely correctly, maintaining the parts of the map that they have to, staying as far away from those Stingers as they possibly can. And they'll rotate when they need to. A shift in towards Catwalk. And they've misread that this is going to be an A push. They'll have to play retake at the very least, and they don't exactly have the most utility to do it, especially considering that for them, this was also not a full buy.
Trapwire at least lets them know that this is coming early. That Trapwire and Cubby, I should say. The OSU already on this side of the map mostly. And they still have their full team to go for this retake. Nobody's in tree. Not the ideal control here for Scarlet Knights. They're actually going to open up the door and blitz out into tree themselves. I love this aggressive play from them, and it's going to pay off. Now they have to come back onto the site, though. Already half stuck is the defuse, and the plant pretty deep onto the site. You got to swing out far, and Dragonfly is ready to cut you down. Flying overhead, Jonah will be eliminated, and now it's just down to the Sova.
One enemy remaining.
Not much health, not much health. Not enough time. The defuse happened.
Yeah, that was a rough patch to be in for Scarlet. I love that they went for it. I love the play. It was creative, but that may have been the worst spike plant position that you could have possibly done that from, my friends. OSU, great job capitalizing. I mean, you did what you had to. You thought, oh, guess they're over here. We'll sacrifice 2 lives for this defuse. They pick up the round, and with that, that should be the economy for them as well. Taking it away, they get guns to play with in this round. They get confidence as well. They can even bonuses if they want to. Dragonfly is going to push forward. How's OSU? Large and in charge. Do they know Crams here? They will now. At the very least, down and across. Dragonfly finds the pick. And 5 versus 3 now. OSU Valorant just continue on their tirade forward.
Scarlet Knights not having such a hot time right now. 1 spotted, 2. That shock dart's going to deal quite a bit of damage. Second one is a little bit risky there for Rio, and Justin's going to punish him for it. I was just playing slow. Not much A control. The defenders have pushed out of it to take control of that spike, which allows Scarlet Knights to lurk around the back half of the map, see if there are any stragglers for OSU that they can pick off, maybe pick up a gun and gain something out of this round. But with 45 seconds remaining, it's still being a thrifty for Scarlet Knights. They now have to start moving back over to that A side, making a play for at least some economic damage into the defense.
30 seconds left.
There's no surprise where this one's coming from. The series has a bit of work to do. We won on to Custard. It's still 2v3, right? This is not an impossible round. They know that the players are floating around here. Through the spike. Swinging out. Missed shot by Relax Potato, and that should be the round sealed out. If Relax Potato manage to hit that, maybe there's a chance. But nothing is home for Justin. OSU. It's getting worrying how far ahead they're pulling, Paul. Scarlet Knights, this is what I would consider the final round. Again, for them to sit in this position and stop this one from going out of control. And just like it was last half, Jonah's going to buy an operator to try and seal it out. Where is it positioning is my question. He's probably going to look for that early A peak. The only worry about that for me is that they flashed it realistically almost every single round with the curveball. So if you're going to be pushing through here, or if you're going to be trying to op it, you're taking a blind shot, almost guaranteed.
We'll push forward. The cam there will spot that there are 2 players over in A main. Smoke out mid. No information for the entirety of the middle of the map for OSU. They have to reinvest their cipher. They have to move back and slowly check that part of the map. Jump peeks from mid, though, will be fine. Good control over a powerful sightline here on the A site. Gives OSU a lot to worry about, but the spike actually on the other side. Are you fully committing to this A push right now with 3 players? It's risky, but you can go for it. No. Relax Potato getting 1 and making out like a bandit.
Custard's in the back line, though, and I think the most important thing from here is that he just doesn't die. If he doesn't die here, This is going to be so huge for this team. Pushes forward, gets one, knows everyone else is behind him, swings, trying to get this Cypher. They know he's looking at him, and he gets two with this rain down. Custard with a big one for possibly the 10th round for OSU Valorant. And that's into a buy that Scarlet Knights threw onto the table. This is just beyond huge. Now Series from behind throws down a flash. They're getting flanked from every angle. Scarlet Knights beaten out by their own play.
Massive lapse in communication from the Scarlet Knights there. Custard destroyed the trap wire. You knew there was going to be a player behind you, but I think that the Cypher and the Jet were actually tunnel vision on that A site. Didn't realize the trap wire had gone down until far too late. And then when they swing back forward, the swing isn't ideal either. Jonah is blocked, and Lamp doesn't have the right swing to make that happen either. And then Series just pushes out, knows he wants to support Custard, knows where the entirety of the Scarlet Knights are going to be heading. That's beautifully played by OSU, and a critical mistake by Scarlet Knights. Now that it seems like they're just rushing out on a B. They're not wasting any time. Hunter's Fury and everything to get them onto site. They haven't actually gotten a kill yet, and the spike will get dropped too. Back towards boat. Dwayne is sneaking in, but picks up a gun, and that will be their demise. Neon knows exactly where they're standing, and Lamp now all alone.
This is beginning to feel like desperation for the Scarlet Knights. I guess it's not a full buy. I'm worried, dude. They had the most confident mindset heading into this match. It's just not there anymore. They've got a couple of ultimates to work with. Nothing is going to just straight up dig them out of this hole that they've gotten themselves into, though. OSU's defense has been unstoppable. I mean, even the times that we've seen the spike go down, which has been very few, it's one defuse out of the 5 rounds of defense that OSU have won. They've been just shut down around every corner. Even the pre-plant aggression from OSU has been mirroring that of what we would expect from Scarlet Knights, but twice as successful.
And that one defuse was out from under the noses of the Scarlet Knights, right? Where they planted weird and then made that push into tree and then didn't have vision on the spike. Scarlet Knights definitely not feeling as confident this time on Ascent as they did in their earlier series against UW Gold. Gonna have to reassess. Jonah gets a lot of information. That spray deals a bit of damage, but still able to get away is the Cypher, and Custard's here to cover too, so nobody's gonna be pushing through tree as of yet. Oh, except for Dragonfly. Actually gets spicy with it himself. Goes forward and gets the second two. Meanwhile, in mid, things not going so hot for OSU as that dismiss just barely gets one behind the box. And Relax Potato actually comes back out and puts him down, ready for 4. That's just a frag-heavy round. Relax Potato gets that done where, honestly, he had no right to.
No, not through mid like that. Not like this, Reyna. I do want to appreciate this push from Custard Lamp. That was well-timed, but this is where the real meat and potatoes were. And it's Relaxed Potato through mid. Finds himself absolutely everything. Just taking every duel he can. Even on Neon, that is a 270-degree flick that he just hit. And if there's one thing that rallies the team, it's a play like that. Scarlet Knights now have at least something to work with. A judge on one of these players, but that is definitely a choice buy to say the least. Blinds through Jonah. Good as dead. Scarlet Knights. What? You cannot think you're going to get away with that.
I think he got the orb, though. All worthwhile there. Absolutely. No, not really, actually. Not in whatsoever, in all honesty. Lamp is at least able to trade 1-for-1 and push forward to get that neural theft, but that's not really going to give Scarlet Knights much of an opening. From the Shadows is faked there. But with Lamp going down too, it just gets worse and worse for Scarlet Knights. Empress being popped. Black Potato said, heck, I clutched last round, basically 1v4. I'm going to have to do it again, or else OSU will be poised to win the map. Creeping out. Don't believe is spotted yet. Neon holding a very passive angle in hell right here. Just waiting to see if someone will poke out tree. Once that smoke expires, he's going to swing on out. 16 health. Comes back on in, but Custard up in heaven will protect, well, not protect Neon, but at least make his death worthwhile.
Yeah, and for Scarlet Knights, you're at match point. I don't want to call it quits yet. They've got cash in the bank to buy up. Lamp, I'm genuinely surprised this isn't a Bucky right now. But you know what? Go for it, dude. The Sheriff has been largely true for them. It's all coming down to shots. I mean, they've lost so many duels to OSU, who are just ridiculously confident, pushing out with 2-3 players around. I've made the joke so many times today, but I'm not sure which side of the map these guys are supposed to be playing. I know it says defenders by their name, but doesn't really feel like it. This time up mid with Spike, so this is to some degree a commitment by Scarlet Knights, even if you're leaving your Cypher and your Sova back. Got 3 players through here. Jet dashes, looks for the Sova. Oh no, she can't find it! Rio! Right underneath her nose is gonna find the frag. And OSU Valorant lost absolutely nothing in all this. Cram's gonna get tagged through the wall. The shot from series to end it 13-8. OSU Valorant clapped back at the Scarlet Knights.
In one foul swoop, OSU end the hopes of taking Ascent away and start themselves off to a very strong start in this series. That's the first time today, Dor, by the way, that the team that picked Ascent was actually able to win it. So credit to OSU. Strong start. Now they go to Haven. That'll be a tougher map, I think, to take off of the Scarlet Knights, but honestly, loved how OSU played pretty much every round.
Yeah, after they got off that little rut that Scarlet Knights put them on early, once they kind of caught their balance a little bit and got used to the aggression that Scarlet Knights were throwing out, first they absorbed it, and then they threw it right back at them. It has just been obscenely strong stuff out of OSU, and it's turned from flexibility into strength. These guys have gone from reactively playing and taking advantage of the fact that they're good at that to then creating those reactions. Scarlet Knights, if they're going to fire back, they've got to A, find that confidence, B, start hitting those shots, and last but not least, start playing off one another the same way they were before. They're getting traded out by OSU, and trading out in small little gunplay was what got them their win in the semifinals.
And for Scarlet Knights, I mean, Relaxed Potato is still very much bragging out as we'd expect from Relaxed Potato. But outside of individual mechanics, it doesn't feel like Scarlet Knights have as confident of setups or reads as they did in their series against University of Waterloo. Like, I'm going to harp on that round yet again, that one round where they had such a good idea, pushing out Tree on their force buy. It got them such an advantage, but they didn't have that thought heading into it. They weren't prepared to make that adjustment. And they made that call after they planted the spike in a position where that push no longer is beneficial for them. It just looked much more indecisive than we saw the Scarlet Knights before, much more on the fly, flying by the seat of their pants more than anything.
Well, they can only fly for one more map, Paul. Haven has got to make it work. They've got the win. They've got the scoreline to back it up. OSU didn't look nearly as strong on the 3-site map as they did on any of the others. But that's yet to be seen. Whether or not we can see a better Haven out of OSU, whether or not Rutgers can bring this one back, we'll find out after a short little break.
remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
One, not only for this tournament, but for the year entirely. Rutgers Scarlet Knights off to a rocky start here as Oregon State University comfortably took the map of Ascent.
Yeah, and it didn't look comfortable at first. It was a 6-6 first half, and then the second one came through. And it was the Oregon show, dude. Like, nothing but dominance from them on that side of the map. And on Haven, I mean, I think the best thing for Rutgers is, A, they got a map reset, and B, it's Haven. I couldn't have asked for a better thing. I couldn't think of a better place to take OSU. Their confidence probably down on this map. Their ability to play the map, I think, is up in question right now. They did not look particularly diverse, confident, or nearly as fluid in their approach to the map. Yeah, they were setting up plays appropriately. They played their standard on the attacking side a lot, and able to get a good read into what the defensive team was running. But oftentimes, it led them into traps that got a lot dicier than I think they wanted to at the end of the round.
And there were several rounds for OSU in that last series where they looked a little bit indecisive. But, I mean, Rutgers have shown indecision much more recently on the map of Ascent. So hopefully, now that we go onto a map that Rutgers very often takes with huge leads, they'll boost up that confidence a little bit. They've warmed up now, hopefully, and they can make this series competitive.
Yeah, and with taking it to Haven, I think this kind of brings into the question, do we see hero swaps or agent swaps? I don't think we do. Not in any realm, not in any sense of the term. I don't think anybody swaps agents here. We're used to seeing what we're used to seeing. Neon might swap over to Arena. I think that's the one swap we do see. But when you're playing up against someone who likes buying an operator as much as Rutgers do, I don't even think there's that much value lost in playing a Jet and saying, okay, you know, not only are we capable of beating out your Jet, but then we can take the operator and use it pretty well for ourselves. So I think it's a toss-up whether or not we see those agents.
I think we will probably get Neon back on the Reyna once we head into the map. As an update for everyone, we are just waiting on a quick player disconnect. They unfortunately had some issues with their Valorant, so they have to restart that, but we'll get them in lickety-split and start that game. But going back to the Neon point, I think when it comes to how Oregon State are probably comfortable on this map, it comes down to what you've practiced, right? And whether or not the Jet would be viable. Neon maybe after, you know, hiding in the smoke, getting crazy Marshall kills, maybe feeling the Jet. There's a world where he goes, hey, to hell with it. We don't need Reyna. Let's just keep with the Phoenix. But I would bank on the fact that Oregon State probably want to stick to what they consider their tried and true for Haven.
Yeah, one of the best things for Rutgers, though, is the fact that they have Lamp on their team, right? On arguably, outside of Split, which nobody ends up playing anyways, sad. It's arguably Cypher's best map due to the ability to solo hold these sites. And I would argue that the Scarlet Knights have the strongest Cypher player here in Lamp. This guy can put in some serious work, can solo hold these sites, and gives them a lot more flexibility. For all of the pushes that we saw out of OSU on the attacking side, for all of the diversity in play that we saw over on Ascent not too long ago, it's going to provide Rutgers an ability to react much more effectively because they can have confidence in their Cypher.
And defense is where Rutgers were able to put up a much better showing on Ascent in compared to their attack. I do have to eat my words a little bit here, Dora. Neon actually is on that jet, so only the single flash this time around. Maybe that's the adjustment that OSU feel they need to make after how close their game was earlier. Maybe they felt like they had too many flashes, not enough actual entry space being created. Whatever the cause may be, we've got nearly mirror comps, the only difference being Relaxed Potato, of course, on that Reyna, whereas Series has his Phoenix that we'd expect.
Yeah, Series, I would argue, one of the biggest players in this lobby. Relaxed Potato, I know he got that nice 4K at the end of the game, but generally disappointing numbers across the board for that Reyna. Wow, shut me up. Holy cow. Stuff me and serve me for dinner. That was not what I was expecting to happen at the beginning of the round. All right, I'll shut up about Mr. Potatoes now. Go ahead, Paul.
I mean, and now it's rough for OSU, right? You've lost one player, it's Pistol. You have to split yourself across the map because you have no clue where anyone is heading. I mean, Dragonfly is all alone over here. Maybe he'll get one courtesy of a trap wire as you rush onto this site. Yeah, almost. Instead, Relaxed Potato will be able to get that, and the tailwind will carry the jet away. Fortunately, Jonah's not going to last that long, so it is a 3v4 for OSU as they come back into this. Nice camera, too. Going to tag up the Omen and spot them behind that site. Dragonfly confident that only one is going to be in hell, but unfortunately, the timing on the swing isn't there. And Relaxed Potato already with 4. What were you saying about this, guys, Dora? What were you saying? Because he got nace.
Back up! Okay. I know he's good. The first half of last game was a little bit shaky. I'll shut up now. He's here. He came. Different map. Relaxed Potato is a god, and nobody can stop him. That is all I've wanted to know last round. What the hell? OSU, I don't even think you can force up into this one. Force buy is something that in the second round, you do need a couple frags to do it, to get the cash necessary to get that Stinger and armor online. You see 1,300 on one of these players. Can't even fully afford that. They're going to opt for a C-stack instead to try and lock this one down. Well, they're fortunate to find something through here. They're going to have to pray that this works out. Spots one, but there's the dash. Headshots are in. Rio's only got the first one.
Once upon a time, that might have gotten a pick, but unfortunately for OSU, those days are long behind us. Solid control here, and only one remaining. Dragonfly all alone just has a classic to his name. A good anti-eco for the Scarlet Knights, and I think this is the confidence. This is the start they needed to have on Haven after losing map 1.
Absolutely, right? Going up 2 on the attacking side, OSU, it was definitely their worst side to play this defensive. They looked pretty good on the Ascent, but during their last map, I would say everything was shaky, honestly. Defensively, though, I think they were a little bit more stiff than usual. Usually very fluid, usually willing to rotate, usually willing to make some crazy plays. I'd like to see them continue that, though, not just after the pistol round where they stacked 3 on C, right? You could play that in more than one round. You could play for your retake. You can play the game how you're confident in. Relaxed Potatoes look for a little double dip here in mid, though. Not much to be had as he peeks both angles. We get smoked off, and now it's up to Scarlet Knights to decide where they want to take this round. There's a lot of Cypher utility here over at A, but I'm getting the feeling that this might not actually end up going in that direction. They don't just want to smoke it. Yep, bait out a lot of that utility. You can see trigger the cage. They're shooting the trap wires where they can, but nothing's fully being committed to by the Scarlet Knights.
Yeah, and they don't actually clear either of the trap wires or the camera, so OSU are very confident that at least they're not on the site. Still have no information as to how far they've pushed up into sewer or a long, so they have 2 members staying on that side, and the Sova was hanging around for a while too, but as this drone goes out into mid, it's likely, gonna spot that jet, and now you can be pretty confident if you're OSU that it's headed to the other side of the map. Nobody on C, not wanting to get caught off by Scarlet Knights as they blitz on in. Mustard instead gonna throw out that paranoia, try to catch one and get him through the box. Make it 2 as he gets Jonah in that garage connector as well. Relax Potato now feels the urge to pop that Empress and go for the frags. Won't even be allotted 1 as the Scarlet Knights are wiped off the board.
Okay, I know I still don't want to harp on Relax Potato too hard, but I feel like every time Relax Potato pops the Empress, he just dies about 5 seconds later. Or for whatever reason, he just frags more without it. Either way, Scarlet Knights are kept in check at the very least. This is something that Scarlet Knights have actually failed to do to OSU a number of times. They've let it go to 3-4 rounds before they ever hit anything meaningful as a clapback. OSU are shutting it down early, putting a round up on the board, and now comes the one that matters for them, but they've got cash backing it because they won up against the bonus round. So Scarlet Knights are going to have to beat them 2 times if they want to take away that economy.
Jonah does have the Blade Storm, likely going to be using that one early in this round.
Get out of my way.
There it is. Lean up B here. Scarlet Knights committed to making this middle of the map happen, but already 3 here. Great work from Neon to shut down Jonah, protecting the Sova who had the Owl drone out. And while Series will lose that 1v1 in the trade, Dragonfly is there to cover, and Lamp is all alone. Position known, down to 10 health, paranoia and everything. Did pick up the spike, but pushing his luck a little bit, and Rio will take him down.
Yeah, I think if there's one team that knows their ins and outs of B here, it's going to be OSU. They had quite a lot of experience with it in the previous match. Great response, though, to stop the aggression from Scarlet. And now you can look to make the most of this economy. They win 1 more after this. They win the gun round following. They are in a fantastic position. They already came out of that one with a lot of the cash still in their back pockets. They'll have a bye following this one and possibly the next one after that. But at 2-2, you can't really count on anything. Scarlet Knights have a lot of time to turn this economy around. We've seen them pull out numerous thrifties before. With A-site being relatively open, and as if these players don't get there on time, they've got a shot, but the players are all here. The cavalry have arrived. There's 5 people walking in. They got to break these trap wires. They got to break these cages. Dragonfly's up there waiting. Hits the first shot, spraying through the smoke. This is not looking good for Scarlet.
Series goes on with the run it back and does some damage. Not more than that. Dragonfly does only have 2 health, but he also has that cam. Spots exactly where the spike is being planted and where the Reyna and Omen are hiding. Omen carried away by the TP, but Relax Potato not so lucky. All down to Cram, all alone with the Stinger. Has some shock darts. Here's one on his left, though. Can't actually hold those shock darts while the Jet is here contesting, and Neon is going to stop any chance of that defuse being delayed.
You know what's funny to me is earlier we talked about OSU and their scrappy rounds and how many times they've won rounds with 1 to 2 people alive and they keep everybody in check because they just kill everything in the server. They've had 2 rounds in a row with, I think, 4 to 5 people alive with really, really profitable rounds. And that's going to be so huge for them. We know how important it is for Scarlet Knights to have the momentum, to have the weapons to work with. And they've only got them for this round. Next round will not be a bye. It'll be another half. And they're locked outside of A. It's going to be aggression versus aggression here. Who finds who and whose heads fall off? It's a big question.
Well, and if you remember all the way back to the first Ascent that OSU played, they had tons of flawlesses. When they started to put rounds on the board, they were very clean, dominant rounds, right? So that's the look we're getting from OSU right now. Early intel, too, onto Jonah, forced to evacuate the sewer. And Scarlet Knights not even just going to commit to A-Long at all. They're going to completely go back, reconsider their options, try to see if they can pull a member of OSU away, and maybe find a pick to open up this map. I don't believe the Cypher was spotted there by the Owl drone. Mid control is pretty good.
Phoenix doesn't know. Could get shot. The big win on the duel for the Cypher. Now this B control means so much more. They'll get 1 more player through here. Dragonfly is going to go down for it, though. That's going to be B spike plant. 2v4 is really bad odds here because if these 4 players all back out and just start playing out the mid angle, there's very little you can do to stop the spam from counting. But no! Hunter Shuri through the wall. We'll even up the numbers. Custer's got one of his own. That's a spike sitting on the ground. Custer can continue to play this Relaxed Potato. I mean, you get 1 here, but then you have to go get the spike. You have to get it down. Time is an issue. Yeah, that's an easy frag onto Rio. But there is so many things you have to look out for. With 15 seconds left on the clock, how do you do this?
Half health for Custard. Custard's position spotted. You just have to survive right now from the shadows getting him away. That does allow Relaxed Potato to plant. No, it doesn't. He cancels it. Completely baited. I was too. I can't blame you for that one, Relaxed Potato. But Custard big brains it.
Wait. I am almost certain that Custard from the shadows is on top of the site.
No, he canceled it. He was right on top of where Relaxed Potato was planting.
He went for the spike.
You can see it at the very end here. Watch where he is. Yeah, he teleports out into mid, but cancels it to stop the spike plant.
That is the very last second to pull that off, man. That is really great timing by Custard. I mean, that's gonna form
as
so
an
much
Omen
more too.
As an Omen player, Door, those kind of plays, they really get me going. I love that kind of stuff. Excellent work from Custard there. Innovation with that ultimate. Not the ideal flash from Series. Gonna hit himself and not be able to get that frag. It's just taunting the Scarlet Knights in mid right now. They're unable to really maintain control. Such a heavy stack from OSU too to the middle of the map. If they feel like they've lost garage control too much, they can come back for the contest. They've used the paranoia already. Custard has blown that. 2 will get spotted up C long, so now OSU have a good idea about where this push is going to end up. Custard waiting to go on to Plat so he can challenge from another angle. Doesn't necessarily have the time and has to just swing out, but Jonah at the ready will trade 1 for 1. Good stuff from Scarlet Knights. They're getting onto the site without too many issues. Only 2 players remaining. Series is able to get 1 from Garage, but now is all alone. Ooh, in Garage and has to avoid
30 seconds.
damage from that shock dart. If he hadn't blazed well and healed a little bit there, he would have died. But honestly, his death has probably only been delayed by a little.
Not going to doubt Series quite yet. Clearing all 3 of these angles at once is going to be really hard, given that they know where he's coming from. They can all swing on him at the exact same time. And it's a save with the operator. With OSU's position economically, I think this is smart. It's effectively 3,000 or so credit bonus from what he would normally get. You have to take into account, of course, that he loses about 500 credits with the recent economic change. But it's a smart save nonetheless. An important round for Scarlet Knights. Aggressive onto the C site, quick and succinct. I think more executes like that are what they need. It's been not exactly the strongest part of OSU's gameplay, stopping those pushes from coming in the first place. Yes, their retakes have been pretty good, but if Scarlet Knights can get on the site quickly, not allow people to escape exactly like they did on that round, I think they can put themselves in a much more comfortable position. And they're not out of this by any means. Yes, OSU have had a pretty strong economy for the past couple rounds, but Scarlet Knights have kept up it score-wise.
With the Blade Storm at the ready, Scarlet Knights can just have Jonah buy the Frenzy and pull out the knives. And regardless of what happens this round, Scarlet Knights should have enough economy going into the following to still buy up. It is an Odin, actually in mid rather than Garage, as well as the op. That's about $10,000 on the B site right now for OSU. But they're going to lose about 4K in sewers. Series hits the deck. Scarlet Knights not committing to this, not playing for a contact rush. Just wanted to get that pick and then see what their options are. Neural Theft 2 going to catch this rotation. Beautifully timed. I love the patience from Scarlet Knights. They wanted to draw the rotations before they went for anything. And now with Jonah revealed by the trap wire, everyone thinks it's C. They could have gone for a fake there, honestly, Scarlet Knights. Instead, they will commit and slowly but surely run the spike up long.
Glance down, same play here. With 4 players, they don't have a Hunter's Fury to try and clear it out, and I'll tell you who does. Scarlet Knights have 1 to try and counter the defuse. Even though Neon can get through with this operator, there's nothing, no amount of wall penetration that's going to let you reach this over right now. And there's no one on the flank to help either. With everyone stacked out like this, there's Lamp, oh boy, and Garage as well. That can cause a lot of problems for this entire thing. Didn't even have to pop the Hunter's Fury, but will anyways. The other shot they were looking for. Lamp finally causing some problems. Rio, though, the sniper. With this, it looks nice, but Scarlet Knights even up the score.
Gotta give it to the Scarlet Knights. I was doubting that play on C. I thought there was an opening for them to just use Jonah as a distraction, but instead they commit. They do what Jonah was saying earlier, right? Everybody gives 20%. Everybody plays as a team. We commit and we help each other out, and that's how we win rounds. We're seeing that more and more from the Scarlet Knights as we see their attack unfold. Although, admittedly, you know, if we're talking effort, it's 20% each probably for a total of 100. If we're talking pure numbers, it's maybe a little bit more lopsided in favor of the potato.
For every time they see that dart, they see exactly what they want to. OSU pushed up at a precarious angle here. He could get shot through the wall if his gun is seen. Oh, not only more at the peak for Lamp. There goes his head. 4v4 now. Advantage to Scarlet Knights, though. We know how it goes with the attacker's side. Jonah's going to find another. Traded back. The aggression for OSU is not unfounded, but it's certainly not paying off for them until finally they find a man advantage without a trade back.
These operators are playing such smart angles right now. But they've yet to come into contact with each other. Here comes the run, dash forward, just a way to get away from the spray and plant the spike. An op and a Cypher run down C long. More than likely here. Hunter's Fury is available, though. So when Sova comes on over, it's going to be pretty powerful to actually clear this, assuming you can get close enough. Jonah just waiting, watching. The first person who turns that corner, likely dead. Op comes around first. And now all of a sudden, Jonah in a much rougher spot has to push forward, does get Rio out of it. And now you'll no longer have to contend with the Fury. All Lamp, all alone. Has the gun to spray this as soon as the spike goes, but already have to fuse. Have to get the headshot, have to get it now. And instead, Neon will ensure that the defuse comes through.
I mean, we're fighting for winning the half. It's looking like the last game with how even it's been. And honestly, this one feels like it's going to come out 6-6. That was a great shot by Jonah. You're looking for more out of him, though. You need these clutch players to start coming up big. That was one of the biggest reasons why they found success in the semifinals, right? Jonah and Relaxed Potato got comfy, and they started fragging. But as it sits, of course, Potato's up there at the top, but you take away that ace in the first round, and all of a sudden, things don't look so hot. Jonah, as well, can start putting up a couple better numbers. We saw him entry frag super effectively in the previous game, and that really hasn't been the case. He's been a primary opper / longer range player for this team so far.
Right here.
We've seen a lot less in the way of frags for him. OSU, though, on this defense, they'll shift over. They're playing a retake on A, shifting the Cypher over now to try and help. They've got an inkling of an idea, but this is here. There's not much of a chance they stop it. But with the run it back, they can at least hold on. They'll allow players to get onto the site for now. They're wary of the rotation. Bring Cypher back towards mid. Series, great job taking a shot on the Lamp as well. And that'll lock Scarlet Knights in.
Here.
A's the site, but can they take it is a question.
What a great play by Series. Gonna go right back up into heaven. Has recharged back up to 100 health now, too, with that run it back. Still has another curveball. Soon as he thinks that somebody is pushing onto the site, he can throw that out and go for a swing. Not able to get it this time around. The spam too heavy up there, and I don't believe that flash caught as many as he would have liked. Both A players falling down now. The rotates here pretty early. Already Dragonfly up in heaven. Has to get double smoked to stop from getting anything. 3 versus 4 for this retake, but Relaxed Potato rather low. Empress is available, but you have to imagine Relaxed Potato's going to want to kill before anything, and Dragonfly wins the duel long range against the operator. Less than ideal. Teleport out of dodge! So unfortunate for Dragonfly, but now they at least know where the Omen is. He's still able to get 2, though. It doesn't even matter.
Justin's big right now. That's the frag that I needed from the Scarlet Knights. That's what they're known for, hitting their shots, high levels of mechanics. They're only going to get you so far, but at 5-5 in the half, they're managing to stay afloat. For OSU, I mean, this half aside, I think the big question is, does Scarlet Knights fall off as hard as they did in the last map? Because if so, that is extremely worrying. And coming out of this half, 7-5 could be beyond huge for them, right? That's a different type of momentum heading into the second half. Something that they didn't have in the first map.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
Heavy commitment to see long right now. Just some spam for Scarlet Knights thus far. Lurk up A long.
Push through A here. Pretty successful.
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to find a trap wire. Are they ready for this, though? Lamp is waiting just around the corner. Rio, they have to assume somebody else is in the corner. They don't know. Gets sprayed down, but so is this going to be traded out for 2 by Cram and Lamp. Good job finishing off those frags. 4v3 now. Neon's crept up mid. OSU are looking for all the tiny pockets they can get, but all they're doing is coming up with a whole handful of Lint. Dragonfly now on the site will manage to hide from the Sonic Dart. So a little more value we had. Of course, he went to the corner. Has to do a double take, but he gets there eventually. Justin finishes him off, and now 4v1. Scarlet Knights are punishing the overconfidence of OSU Valorant.
I love Lamp so much, dude. The way he played that was brilliant. When you lose that one player, I should say, in a lobby, you're concerned that someone is going to come around on a roam and try to pick up a gun, right? So Lamp sticks there, holds his ground in a lobby, and is ready to punish that flank. Nothing is able to be done now by OSU. Maybe Custard gets 1 because Relaxed Potato wasn't ready for the swing. But anything more would just be gravy at this point. Not Custard. 2 very different types of condiments there. Or I guess Custard's not really I guess it is. No. Either way.
I've never thought of gravy as a condiment, if I'm being completely honest.
Sauce, condiment, things that are like fluid-y and go on top of food.
In the half.
Sure, I'll give it to you. All right, but Scarlet Knights, either way, they've hit their quota for this half. Like I said earlier, they would love 7. Considering how the last match went, they want it. Where does it come from is the big question. I see Jonah eyeballing up another operator, looking at taking a duel down in long. There's no one there to duel them, and Neon has another operator of their own. Again, I'm worried, though, that this is the second time we've seen Neon buy an operator and then take this specific angle with it, and then just get cyber caged off of it. There is little to no value to be gotten out of this. Yes, we saw last time that somebody played this angle. There was a shot late in the round that ended up mattering, but the odds that happen, again, are just slim to none. Now, though, with the cage down, a jet on the angle hard, you at least have sealed out that part of the map, but the cyber cage has gotten the Cypher in a forward position as well. I just don't think this jet's getting as much value as they wish it would, and I love the confidence that Jonah has to push around with this operator, even with Spike. Neon will get 1, though, and Relaxed Potato has no right to be pushing up that without the help of a cage or a smoke. Remember, the Spike is still in mid with this jet. They have no clue what's going on right now.
Creep towards the A site. This is so risky, though. Jonah not only has the Spike, but also an operator, so duels are very difficult for him to win. Neon is holding down short 2. Frenzy, good enough to take out Series there, and now suddenly, OSU probably scrambling. Not scrambling enough, though. Neon, very confident in his position. And while Jonah will dash into him, he'll just lose the op, just lose the Spike, and just lose the round. Tied up, first half, here on Haven.
6-6 out we go. OSU are coming back for their title pull. They left for a little bit. They're feeling themselves now. 6-6, like you said, out of the half. And they managed to do it while holding on to a couple of their ultimates. The fact that Jonah was able to creep up that far in mid and it didn't end up being the worst thing in the world for OSU is actually super surprising to me. That round fell apart a lot quicker than they thought it would, and I think the timing was off between the A push and the mid push by just a hair, right? If they hold the A push for another 2-3 seconds, I think Jonah gets there in time and starts doing some really serious damage. But as it stands, we're 6-6 in the half. Pistol round matters a lot, but honestly, whether or not the team forces afterwards and is successful with that has felt like the bigger determinant within these games.
Momentum has certainly been more valuable to these teams than just the single pistol. Not throughout only this series, but series they've played earlier today. Easy push onto the C site here for OSU, and they'll get a frag to go with it. Lamp not quite going to be good for 2, so Neon going to get 2 himself. That is now 3 versus 3 as Relaxed Potato comes in from Garage. Aided by Jonah as well. Gonna have to clear this close angle. Relaxed Potato, not considering that the Omen could be there, and with the right clicks, Custard puts them down. Justin all alone, never gonna be able to get it done, and Neon picks up a 3rd.
No, OSU with a strong push towards C there, make the most of it, and my favorite part of that round was just how far they pushed afterwards. Yeah, it was only 1 frag, but they just kept on going. They were not comfortable with site control and a post plant. They want more than that. They go get more than that, and they're willing to fight for it. OSU, fantastic stuff managed to put themselves into a post plant where they have uneven numbers. You can't check every corner, and you have to sacrifice your Reyna, following your Jet, following your Omen. Keep that stuff up, because that kind of push post plant is what OSU need to not let Scarlet Knights be as strong as they have been historically in the retake.
Scarlet Knights pushing out mid. We've seen them do this several times in their earlier series on Haven. They get some good control. They're into window very easily. Do OSU consider that they could be here? No, and Relaxed Potato is able to get one. A second one denied, though, as OSU regroup and eliminate that flank. Flash not going to catch him, though. Relaxed Potato good for a third in the round. Gonna push on forward. Presses lack a little bit. Now just 4 health. No utility remaining either, so even if he got a pick, he couldn't devour back up. OSU just gonna run this spike to A, but they've given up mid. They've given up potentially a couple, a gun or two, really. I mean, admittedly a submachine gun, but still to the Scarlet Knights out mid. Doesn't seem like anyone will actually recover those. Was the Sova spotted? I don't think he was. I think Rio actually hid behind the bot successfully there. Maybe his cape was spotted there. He does have the spike available. He's hoping that somebody has rotated away. That recon dart will reveal his position, so now he just has to go for the plant. Neon, best gun in the server right now. Phantom at range. Spots the Cypher and gets a nasty amount of damage, but Rio, the martyr on the spike. Neon, only 46 health. Has to swing, but also can't swing. Knows the round is lost. And just goes for the save.
Oh, I don't like that save, man. Those were 2 low HP players. I mean, we both saw exactly how low they are, and I know you don't know everything, but your teammates can report those damage numbers. I mean, it was a Sova, even, on top of the spike. The only full health player had his hands busy cutting wires. Either way, they don't go for it. They save the weapon. They've got a hero for at least this round. It's going to be a force buy up. Dragonfly up with this, or pardon me, with the Spectre. Yeah, it's a full force for them. They're going for the whole chalupa. And like I said, in these second halves, these guys will continue to fight for the economy the same way that they did over on Ascent.
Aldrone is going to spot this push up. Now it's a question of whether or not Rio can get away. Dodges the Paranoia and the Leer using the recon dart to at least stall that push. And Scarlet Knights won't press their luck. But now up B go the members of OSU. Lamp, we've seen him do stuff with a Bucky more than once today. Beautiful range, will at least get one. Not the 4Ks he's been allotted several times before, and OSU are easily going to be able to pivot the spike towards A. They have a lot of control here in Dragonfly. Not expected to be in the window. Going to use the camera to distract and just buy time for the spike to go down.
Spike planted.
OSU aren't done with this round yet. Remember, it was a force for them. So the whole economy lies on the back of this. But planted far, deep in the corner of A. And look at this Jet. Watching this defender spawn angle. They can check everything they want. But this 50-50 is something they were never expecting to have to play. One spray down. It'll be a second onto the Reyna. It's dicey, but Series is there to finish it off. Beautiful 3-man play by OSU. That's what I'm talking about. We saw one creative post plant by Scarlet Knights when they got defused out and timed out by the spike earlier with the push through Garden on Ascent. But OSU know when they have to go for something like that. When they're forced up, when they have lesser weapons, when they've got less health, and they have time to get in those positions, they will always catch you off guard with something like that. They did it during the last match. I mean, again, we can go all the way back to the round that was on the same exact site, where they all evacuated out of sewers and long and forced the opposing side to take their time checking every corner on the site. It's that kind of decision-making, that kind of creative play. That's why they're here right now. Now it's mid-pressure, though, from Scarlet Knights. Pushing forward. Jonas looking for something with the frenzy. Can he find it? Absolutely. Series is down. Traded for Justin. He's looking for a weapon to pick up on his way there. He'll get a Spectre. Can't spray down Custard, though, as the defenders end up a man down.
Custard very low, though. If he's forced to play entry here, or if nobody sees Cram, if the dash just goes right past the Sova, he's going to be able to get one. Spots the Omen, gets one, swings around, tries to get instead the Sova coming around. So the spike will be able to be planted. Very low health members for OSU right now, though. Relaxed, unfortunately, only has the Stinger. And at range, that was never going to be able to work very well. Frenzy now picked up by Lamp. Maybe can get one or two, honestly, but hard to imagine he swings this round. Ooh, ready for those two. takes out the low health members, but Dragonfly gets away.
OSU, dude. These guys just take control of the round in little ways. It's the little things for them. It's a good job by Scarlet Knights trying to take as much as they could away. For them, this was an eco. They had to concede the economy over to OSU. They won the force and they won the round after. And they'll win the bonus for it. Now, though, it's gun v gun. This one is where it begins to matter, Paul. Jonah's going to have an operator on the defensive side. We know what this guy can do. And I'm expecting big stuff from him because if they want to catch up to this, I know it's small. I know it feels like not much, but a 2-round lead means a lot to these guys. If they want to catch up, it requires Jonah playing in a number of positions, rotating around this map, finding picks. If this team wants to come back, we've seen a lot out of Potato. Someone else has got to show up. Jonah, I think, it's the man to do it.
Still plenty of time, too, for the Scarlet Knights to mount their quote-unquote comeback on this map. Lax Potato, this is such an aggressive angle. Gets 1, 2, dismisses into the corner. Looking for the third. We were a little late on that swing, and now Relax Potato back out will drop the spike. Get a fourth on the round. Who even needs the Empress? Not this Reyna. Graham will finish it off, and Scarlet Knights come out with a dominant win.
You know, I asked somebody to show up, and Relax Potato answered my calls, man. Jonah still at the bottom of the scoreboard. That operator, I did like the confidence in play. He played it through mid, he played it through garage, and that forced him over to Relax Potato, who very happily ate them up one by one. This is a volatile round, Paul. I know that was gun versus gun, but OSU themselves are having to buy up a lot of stuff to try and force this one through to hold on to the economy, and then you take into account that there are 9 ultimates up on that board. One of them being the run it back for OSU, which has been extremely valuable to them. This could go bad for Scarlet Knights if they're not careful.
The run it back poised to get into garage. Just waiting for OSU to be set up comfortably. Already 1 up long. And now Series can go in and take this space for his team. No one's going to challenge that. No one's even going to try. Jonah missing that first op shot. Has to tailwind out and consider that somebody could push him. But such a deep smoke there. Scarlet Knights aren't anywhere near the site right now. They're forced to use the Hunter's Fury just to try and deny the spike plant going through. And while they do delay it, get into position to at least push garage, it's still a rough situation for Scarlet Knights. They need to take these players without any casualties. They are going to lose at least one. Dragonfly low, he's going to pick up that gun and sneak into the corner behind him. This is a mess right now, but Series will clean it up a little bit. Jonah now with the op, just waiting to see if someone will swing. Over on the left is all the players he needs to deal with. Cram good for 1. Need to still get onto the site, though. Not much health to really work with here for the Scarlet Knights, and that first shot missing is brutal. Jonah will get caught on the cross, and OSU will go to double digits.
I swear, man, every time Series is in that position, he doesn't even, I don't think he's top fragged either of the games. But this man, whenever a whole storm, whenever a whole bunch of crap just breaks out across the map, that's when he finds triple. Consistently, every single time. It's like Relax Potato has done a great job clutching out rounds when they need them and single-handedly winning rounds. But OSU, they win rounds together for the most part. And then when they're not winning a round together, whenever it gets a little bit tough, that's right when Series comes in. And I don't know how it's so consistent because he just comes when they need him most.
Yeah, Series is more like that consistent bringing it back, whereas Relax Potato, 1 round in like 7 or 8, will just flip a switch and kill everybody on the enemy team. Could certainly use that that switch being flipped now, as OSU have made onto the site without any difficulties and even caught Jonah trying to come for that flank. Relax Potato good for the first, has used the Empress as well. There's a paranoia for the retake. Swing out comes. Lear onto the site, and Neon pulls away at just the wrong time. Cram is able to sneak into sewer and dash back onto the site. Carries Neon into Lamp's hands. 1 versus 2, make it 1v1. Cram just needs 1 more shot, and he will get it done! Clutch for the Scarlet Knights to keep the game as close as can be.
This economy is just non-existent for both teams as well. Look, both of them are busy trying to scrap together buys. Jonah has the trump card of being able to buy the operator. They can somehow get full rifles on everybody. Granted, it's half armor. OSU have to concede here. I don't think you can fully force up into this, consciously knowing that $2,000 rides on the line.
2,000 real dollars here, by the way.
Yeah, not credits, dollars.
Revealing
Yeah.
OSU is set up with their, at this point, very familiar standard. Spread out, watching their angles, looking for a push from the always confident Scarlet Knights. But the question how confident you can actually be when you're a map down, you're down 10-9. Yes, it's a thrifty on the other side, but far from comfortable.
enemy tag.
Aldron gonna spot
out of the-
3 in grass too.
There's
Yeah,
nothing
that's rough.
here for OSU.
OSU just waiting to see if someone will push forward too aggressively. Look how far the Sovas actually snuck onto the C site here. Rio able to run on in. Jonah should be hearing him, but unfortunately not able to hit that site. Has to pull out the classic, and it's not going to work. That's 3 in favor of OSU, despite the fact they didn't buy, despite the fact they didn't take a risk this round. Scarlet Knights now find themselves very much behind, forced to go into this 2v4. They've given away guns. This is about as bad as it could be for Rutgers. Lamp and Relaxed Potato, they are both phenomenal players who have pulled off clutches worse than this before. Series already going to go down.
The Hunter's Fury still
Lamp
low.
has a strong position. Gonna get caught, and now Lamp's all alone. Gets another, but third will evade him. Thrifty for OSU.
That couldn't have come at a better time. They're feeling themselves. They pick up an operator. Their economy's back on its feet. They're fans of the more threats approach, and Paul, that was a hell of a threat for them. A quick push onto the C site, finish it off. The post plants have been so good for OSU, and I feel like this has been the battle of, right, the best retake players that we've got here versus the best attacking side post plant. It's been nothing but impressive to watch both these teams go at it. OSU have been large and in charge, though, every single time. They've got another creative outlet and how to take it. Granted, that one's just out long, but boy, did they play it well. They know when to mix things up, and right now, not one of those times, just maintaining map control, looking for the desperation play from Scarlet. And I think they've read it beautifully. They catch Jonah out looking for a frag.
At least Mark will be able to dissuade the run it back there in the proper corner. So things aren't as bad as it could be for Scarlet Knights. But they're not going to be able to push up anymore. They're just going to have to wait for OSU to come to them. If they swing, they risk losing very long-range engagements when they're mostly working with stingers. A lot of util on the A site. Camera's still available too, so Lamp is able to periodically check that. But now he's worried that they're creeping towards A. He's thinking, do I need to head back over there? Answer's probably no, because if he did, he would have just been overwhelmed. Odd paranoia going all the way into A-Link there. I'm not sure that was actually necessary by OSU. Regardless, they're going to get onto the site. They're going to be able to plant. They're going to set up for this retake. I mean, you know, we can talk about Lamp's Bucky all day. Haven't really seen it happen in this match thus far. Gets spotted too, has to just crouch in the corner. Just playing with Series right now, trying to taunt him. Dodges the op shot, but the rest of his team not so lucky. Hunter's Fury going to put him down, and that is now match point for Oregon State University.
Match point.
Match point, 9-12. Not sure how much they suck anymore, Paul. But OSU have come to play, dude. Rio's going to buy up, and Odin on top of all of that. Scarlet Knights, this buy does everything but inspire confidence in me. The only way out of this game right now, the only way to get yourself back in this is with a thrifty, with raw fragging potential. You can call on Relaxed Potato as many times as you want, but you win, you lose this round as a team.
Look at Scarlet Knights. They know that they can't wait. They can't sit on their laurels. They have to push out, but while they push mid, OSU just bolts up C long and get control of site without care in the world. Rio watching the flank with the op 2. More than prepared for when Jonah comes around. Hears him go up onto the box. Excellent shot there. Still not confident that that side is clear, so he's going to retreat and throw out the owl drone. Lamp all alone. That's not the ideal range for that Bucky right click he's made work before. Scarlet Knights still hanging on to this one. They've worked their way back into a 3v3, and they've mostly taken long control, but still have to remove Rio from Cubby. I don't believe there are any Lears available for Relaxed Potato either, otherwise he would be using them right now. Narrowly avoids that shot, but now he's all alone. No health to his name. No utility unless he gets this first pick right here, right now, and there's not enough time Rio with the frenzy will send us out of not only Haven, but the series, as Oregon State will take the tournament.
Well deserved. That's all I have to say. We came in, couple of doubters, man. Rutgers looked unbeatable. Oregon State proves us wrong. They are the kings here at CF1. They won their tournament for a reason. These teams have not met until today. One of them felt a little overconfident coming in. OSU, quiet, but deadly on the stream. And I can't say enough about their attacking sides. Their post plans were just beautiful every time. And, you know, for as much as they show up at the top of the scoreboard a lot, right? Neon and Rio had really good games. Dragonfly, actually, one of the better ones that he's had today. I think it speaks numbers that they're all really relatively close on the scoreboard. They capitalize on one another's play, and it comes from everywhere. It's been consistent. It didn't have to be a clutch factor. It was strong team play, good planning, and sticking to that plan.
Yeah, and not only just sticking to the plans, but also adapting them as necessary, right? That was a big point that Rio brought up when we just interviewed him at that last series, is that Oregon State feel very confident in their ability to adapt as a series goes on, round by round, really learn how their opponent likes to play. And you could see that in both maps. First half of the map was pretty close. Second half of the map, OSU ran away from it as they really figured out where the players from the enemy team like to go and adjust to. We're going to take a look back at the highlights from our final map. Starts off immediately with some strong shots. One day I'll be able to speak English for OSU. And I mean, you can call back to clutches from Relaxed Potatoes, insane frags too. But at the end of the day, OSU just felt more consistent.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's that consistency that gets there. You can have all the flashy plays in the world. And you know what they did? They deserved it, dude. They got a lot of really great frags. But that teamwork that gets Lamp 4Ks with the Bucky, it just didn't feel like it was there in the last match. It felt like it was not the full version of the Scarlet Knights that we were expecting. And, you know, obviously a lot of that's down to OSU throwing them off guard with things like those D-pushes that ended up going all the way through the defender spawn. But nevertheless, making the most of that, OSU, well-deserved. The highlights here from probably mostly Relaxed Potato are going to be a key thing for them to continue to look to do. And I think if there's anything you should do with this game in particular, it's just try not to let it get to you. If you look at the semifinal performance, it's there. The trades are there. The interplay between the teammates, the gunplay, the strategy, the calling is all there. But in this particular match, I don't feel like they came up on that one. They gave it their best individually, but they didn't really come together as a team the same way that OSU did, playing fluidly around the map, playing with a solid plan in mind, and playing confidently at that.
And how few maps have the Scarlet Knights actually lost when we've seen them in Conference 1? I think maybe a total of 4 throughout like the 5 tournaments they've participated, or the 4 tournaments they've participated in here. So excellent work from them. But at the end of the day, it will be Oregon State University Valorant taking this win. We're going to be actually coming in with an interview. Once again, Russell Rio is going to be joining us. Congratulations on your first place finish.
Thank you. Yeah, I was really good.
It was a solid match all around. I'm gonna get this out of the way first, right? We saw a lot of great play. I like going into the analytics and whatnot. But I have no. Wait, they got it. They got it in their interview. When we interviewed Rutgers and we asked what they thought of their opponents. I get it's BM, it's showmanship and whatnot, but they said, and I quote, "They suck. You've won now." Your response?
Well, we actually watched that interview, and after we won map 1, we were like, "Oh, these guys said we suck," and I mean, this is the easiest $2,000 I've ever made. I mean, it's like it was free. I mean, and then second map, and they play like shit. I mean, it's incredible. You know, maybe they come back next time, and instead of calling people trash, you know, they do better. You know, I can't really say anything else besides, you know, I guess they lost to trash, so I don't know what that makes them.
Strong stuff there coming out of Oregon State. Holy moly. All right. Love some banter between the teams, but let's talk about how you guys actually propelled yourselves to that win, because it started on Ascent, a map you guys already won today. Do you feel confident just how the pick and ban went in general with it being Ascent and Haven again?
Yeah, originally the pick and ban, I thought we were actually going to end up on Split, but it being Haven and Ascent, those are two maps we practice quite a bit. We have a motto at OSU Valorant where we don't drop Split. The only time we lose is when we lose Split. Or not Split, sorry, Ascent. So,
okay.
Having the same map draft, it was really familiar, and we were really familiar with how they were going to play on the map. So we were really confident going in.
Yeah, I'll back up what Paul said there. Your guys' Haven during the semifinals didn't go quite as smoothly as I think you guys expected, especially after the first map. Now, when Haven was picked, at the beginning of the series, I'd like to know what your confidence level was going into it, and then after winning the first map, how that may have changed.
So, yeah, Haven, by far, out of Ascent and Haven, Haven's probably our worst map out of the two. Going into it, we were just as confident for semifinals, where we thought, oh, it's going to go to overtime, or it's going to be a really close map, right? After winning Ascent, we were like, it's not going overtime. It's not happening. Maybe it'll be 13-9, 13-8. That's as far as they're getting now. So in terms of against Rutgers, we were very confident.
Pretty good approximation there. I'm gonna have one more question for you, and that's actually how you guys entered into Haven, because it was a different composition, very slightly than what we saw you play earlier against Western U. Instead of having Neon on the Reyna, was on the Jet, stayed on the Jet like he was playing on Ascent. What was the thought process there?
I mean, he really just wanted to op and play Jet. I think he was just, after Ascent and how well he played Jet, he was feeling very confident on it. And we were in, Select, we were about to swap our Cypher for a Killjoy. And we were about to play a bunch of different characters because we knew that they had watched us before. But realistically, we just let players pick what they feel confident on for that map. And for Neon, that was Jet.
Yeah,
fair enough. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Rio.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we say goodbye to OSU, and congratulations to them as well. They will go home with that $2,000 prize. And I mean, condolences to Rutgers. They might not get the 2K. They do walk away with 500 in the bank still, though, Dor.
No, and that's nothing to scoff at. Third and fourth place as well. Those two schools are not going home empty-handed. They take home 250 bones a piece to split amongst themselves. I think that's worth more than the money, though, dude. Honestly, the clapback, the shutdown of you suck to winning 2-0. I think that's worth more than any cash prize, if I'm being completely honest.
The moral victory is a high one, but so is the victory here. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to down-talk Rutgers so much, right? It's good showmanship. Yeah. I love a little BM in my life, but that goes one of two ways.
Yeah, they're just making it spicy, They're keeping us, all us viewers, entertained there, and gotta love how Rutgers played, but gotta love even more how OSU came and clapped on back. They'll walk away with the first place finish and the grand prize of that $2,000. That'll be it for the Conference 1 Valorant tournament for not only today, but I believe this year as well. So from all of us here at Conference 1, from all of our amazing people behind the scenes in production, all the casters that we saw this weekend and before as well, from myself and Dor, thank you all so much. Have a happy holidays and the rest of 2020.